Dude, before I turned the lights on, I feel like the hiding spot was actually legit. Just got here. Did he do it already? Bro, I haven't even... The fuck? Guys, 3 streams in a row. I'm working too hard right now. I'll just say it. Working too hard. But today we're going to work real hard. We're going to talk to many people. Okay. All right, I should probably actually get started because I started a little late today. I decided to skate this morning, so I'm Oh, sorry, I just got a DM from Dratty. I guess I could bring Dratty on to do the tanks with Dork. I feel like that's always good content. Shout out the Potty C. Okay, live. Hello. Oh, I'm up here right now. I'll go back down here. All right, let's get this thing going. It's already kind of a late start. I ideally would have started this like a few hours ago, but priorities. All right. World of Warcraft. How do I always find this every time? WoW classes tier list, but some of the old ones like don't have Evoker. World of Warcraft comp tier list, class tier list, but it says the Dragonflight logo, so image count 39. That's how you know. There's exactly 39 specs in this game, right? Wait, is this the one from last year? Dude, did we get these right? It's weird because it's like a mix of like PvP and, or not, oh my god, not PvP. It's a mixture of Mythic Plus and Raid, right? So, you know, you could be like a Mythic Plus only player and see your class in S tier because of Raid. And then you're like, actually, I feel like really good Mythic Plus specs are like almost always good in Raid. Because like, there's just most like end bosses, second to last bosses want a little cleave. And if you're good at Mythic Plus, although like then there's Windwalkers, right? Who like have perfect Raid cleave, but just Mythic Plus has too many targets. Moonkin, same problem, but opposite. Like, because Moonkin is so proficient at, like, Giga AoEing, they've just been bad in Raid for a long time. So, like, outside... There's, like, a few classes where that doesn't apply, but... Also Unholy. Unholy is, like, in C. I feel like that was a miss. No way this was last year. Ellie has never been this high. I mean, Ellie's pretty close. I feel like Ellie's, like, a really solid Mythic Plus spec, and they are, like, pretty good in Raid. That sounds right. I mean, maybe A is like a little... Maybe that means B. It's weird because Mythic Plus is like so polarizing. If you're not like literally BIS, you still could be an A tier spec, but like that's not how the community thinks. Because of how getting invited works, it's like you're either S or like even if you're just below S, in the reality you're A, it feels like you're B or C purely based on how long it takes you to get invited. So it's like really, really hard to rate those things. Yeah, it's either S or ass. Yeah, I guess Unholy DK was wrong. Did we play Prot Warrior in the raid? I don't think so. Maybe not this tier. I don't remember. Dude, last year was so long ago. feel like Prez was pretty accurate. You didn't end up playing them in the race. And they were also, I mean, Prez is like just like by far the worst healer in Mythic Plus, right? They just like do no damage. They don't do enough healing to make up for it. So I feel like Prot Warrior is kind of wrong. Holy Pally was correct. Yep. Yep. Which is crazy because like the previous tier where you didn't play Holy Paladin, people still wanted them in on every fight just because they have been for a long time. I feel like Disc ended up being right. Should Disc have been higher? Right? Like Disc was like giga insane in Mythic Plus, right? For like the whole patch. And then they were like a one of on every raid fight. I think usually for healers, for them to get S tier, they need to... Most people feel like they need to be like, this is the thing you bring multiple of on a raid fight. So I guess Mistweaver, right? But then Mistweaver has the like not as good a Mythic Plus angle as Disc. But also like how much of that is the raid buff? You know? Like how much of that is Fort? Blood DK is maybe too high. Blood DK is really weird because Blood DK, like for example, if something is really good in raid, just I'm not saying this is what Blood DK was last season, but let's just say something is really good in raid, but like kind of Blood DK is like kind of functionally unplayable at a certain Mythic Plus level because of the way they mitigate damage. Like where do you put that? Do you put it in B? That's weird because like if they're like the best raid tank and the worst Mythic Plus tank, you're putting them in B, but that's not true for either of those things. But it's like, you know what I'm saying? It's weird. Yeah, exactly. The what the emote. God, I can't believe the what the emote. Could you imagine going back in time and telling me that you'd show me that what the thing, and you'd be like, hey, this was one of your reactions to winning the Race to World first. I'd be like, bro, how? What could have possibly happened for me to react that way? And the answer is the end of Gallywix. Any hate parsing going on today? Bro, it's only been one day and you're the only person to have typed that. Now, a lot more of you are going to start doing it because I said that, but all I'm saying is I'm sticking by my bit. By the time the race comes around, that bit is over. All right, anyways. So how do you actually remove things? Oh, you like hit the reset button, right? All right, reset. What do we name these? Usually, there's like a... Nah, A, B, C, D, E, and F is not the right thing. It's, S is usually here, and then you just add one above S. Sure, we can just move it. Have it be purple. What's the top tier, guys? What's the top tier called? I feel like the Rizzler's kind of fallen off a little bit. Hate to say it. Massive. All fours. I like all fours, actually. Nah, I'm kind of over that. It's old now. I don't like any of these. Oh, crazy style. That's it. That's for sure it. That's definitely it. All right, thank you, Atlas. Genius suggestion. Dark Reader's making this a little weird right now. I think this site has a built-in dark mode, right? So if you turn this off, flashbang. Oh, it's actually dark mode, natty. Holy. Yeah, there we go. So we got crazy style, S, A, B, C, D. Old one was Walmart. I feel like we only need this many. This we don't need. I don't know why I made this. Delete row. Used to be Walmart. Any good ones for this? You're actually mad. Kind of like that. Tariff tier. That's pretty good. Dobby. I like... I like Dobby. Clanker tier. I like this. Now we're good. So we're little Dobby. You're actually mad. BSNA. Cool. Done. So we usually start by doing tanks and healers, but I'm a little concerned. I have some Europeans that are going to be on. What time is it in Europe right now? It's not that bad, right? It's like not even midnight. I guess it depends on how far east you are, but is it midnight right now? Oh shit. Well, I hope they're degenerates, because I usually like to get tanks and healers like done before doing DPS, really. That seems to be like the most efficient way to do it. So let's do that. We'll start with tanks, move on to healers, and then we'll try to prioritize European DPSers. Actually, you know what? We can go ahead and just start thinking about that now. So let's just get the tanks in front, do a little organizing. Get some healers going right after it. Wrong icon? Did I goof one? Oh, yeah, that's Havoc, isn't it? Yeah. Oops. Dude, I'm so excited. This is one of the best days of the year. I love doing this. Okay. Missing a healer somewhere. Just doing math in my head. Right? Oh, yeah. What is it, Miss Weaver? Oh, Holy Paladin, too. Guess they exist. And then European damage doers. So warrior for Crit Cake is a warrior. He seems less degenerate, although I don't actually know the answer to that. Azertharian is European. Wait, he messaged me earlier. Is he unable to be on? Relatively early in the DPS would be nice. It's already midnight here. Yeah, W. Yeah, okay, I'm going to put him earlier. Okay, so I can put Azertharian like first. That works. He asked for that. That works. Rogues can put near the end. Who are some other? I have the list. Didn't I do this yesterday? Yeah. All right, which one of these people are European? Actually, very few of them. As things should be. You know what I mean? Europeans are degens by default. Yeah, so true. Word up. Oh, no, the UK left Europe a while ago, right? I can't even laugh while doing that bit anymore. I used to be able to hit it straight without even laughing. Hopeful for me. Yeah, I can't do that, unfortunately. Also, I never got in contact with the Shindig guy, so just at some point, I'm just going to randomly message him. It's going to be sweet. Actually, I can contact any of these people, right? All right, and someone said Biceps is a Europeman, right? An EU guy. Let's do DK like right after Warrior then. I just don't want to have them stay up all night. Or do I? All right, let me see if Dorky and Drat are around. Did I? Oh my god, I added Dratnos twice. That's good. Okay, there we go. Dratnos said I'm keying for like 30 minutes. Okay, maybe we could start with healers. I'm down for that. So healers, I said I'd figure out today. Um, so I talked to Jack a lot. He plays a lot of them, which is good. But sometimes we get some more. Like specialized people. Like I know, like one time I tried to do Mistweaver without calling Megaset, and chat was definitely going to kill me, which was fun. Jack is PTRing right now. Ooh, I don't know if that's gonna. Damn, why can't everyone revolve around me? How about that? Maybe we could certainly just start with healers. So I mean, let me just start messaging some people. Let me see, JB. Wanna talk Druid, old man? And then hit up Megaset. Hello. Messaging Jack. Hello. Just hitting him with a hello. Get Ellesmere? Alright, fuck it. I'll message that guy. Ellesmere. Hello. Only response from... Okay, no, we're getting response from plenty of them right now. Look at that. People just being around. Like that. Yo, completely off topic. Is the new Fantastic Four movie good? Just hitting you guys with that out of nowhere, but trying to decide on what movie we're going to go see over the weekend. 7 out of 10? Alright, cool. That sounds good. We'll go watch that. I'll go see. Would you guys? Is that enough to get you guys to go to the theaters? A 7 out of 10. I feel like I'm chilling on a 7 out of 10. I'll go to the movie theater for that shit. Sure. Ellesmere says sure when. I guess we could hit it right now. Fuck it. JB said could probably yap a bit. I said okay. After this. W. All right, calling Ellesmere. Hello?
Hello?
Oh my god, Jesus, that scared the shit out of me. You're not even that loud either. I'm just easily frightened. Hi, what's up?
My bad. Not much. Do you need me to turn myself down or you good?
No, you're good. I can adjust that on my end. Yeah, no. Also you just weren't even loud. I just got scared. Yeah, so we're doing the like tier list rating thing, and you can talk about like what's good and bad and wrong and write about your class and stuff if you want to.
Sure.
So specifically Holy Paladin. Have you like played a lot of Holy Paladin PTR?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you have like a fucking website, right? Like of course of course you do that. Okay.
Yeah.
So Holy Paladin didn't get played last season, like in the race, also I think previous season as well. I think you played it. You were like the only Holy Paladin in Mythic Plus or something, right? Like, so there were like really, really high keys being done with it, but I don't think it was conventionally considered BIS.
Definitely wasn't considered meta. Yeah.
Okay. So you have a pretty good idea of like where Holy Paladin stands right now. I would say before like rating it though, like what do you think about the class next patch as far as like what feels good and what they could work on, or like things you think are actually like a good step forward from where Paladin's been?
Sure. Do you want the M plus or raid perspective or both?
I'm going for both, but you can hit one before the other. That's fine.
Okay. I'll start with raid. I think the most frustrating thing about HPAL right now is that one of the hero talents just seems to be poised to die, and Blizzard seems to be okay with it. Like Lightsmith was looking pretty good, and then they just made it so that our 4-set does absolutely nothing. Like it's probably better if we just didn't equip one. So for that reason, the entire hero talent's essentially just dead on release.
Okay.
Which kind of sucks because it's not fun to just be forced into one. Even though personally, I definitely prefer Herald. I think the play style works a lot better for HPAL and is more like class fantasy and everything.
Yeah.
But just because it is better in my opinion doesn't mean that I think the other one should just be like not even an option. So I think that's the biggest issue with HPAL right now is that it's the spec, especially with the recent buffs, is just only going to be playable on Herald for raid and for M plus at this
Okay,
point.
I mean that is okay. So number one, that is for sure annoying. But I also think I'm just gonna make this up. I want to say like half the classes in this game probably are somewhat similar. Maybe it's not unplayable, but it's like you're just
Oh
definitely gonna
yeah,
play one hero talent. But it's good
I
to
think
bring
that's
light
true.
to that though, because I think in general though that's something that could get fixed. Like it's actually pretty rare that any tier set goes live and it's just like, well, this thing is so bad you don't want to equip it. Like even if it's not right away, like a few weeks into the season, like the Evoker one last season, like they'll probably
Yeah.
change that. But maybe the
Well,
fact
the
that
weird
go ahead.
sorry, the weird thing is that they actually did try to fix it, and they tried to fix it 2 weeks ago, and there were patch notes about it and everything, and those fixes just never went in.
L.
Uh, And that's also actually what's making Prop Paladin so broken right now. So if those fixes ever do come in, then Prop Pal is going to see a massive nerf, and H Pal is going to see an interesting buff to Lightsmith. But I don't know if that's even going to happen at this point. The notes were posted 2 or 3 weeks ago, and they just never happened. So I'm not sure. It
Yeah.
was the one where they said they buffed lesser weapons by 100%, the healing and shielding ones, and then they nerfed the damaging ones by 66%. Also, Prompt Pally has the bug with Masterwork, where right now their 4 set, their Blessed Hammer can just randomly proc 7 stacks of it when it's supposed to proc 1.
Oh, okay.
So Prompt Paladin is
Cool.
basically generating like 3 times as much tier set value as HPAL, and then their scaling is better too. So if you actually look at the difference in like throughput, that 4-piece Lightsmith is giving Prop versus HPAL, it's like close to 15,000% better. Like it's literally doing 15 times the damage and healing for Prop that it is for HPAL. So
That's
it's
a
like,
big number. Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
it
So
is.
so I mean hopefully yeah they look at that and fix that. What is okay, so before I ask you to rate it, what do you just quick question. Do you think Holy Paladin is the meta Mythic Plus healer next class or next season?
No,
Do you think it's close?
no. Well, okay, here's the thing. It's not a druid and it's not a priest. So
Like raid
the
buff
odd
gap?
like
Like you think you're getting raid
yeah.
buff gapped?
Well, like straight up, it doesn't like if there is not a druid or a priest as a DPS spec in the meta comp, then there's just no hope for any other healer because that's just the way
That's
it
so
goes. I mean,
stupid.
there hasn't been a single season without a priest since season 2 Shadowlands, uh, and there hasn't been a single season except for season 1 The War Within since Mark of the Wild was introduced when Druid wasn't in the meta comp as well, and then Mage is the other
Hmm.
one, but obviously
Yeah, uninteractive with healers. Yeah,
heroic
yeah,
weapon.
I get it.
Yep.
Okay, okay. So, all right, cool. So not meta and big raid buff issue, which I mean everyone kind of feels pretty passionate that that's pretty stupid, especially for Mythic Plus. But what about raid? Do you think Holy Paladin makes its way with the like most recent buffs, like makes its way back into the Race World First Healer comp?
Yes. Well, I think so. Yeah. I think that the buffs were they obviously buffed us like a week and a half ago, but then this latest one that came through like 2 days ago is very significant. Mostly because it alters our gameplay and allows us to the biggest issue with HPAL in testing was that our infusions were essentially like impossible to play around because it was such a low chance. It was only a 10% chance to proc infusions on Holy Shock, which it still is. But what they did is they made it so that our second sunrise automatically triggers a second Holy Shock, which can also give us an infusion. So every time we're pressing Holy Shock, we're actually getting 2 chances at infusion instead of 1. So it like doubles effectively the amount of infusions that Herald's generating, which allows us to be able to play around it more. Then we can potentially go inflow and like play around big flash of lights and stuff, which we didn't have the option to do before unless we were playing Lightsmith, which had the broken tier. So before we just had like no option for like consistent playstyle and throughput. But with these changes, it does give us consistency and it's going to give us a lot of throughput. I think we're going to be really, really strong spot healers in Raid and in M+. Like we look really good in both content now as Herald. It's just that, whether or not it beats out some of the more broken specs is kind of a question of if they do any last minute tuning.
Okay.
Because there are like game breaking bugs for other healers that are, so good that it's like, well, does HPAL even deserve a spot even if it is doing good?
Yeah, no, that makes sense. There's also like the weird raid buff thing where like your class could be pretty good and would be played, and then like randomly one of the other specs of your class is just like better in its role, and then you don't get played, and that's like has very little to do with you, but ends up determining your spot. So
Yep.
okay, cool.
Elite
So
raid buffs.
unfortunately, you have to combine the two between Mythic Plus and Raid. The
Okay.
top rank is Crazy Style, followed by S, and then at the bottom is You're Actually Mad and a bunch of things in between. But like, how are you feeling about Holy Paladin in general? You're a Holy Paladin main going into the class. How are you feeling? Or going into the season? How are you feeling?
I'm gonna try to be objective here and say A tier. I wish it was S in any form of content, but I think it's A in both raid and M plus.
Oh, I mean that's easy. All right, cool. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm gonna give you a little bit of leeway here. What, without talking for more than like 30 seconds, if you could change one thing about Holy Paladin and you could talk to a Blizzard dev right now, what is, not even about this season, it could just be in general too.
Bring back Ret Aura and make it good. Give us a raid buff or delete raid buffs, one or the other.
Well, yeah, you're basically saying make us the only class with 2 raid buffs or get rid of them
Well,
entirely.
get rid of Devo. Get rid of Devo. I don't care about Devo at all.
Oh,
Nobody
interesting.
cares about Devo.
Wait, why do you?
I
Oh,
mean,
you want ret because it gives you damage, and damage is better than DR.
yeah, when you're looking at M plus comps, nobody ever looks at DR for raid buffs. Nobody cares.
Well, you kind of
It's just,
do.
do
That's
you
why you
more
bring.
damage?
That's why you bring forward, right? It's the same thing.
Well, not really. If Priest didn't also bring PI, then
Yeah.
there would probably not be a, it's like PI, Fort, and Lenience. They have 3 raid buffs. And on top of that, then they also
Yeah.
have like Mind Soothe, which enables routing. So
Yeah, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, yeah, no, okay, I get it. All right, cool. Fuck raid buffs. W. All right, thanks for your time.
all right, thank
All
you.
right, see you. Good night. Good night. It's fucking. It's 3 p.m. All right, whatever. Okay. Why did I say that? All right, I'm calling JB. I didn't really give him a heads up that I was going to call him, except he said could yap a bit like 10 minutes ago. I did tell him he was next, too. I mean, I can call someone else. I just feel like he could just randomly nod off to sleep at any time. That's what happens at that age. All right, he's not here. Calling someone else. Automatic Jack, I suppose. Let's see what he's doing right now. Megaset, maybe? Is it C on the automatic Jack? Yeah, there wouldn't be 2 Ks, right? Yeah, here we go. Yeah, he's in the middle of a key. Is Megaset streaming? It appears so. Are you also in the middle of a key? Don't make me mad. All right, we're fucking chilling. Hello?
Hello,
Hey, what's up?
how are you?
Are you? I'm well, thank you. Are you in the? Do you have like some time to talk?
Yeah, I'm running around in Dornagal.
Yeah, I was about to say. I was about to say if you answered no to that, I was about to call you out because I'm just watching you do nothing. Okay. So, just before we get into this, how do you feel like Mistweaver ended up playing out last patch? Like, obviously, you played a ton of them in Raid. They did like crazy damn. I don't know exactly how they were in Mythic Plus. I'm sure you like mained it. What did you think about Monk last patch?
I mean, Raid, obviously, we had fucking 3 or 4 of them in the race, so that was a W. Even if it wasn't necessarily for healing, it was good. Keys, less happy with
Raid buff
how
gapped?
it has gone. Kind of. Kind of raid buff, kind of comp, because there was a physical comp thing that kind of worked out this season. But it was hard to compete with Oracle in any capacity because you don't get raid buff, you don't get PI, but also no tank external, no large shields. So it was much harder if you weren't forming a comp around Mistweaver, but that's not super new.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess happy with raid, less happy with keys, but I still played it, so can't be that bad.
All right, going forward into this patch, what do you think about your tier set? What do you think about like where they went from Mistweaver then to now?
I'm actually really happy with both of our hero talents. I know you guys were just talking about how it kind of seems like there's one that's dead all the time and there's one that's always played.
Mm-hmm.
And Mistweaver is kind of split, where Conduit, it seems very clear that that's what they want us to play in Raid, and Master of Harmony is very clearly made for keys just because of it's just kind of like an even split down the middle of what goes where, which I like because it lets us have one playstyle for one form of content and a different for the other that fits it better.
That's so
And
rare.
that
I wonder
is
how many
really nice.
classes actually have two hero talents that are both viable, but they're also good at different things. I feel like it's more of like a only healers and tanks can kind of have that, because damage is just so number oriented that you can't really have that. Like, for example, like in spec trees, healers and tanks have interesting decisions that are not throughput related, where like DPS just would never have that. They've removed everything like that.
Yeah.
But I am, yeah, I really like that healers and tanks, if they can, actually have that. So Mistweaver, I feel like that is a big W. I think it also gives you more chances of being like viable, I think.
Yeah. Our issue with viability isn't our hero talents necessarily,
What is it?
but if it was, we don't have anything for the group, like no survivability.
Yeah, you don't care
and
about
no
like
Tank
sweep
External is the big one
because
now.
every other class in the game has stops. Ring of Peace is like super situational, and then you're a raid buff. You don't have like, yeah, imagine like comparing what Monk has to like Lenience, PI, and Fort versus like a
Yeah.
Fizz thing that's like way comp restrictive. Yeah, raid buffs are not good for Mythic Plus, that's for sure.
Yep. Even with Mystic Touch, but it's not the right raid buff, so what can you do?
Okay, I think I know the answer to this, but is Mistweaver the meta Mythic Plus healer next season?
Nope.
Do you think that it's like within 1 to 2 key levels of the top, forgetting about getting invited and stuff, like pure healing and doing damage viability, like try to remove raid buffs from your mind, like gameplay wise, do you think like you could still pop off on this class and do well if you mained it?
Probably. I think that it's going to be easier to compete with what is presumably the meta healer, which is Resto Druid this season. It will be easier to compete with them because they largely are still just HPS, just like Mistweaver. They do have Mark, they do have Bark Skin, but it's easier to compete with that than it is with Oracle and all the things that they had last
Okay.
season. So
Do you think there could be a world where like they end up being like the whole Fizz comp thing happened this season with that one group? Like, could you see it fitting as like the healer for that group if you don't play Windwalker and like running a similar raid buff situation and being successful?
I think you'd probably have a Brewmaster instead
Oh, yeah.
if they continue to be good.
Okay. So we got the Mythic Plus thing. Do you think there's a Mistweaver in the Race World first comp? And if so, how many?
I want to say at least one, maybe two.
No, so really strong again.
Yeah, in raid, it's definitely looking more competitive.
How do you feel about like caster versus melee Mistweaver and the direction they're going with that?
We're gonna be Yulon this time. Last time was Chi-Ji and Jade Empowerment and Big Dam.
Yeah, like
we
what
saw,
is
but
your?
This time it seems pretty clear to Yulon.
Yeah, but like, what do you? How do you feel about that? Like, is that the direction you'd rather them go? Do you appreciate both, or?
Oh, I see. Mm, I like that there's some variation between raid and keys. It's not just the same thing all the time. I think that my favorite version of Monk was back in, I think it was Emirdrasil or maybe Aberrus, I don't remember, where we were playing Chi-Ji, but we still were aiming for high renewing missed up time, and we were still casting a decent amount, even though we were using ancient teachings, because there was a good mix of punchy kicky and casty healy. Whereas in Undermine, it was you're pretty much just a DPS that happens to do healing, and that wasn't as fun. So
Okay.
I like the where it's at with it split.
All right, great. I think a lot of people, it's like, I mean, it's kind of a subjective. I'm sure there's people that love one and hate the other. But I know there's like a lot of like, I love I mean, I also feel like if you're a true throughput lord, anytime you can get away with doing a ton of healing while being melee and just doing more damage, you're like, okay, that makes me more viable, right? But the fact that the other one is still enjoyable is good. Like I know for a while, like Holy Paladins had, this is like not recently maybe, but for like so many years, Holy Paladins were like, do you like this melee play style? And there's people that just wanted to like cast Holy Light like they did in Classic. And like that is like, that was so polarizing. But the fact that both are actually designed well is nice.
Yeah, for sure.
You have to pick now. You have to combine Raid and Mythic Plus. Where do you think Mistweaver goes?
Because raid is combined with it, I would probably say A tier.
Okay.
If it were just raid, I'd say S. If it was just Mythic Plus, I'd probably say B. So we'll meet
Yeah,
in the middle.
it's the unfortunate things you have to do in Mythic. Yeah, okay. So it's good you delineated that though.
Yeah.
Like you have the difference. It's just it ends up somewhere in the middle. Okay, that's fine. And
Yeah.
you're a Blizzard developer. You can change one thing about Mistweaver. What is it?
Life Cocoon gets a DR, so it's an actual tank external.
So true. It's so dumb. Like there are classes
it's
with
about
just
time.
like insane DRs that can like carry certain pulls in Raid and Mythic Plus, and it's like you just have this piss absorb. So true.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy that it's 2025 and we don't have a tank external.
Yeah, it's like what is the argument that they would be like too strong? It's not even.
I don't know.
That's just like completely insane.
I have no idea.
All right. Anyways, thanks for your time.
Yeah, thanks for having
Yep.
me. Good
Goodbye.
night.
Good night. Fuck it. All right, JB, call him up.
Hello.
Oh my god. Why is everyone so? Oh, I think it. 1 second. Let me check my volume mixer. I think. Yep. Okay. Does it happen to anyone else that like every like Windows update or something, like sometimes when you restart your computer, Discord just resets its volume mixer settings and just goes back to being loud as fuck? Why does it do that?
Windows, baby.
Man, shit's loud. All right, hey man, are you still? Do you? I haven't really been keeping up with you. You still like playing the game a lot?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Yeah. Still make my money playing World of Warcraft.
W. Did you play Wrestle Druid last season?
Yeah.
The whole time. Okay, sweet.
Much to my great misfortune.
Well, speaking about what a few other people have said, maybe that's changing this patch. What do you? How do you feel about the like? If there's any like gameplay changes?
Okay. First off, by
What?
other people,
What?
do you mean other class representatives
Yeah, that's them.
on this particular? Yeah.
Yep,
So
yep.
first off, fuck them. Let me get that out of the way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now we can have a polite conversation between the two of us,
Mm-hmm.
where I'm not going to gaslight anybody or attempt to set any agendas.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Fuck it. I'm down. Okay. So gameplay from last season to this season. How's it feel?
It's actually pretty similar. You're pressing a lot of the same. This Mythic Plus, by the way.
Yeah.
You're pressing mostly the same buttons. The healing's coming from different sources now, but the playstyle is pretty similar to Live in terms of Mythic Plus. I think Raid is probably fairly similar as well, especially if things stay the way they are now.
Okay. How did you feel Wrestler Druid, if you can, both Raid and Mythic Plus, like was last season? Like, did you think they were like really strong? Just unfortunate, like other class was or other spec was better at bringing the Raid buff, and you didn't see them, but otherwise they were strong. Or do you feel like they had like a down season?
Honestly, I felt Wrestler Druid was like a really good healer last season, which was like odd to me. And I feel like a lot of times you get a sense when you play. When you've done Mythic Plus long enough, you get a sense after playing a spec of like whether it's good enough to be meta, independent of like what the meta actually is. And when I played Wrestler Druid, I was like, man, this spec's like really strong. Like it does a lot of healing.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was really confused when nobody played it at all in Mythic Plus. But that was just, Boomkin was very meta and Disc Priest was really strong. But I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, Druid should have gotten buffed this season or whatever. Like, I thought it was really good. It just a victim of the meta.
Yeah, victim of the meta and raid buffs, right? Because like
Yep.
if you can, what I was talking about with someone else earlier is like you can be a great spec, but there's just another spec that's better within their role or fits the group better, and then your class doesn't get invited as much. And if you were to actually rate it on a tier list, you could be A instead of S, and that other class is S, or you could even be S but lower in S. But what it feels like is it's like 2 or 3 tiers down because of the way getting invited works in this game, and like what kind of groups are available to you. That's like
if you just looked at the rate at which Resto Druids do high keys, you would assume the spec was like turbo shit. Like it's doing a super small percentage of keys, but if you actually play the spec, it's like, well, I mean, it's good. It's just not the best. So,
are you doing a key right
nobody
now?
wants to play with it. Yeah.
What level?
19 Gambit.
Oh, fuck it. That's easy then. All right. Cool.
Yeah.
Okay, going into this patch, do you think Resto Druid is going to be the meta Mythic Plus healer?
It could be, but I mean, the thing people have been like, "Oh, Druid does a ton of HPS," and they're not wrong. But the thing is, Druid does a ton of HPS right now on live, and nobody gives a shit because Disc Priest exists. So I do think Resto Druid is absolutely good enough to be the meta healer, and if the other Druid specs stay bad, then I think Resto Druid's in a pretty good position to be the meta healer. But I mean, Disc Priest is still strong. And if Moonkins pull a fast one again and get buffed at the 11th hour, I could see it going right back to being a Disc Priest meta.
Okay. All right. What about Raid? What do you think? Do you think there's a Resto Druid in the comp, and if so, how many?
Well, from what I've heard from World First Raiders, I think Guardian Druid might slide in there. I don't need you to confirm or deny that, but we are, I think, potentially facing not getting a raid spot because stupid fat fucking bears.
I don't think that's necessarily, even if that is true, I don't think that healing is such a specific role where
don't mind game me. No,
I'm not mind gaming you. Yeah, I'm just saying
right.
you are.
I hear the machinations right now.
You're thinking like Mythic Plus, where like there's a better spec in Raid. First of all, having multiple roars is crazy good, reduces pulls. We've done a ton of mechanics in the last few years where we've only had like one wind rush and one roar and like a time spiral, and you're doing a really hard mechanic without movement speed, and it sucks. So like you do gain by adding multiple druids, but also
there's no way you're telling me Resto Druid gets brought for Stampeding Roar.
They don't get brought for it, but it matters when they're close, really close with something else. Also, I feel like healing comp is so important in the race that almost completely, now I don't know if you would still play Guardian in this case, right? But like if they are a really good healer and you're already playing another Druid spec, you would still just play whatever you think the best or really good healer is, right? That's kind of how...
Right. If you don't want to tell me what tanks you bring in, that's fine, but...
Yeah, I mean, fuck it. But, okay, so you're saying you don't think they're getting brought to the race because there is a Guardian Druid, in your opinion.
I'm just saying that's the word on the street is that Guardian Druid is potentially the orange man in the raid. So I think if Druid, if none of the other Druid specs are good, and I don't know that any of them are, but I think there are potentially other healer specs that people would rather bring over Resto Druid, and Resto Druid is not like insanely good in raid. It's like it does adequate HPS right now from what we saw in Mythic raid testing. It's like okay, middle of the road. If you were building a comp without raid buffs, I don't think you'd include Resto Druid, and if Guardian Druid is a good enough tank to give you the Mark of the Wild buff, I could see Resto Druid getting left out of the meta, but I could also see it being in it.
The interesting thing is that we just talked to two classes that feel like, well, sometimes I don't get brought because of raid buff, but you're playing a class that sometimes could get brought because of raid buff. Do you have the same similar like negative feelings of like, even though it can benefit you, you're like, this shit is bad, get rid of it?
I don't think anybody likes raid buffs.
Yeah.
It would be disingenuous for me to sit here as a druid, perhaps the most blessed raid buff in the game, and be like, yeah, raid buffs are really oppressive for me. No, I'm aware of the effect that I have on meta comps and my desirability as a class because of my raid buff. So yeah, it's been a blessed life as a druid, but I think I speak for most people when I say that the game would be better off without raid buffs. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong and stupid.
I mean, a lot of people could
let me know, but
yeah, you're doing the content creator thing where you're trying to speak for the greater community, but I feel like most people who play this game are most likely purely in it for their own self-interest, which is also totally valid and makes sense. And I could see there being people that are like, yeah, raid buffs are sick, and it's because their like class is always good because of it, and that's awesome for them. So yeah, fence sitting, love that. Okay, so you have to combine Mythic Plus and Raid, unfortunately, which is not really how this game works, but you have to do it. So
I'd like to first and foremost apologize to Dreamgrove, who I'm sure is watching this and saying this fucking moron doesn't know anything about raiding. Get a real Resto Druid in there. So first, let me qualify my opinion by saying that,
mad.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys, team, but I'm gonna give kind of a ignorant raid opinion and then an informed Mythic Plus one.
All right, send it.
Okay. So sorry, what was the question?
What would you rank them?
Oh, for Mythic Plus, I would. I mean, I don't know about like a rank, but I guess in the to me, Mythic Plus is just like, is it meta? Is it not meta?
Yeah, yeah.
Or like,
yeah.
could it be meta? Could it not be meta? It could be meta. It's good enough for that. The season could absolutely be a Mythic Plus.
Yeah, so trying to translate that into this list, I feel like that would certainly, like, I feel like the very highest rank would be like, this is definitely going to be meta, and then one under that for Mythic Plus alone would just be like, it is good enough to be, and then there's just other factors.
Yeah.
I think that'd probably be the safest thing. And then what? And you think in Raid they're a little worse?
Yeah, I mean, HPS wise, like utility wise, I don't know that you're bringing Resto Druid for the HPS. It's definitely if that was how you got Mark of the Wild, I don't think you'd be sad about it.
Mm-hmm.
It's not. There's been much more tragic classes or specs that have gotten a spot in Raid because of a Raid buff than Resto Druid would be this season. It's a good healer. It's not the best, I don't think. But yeah, it could absolutely be in the Race World First comp for, and not it wouldn't be like getting gapped by every other healer.
Okay.
So yeah, I think it's in a good spot right now. This is probably where I need to address the fact that there's like a bug with the tier set that's overperforming, and like I think there's an expectation that that bug gets fixed, which maybe turns into an actually pretty sizable nerf, and then all bets are off with Resto Druid. So obviously all of my opinions about Resto Druid hinge on how that bug gets addressed and when it gets addressed.
For whatever it's worth, usually when they make tier sets are either terrible or way too good or bugged and broken in any way, they almost always, and even in the most recent patch notes did this twice, where if they're going to nerf that thing, they will like compensate the class, and it's usually pretty close to what you're getting. Unfortunately, like it can mean a playstyle nerf maybe, but I would expect that to be like the chances of them changing some kind of interaction, which is very high, and then just leaving you with whatever that is like that's really low chance. In fact, that doesn't really happen. Okay, you have to rank it, buddy. Get on with it, man.
So I'm like ranking it against other healers right now.
Kinda.
Yeah,
I guess the only information we have so far is that Mistweaver and Holy Paladin are both an A.
I got to give it like a letter.
You can, crazy style at the top, S under that, A below that. Then from the sounds of it, you don't really care about what's below that.
Oh, there's a crazy style?
Yeah, that's the crazy shit. Yeah.
You know what? Fuck it. I'll rank as crazy style.
What you've been saying doesn't line up with that, though.
It doesn't fucking matter. Everyone's going to be pissed
true.
if I don't say crazy style, so fuck it. Let's just say crazy style.
But aren't they going to get more pissed
get it out
if
there.
you put it crazy style and then it's like you're implying it's better than it is, and then they're going to be like, he got it nerfed. They're going to be mad either way, bro. You just got to speak to your heart.
Yeah. I am. Yeah, crazy style. Fuck, I'm going to be the guy.
Let's get it. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Crazy style.
Hell yeah.
Well, crazy style and Mythic Plus, it's like, it's like a fucking, I don't know. What did Mistweavers say they were in Raid?
Mistweavers were like really good in Raid, less good in Mythic Plus. They were like going to be S tier in Raid, B in Mythic Plus, so they split the difference at A. And then Holy Paladin said they were
give themselves an S and not crazy style in Raid.
Yeah, man. What can you do? What can you say?
I'd like to reevaluate my statement.
That's the thing, though. You can't change other people's shit.
C tier.
It's C tier. Yeah, it's done. Okay. Well, I'm gonna help you a little bit because just judging from what you're saying, I would say in Mythic Plus, crazy style is like, this is the meta healer. It's better at healing than everyone else, and it has a sick raid buff, whatever. And then S would be like, it could be, just like you're saying. So like, I feel like very obviously from what you've said, they're S. And then in Raid, it's like crazy style is you're bringing at least one, maybe two of these things because they're goated. S would be like, okay, you might bring
S for
one.
Mythic Plus and like probably like A for
yeah,
one tier below whatever Mistweaver's at.
Okay, so A right below Mistweaver.
Then we'll be A.
A right below Mistweaver then?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, fuck it. That's a crazy talk down from Crazy Style. Whatever.
Yeah. Whatever. Once I found out what everybody else was saying about their shit, then
I'm down to be chaotic and just like, fuck it, the tier list is irrelevant, which it is, and then just put it wherever. But like also that's just gonna like cause so much chaos in the next like couple hours for me. So I'm just gonna talk you down from that. Okay. All right, cool. So, all right, cool. That's all I need. Oh yeah, one thing. If you could, you're a Blizzard dev and you can change anything about Resto Druid. What is it?
Anything about Resto Druid? Get rid of all of our channeled abilities. Channel abilities suck ass, and like all of our cooldowns are channeled.
Dude, that's true. That's a.
You're like being held hostage while your spellcast goes off. It's really not fun. So yeah, let me have agency over my character when I'm using CDs, please.
Yeah. All right. Fuck yeah. All right. Thanks for the time, old man. Is it your bedtime yet?
No, because we're doing the NA hours, so the little youngsters keep me awake longer.
Okay. All right. Well, good night anyway. All right. I'm out of there. Okay. We have automatic Jack to probably do the rest of them. I think definitely for Priest. And then I know he plays a lot of PTR for the other healers, like general overall classes. I would use him for all the healers to save time, honestly, if you guys wouldn't yell at me. So I'm probably just going to probably just get him there anyway. Cool. Calling him up. Hello?
Yo, how's it going?
Hey, is your picture on Discord one of those like crazy ass thumbnails you were making a while ago?
A while ago, yeah.
Yeah, I like that. All right, cool.
Thanks, man.
So I am going to definitely have you talk about Priest. Do you feel confident enough to talk about Prez and or Resto Shaman?
Sure.
All right, cool.
Can I say something real quick about Druid?
Yeah.
Jamie's such a fucking liar. Holy shit.
Oh shit.
Did he talk
Ooh.
about the bug for Druid right now?
Yeah, he did. He said, yeah, he mentioned it. But he
Like
also
the
mentioned
random
like
growth,
you're
extra
trying to
bloom
future
stuff?
proof this, right? Like he also mentioned that that's something that would likely get nerfed, which is true, and you don't know how much they're going to compensate you for it.
Yeah, hopefully they don't compensate him for his lies. Okay.
God damn. I mean, I can't change his thing. He's the expert.
That's true.
I mean,
true.
he was gonna put it in crazy style, which from what he was saying is also like probably not true. So I mean, he was just being chaotic.
At least S. At least.
I mean, I don't know if there's enough people that I talk to that are like Resto Druid is wrong. Maybe we'll move it up. I mean, what's the worst that happened? JB will get mad. He's like permanently mad. All good.
True. Your tier list.
Yeah, we'll see where the rest of these healers go, and then maybe we'll make a little change or not. Who knows? Okay, so let's start with actually not Priest. I want to start with Shaman.
Oh, sweet.
Did you play a bit of Shaman this season?
Lots. Yeah.
Lots.
Shaman's
Okay.
so fun.
So what do you think about Shaman this season in Raid and Mythic Plus, like current season?
I think. Oh, it's season 2?
Yeah, current season.
Oh, like kind of mediocre. A lot more fun and like good in keys than raid. Just been like fine in raid.
Okay, and you think so? Like play style, is it like more fun to play Resto Shaman in the new season?
Yes, so much more. Especially Farseer.
Okay.
So Farseer is the more like active of the hero talents that hasn't really been played much at all. There's pretty much just like people like Lauren playing Farseer at like super high level in keys. But I don't think anybody is even playing it at all in raids at really high tiers. So they made a change recently for the ancestors. So basically every 15 seconds you hit unleash, you spawn a grandma or grandpa. Every 30 seconds you hit ancestral swiftness, which is like a free cast spell, kind of like nature swiftness. That spawns an ancestor, and in season 3 it spawns 2 ancestors. So you can spawn up to 3 grandma and grandpas, have a nice family reunion. They replicate your spells, and they just fixed it so they actually feed your Cloudburst totem and your Ascendance healing.
Oh shit. Okay. So what do you? I guess we'll probably move through this pretty quick because you have to do a lot of stuff. What do you think Resto Shaman is the meta Mythic Plus healer next season?
No, it's not Druid, but it's really high tier, I think.
Okay. I mean, do you think there's any world where like there's another physical comp and they're the healer for that, and that they succeed that way?
I think that could be good. Brewmaster looked a lot better. I played with a few Brewmasters who just fell over early in PTR, but the past couple days I've been playing with a few of them that are playing really well. And they also do a lot of damage as well. So if the Monk angle is getting it from Brew, I think you could absolutely do it with Shaman. Farseer also deals probably like top 2, top 3 for healer DPS. for whatever that's worth with how little damage we do. But it's really good for damage. You have really, really strong mana efficiency as well. The tier set for Farseer gives you increased healing. I think it's also reduced mana cost, and it gives you your Lava Burst and Riptides back faster. So you spawn more Ancestors, they replicate into your Cloud Burst, they do a bunch of extra healing there, and it's almost like Void Weaver, where you have like a 15-second cooldown and a 30-second cooldown. You can stack them together and get a lot of value for output there. And you've got Ascendance and Slink. They also buffed up Healing Tide and all the other raid healing cooldowns for 5-mans. So Healing Tide's a decent cooldown that can also just help you play more mana efficiently too.
Okay. So not Meta Mythic Plus, do you think there's a Resto Shaman in the Race World First yearling comp?
No. I would love it if there was, though.
Why not?
But
You don't think they do good enough healing, or do you think that Ellie or Enhance is just what you bring with the buff? They're just like better.
So originally I heard a lot of people talking about it because Ellie and Enhance were in bad shape, but I've heard a lot of people talking about Ellie being good, especially. I'm not quite sure about Enhance. So you kind of already have the buff lockdown. And there's a lot of other healers that also bring good healing, good value. So I think you'd probably just prefer those instead. But I think Farseer especially is like putting them into a better spot, I think, than they were in Season 2, but not like Race to World First. I do think like Druids in like the crazy style for M+, and then it's like Disc and Farseer Shaman that are like the next ones up, basically.
All right, cool. Where would you rank Shaman then in general?
God, I hate this tier list. I would put them. I would put them at like a high A tier. Yeah.
High A, so below Resto Druid and A.
I think I would. Yeah, I think that would probably be better. It's definitely ahead of Paladin for sure, and I think it's definitely behind Druid because I expect Druid to be crazy style and keys, and I expect it to be in Race to World First. So yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna message Megaset and Ellesmere and say, what do you think about Druid ranking? And I'm just gonna if I get all of you guys to agree that it's kind of in the wrong spot, if that's true, then we might move it because I feel like it's kind of affecting where everyone else is putting their stuff, which is suboptimal.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I have like a group veto.
One of them says Druid being an A is an absolute joke. Move that shit to S. The other one's responding, I need some of what he's smoking. Okay, we're moving that up to S. That's like pretty consensus across the board from everyone else. Okay, so Resto Shaman, where does it sit in A, similar to like Holy Paladin and Mistweaver?
Shaman's much better than Monk in dungeons, but not better than in raids.
Okay, so that would be kind of a push. And then what about Holy Paladin? You think it's just better than Holy Paladin?
Yeah, straight up better than Holy Pally.
All right, I'm just gonna like randomly. I'm gonna close my eyes and just randomly flip them around. All right, it ended up behind it. Cool. All right, Prez, the other non-holy priest thing, or non-priest thing. What do you like? Prez was weird this season, right? Like it like had some value in raid, but didn't end up really getting played a lot in the race. And then in Mythic Plus, it's just like they do no damage, and I guess there was just a lot of other healer options. Plus, like their specific value in raid buff, kind of raid buff and Mythic Plus is just like nowhere near the other things. And I don't know if that's what kept them out, but like seemed like Prez had like kind of a down season, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think every healer has done 20s in Season 2, but like I think Resilient Keys also make it more possible when you're like, hey, I have a geared Prez, like let's go grind this out and let's go work through it and everything. And there's always really high echelon players who can make it work, but they also have to work a lot harder, especially with how Oracle Disc Priest has been in Season 2. They have to work way harder to get the same results.
Okay. What do you think about going into this season? What does Prez do differently? They do like more damage, they do a lot of healing. Like what does Prez look like in this season just in general?
So the tier set bonuses are for Flame Shaper, which, long story short, does really good stacked healing, which we saw in Nerebar Palace a lot. Mm-hmm. And it deploys these extra bombs that do additional healing after you proc your Essence Burst, which usually happens after you cast your Engulfs. You also have Chrono Warden, which was usually for like the spread healing. It had some fights for raid, but it's mostly just an M plus type setup. What they've done for that in season 3 is they've lowered the cooldown of Tip the Scales, which gives you your instant empower spell. So you now get that every minute, and then it triggers a 30-second buff window, which gives you haste and cooldown reduction. But that tier set bonus now gives you additional chrono flames that like cleave onto people. So if you're fighting like Swamp Face and you have the temporal burst window up, you could just mash chrono flames, do a bunch of damage, and then the 2 extra flames will go cleave heal your allies for the fight, which is really cool.
Okay. Do you think Prez is the meta Mythic Plus healer this season?
No.
Do you think that if raid buffs didn't exist, that they would be close?
No.
Okay.
Not really.
Do you think there is a Prez in the Race World First Healer comp? And if so, how many?
Yes. I think 1. I think they've been really strong throughout raid testing, and a couple things happened in raid testing. So there were some negative bugs that made Consume Flame, the engulf proc, basically the AoE stacked healing that they did really well in season 1. There were some negative bugs that made them do not that much healing in raid testing, but their Essence Bomb, their 4-set bonus from Flame Shaper, did crazy amounts of healing. So they literally cut in half the Essence Bomb healing to try to rein it in a little bit, but then at the same time they fixed the Consume Flame bugs that were keeping their healing for that ability a little bit lower. So they're still really, really strong, and I think that you're absolutely bringing at least 1 for Race to World First.
Okay.
Are they? Can you tell me? Or
I can't tell you that.
Also,
healing comps like generally can change a decent amount in, like, I would say most tiers we have an idea of what we're going to bring. Heroic doing like early splits like definitely can confirm that kind of, but it's like 30 man, so it's weird. You just get a vibe of the raid by doing it more on live, and then tuning can randomly change things, but you know how it is. All right, you have to do a combined rating for both of these. From the sounds of it, you would rank it. It's weird because you think they're way better in raid than Shaman and Holy Paladin, but like significantly worse in Mythic Plus. So like that's going to be kind of a interesting place to put it because it's just so different.
No, I definitely put it ahead of Paladin.
Okay.
Because I think if you bring it for Race to World First, but it's not going to be like a meta healer, I think that's still like a better average performance than Paladin right now.
Okay. I mean, so far someone said, actually, JB said you're not bringing Resto Druid to the race. Mega said you're probably bringing one Mist Weaver to the race. Yeah. And then Resto Shaman, you're like not bringing it. And Holy Paladin, I think Ellesmere said you would actually play one in the race. So someone's lying.
Really?
Someone's lying.
I think JB's lying.
Yeah, I mean JB does not seem very very honest at the moment. He was I told him that he could put it wherever he wants, and he's like, "Fuck it, just put it here." He's just making shit up. Love that.
I mean, Ellie usually doesn't say that Paladin's bad because he'll just go out and go do some crazy high keys and stuff. So I think he's in like the hopium of like, we can do it, guys. We can go be Holy Pallies.
Is that true? Because like in my
like sandbag.
In my limited view of like WoW Twitter, I usually there's like every season or so we're good for like a little Ellesmere twit longer about how bad Paladin is. Like I feel like he kind of says it.
You're right.
Says it both ways, but okay. All right. So we've done. So you think above Paladin and below Shaman and A? Is that correct, or do you want it like slightly different ordered?
I guess it depends on like how much the average viewer of yours is gonna like weight towards raid or weight towards M+.
Bro, they don't fucking matter. Just like put it wherever you think it makes sense.
All right. I think I would keep it in between, Shaman and Paladin right now. I think the only real big thing that they have going for them in keys is that they do crazy amounts of damage, but the amount of damage healers do relative to the DPS is just like nothing right now. The double time dilation is really cool. It's like a very tiny rework, but doesn't fix a lot of the structural issues the spec has for M+. So yeah, above Paladin for sure.
Okay, W. All right, moving on to Priest. So you have two specs here,
right.
but obviously Disc. Disc had like a crazy good patch, right? Like they're like super broken in Mythic Plus, or they're brought a lot of the time. Maybe it's just for Forward, who knows? But they had like lenience and PI and all that shit. They have in Raid, they were like a one of basically every boss. So really good season for Disc. What about Holy?
Holy really started shining a lot in like farm content because not only is there the Oracle hero talent, which gives you like a lot of cooldown reduction, but it also gives you increased healing and like a Velen's effect, which redirects overhealing. So it's always super busted in farm content when we had that stacking raid buff. So you could just feed a bunch of overhealing and it would redirect to people that needed it. So I think it's one of the highest HPS healers in farm right now. And it was like fine. It was kind of like middle of the pack for like high-end rating purposes and stuff like that. Obviously not in Race to World First or anything for Season 2, but it looks really good on farm right now.
Okay. Going into the new season though, you have like a couple new tier sets. Like what do you see, I guess either spec, you can kind of go wherever you want, like performing in the new season?
Yeah, so Holy Priest has done some 20s in Season 2, and I think the tier set for Oracle especially is really helpful because it makes your Prayer of Mending casts do like instant healing. You have these holy words like Serenity, which do single target healing. And every time you cast a Prayer of Mending as Oracle next season, it's about half the strength of that Serenity. So it's like a 15 to 20% HP heal. And it procs a shield, and your Oracle hero talents cast more Prayer of Mendings on top of that. So you're really good for a lot of rot fights in dungeons. And in raids, you basically sit in your empowered form, your Apotheosis, for very long periods of time. Because the more Prayer of Mendings you have out, the more stacks you get of a buff that will proc Apotheosis for you. So it's really, really high output. I think it was like top 3 from some of the like collated data for whatever that's worth. It does good healing, does good prio healing. Symbol's kind of nerfed and everything, but you have very high sustained output out of Apotheosis uptime. And, you know, you get Divine Hymn for solid enough cooldown.
Okay. Also like Holy has like a cheat death, right?
Yes. So you permanently have restitution with your talents. That's a good call. You can basically die, go into angel form, and then you will res at the location where you died at. And if you heal a bunch during your angel form, where you have all your spells you can cast for no mana, you will res at full HP and you'll be good.
Okay, this is kind of a tangent, but how good do you think having cheat death is? Just generally.
I think it's incredibly good.
Okay, so let me ask you another question then. If you have 2 healer specs or 2 classes that you can pick from, and one of them has cheat death and the other one doesn't, and the one that doesn't does 5% more throughput, do you play the cheat death class because cheat death is that good, or do you play the one that just does more throughput?
For Race to World First?
This is kind of just generally. Like how strong is... Yeah, I'm trying to put a value to how strong cheat death
generally?
is. Yeah, because like people...
I would say absolutely, yeah. Absolutely take the cheat death. Yeah.
Dude, okay. Someone else I was talking to earlier said the exact same thing, but I think all of you are full of shit. Because at least DPS players, like they throughput matters so much that like at least the choices that people have actually made in the past are like, yeah, cheat death is cool, but like let's say like Frost versus Fire Mage, right? Fire Mage is cauterize, and then Arcane and Frost don't. Like in reality, if Arcane or Frost is 5% ahead, even 2% ahead of Fire, I feel like people don't even think about cheat. It's just like, I'm playing the one that does the most damage, and it just stops there. I don't know if that's the right decision. I'm just saying that's what people actually do. So I guess that begs the question of actually how good is cheat death? Is everyone stupid and undervalues it and doesn't make those decisions properly, or is cheat death actually not as good as we think? Is the answer.
I think it's just different for healing and damage dealers.
Why is it different for healers?
There's more defensive abilities per player than we've ever had before in the game, and there's more ways to just survive from a mess of different mechanics going on. And there's a lot of times where, I mean, you gear DPS players first because damage matters so much in the game to always do perfect 100% maximum output all of the time, no matter what. But healing doesn't have that same vein. There's a lot of times where you are not doing 100% maximum output for various parts of the encounter. And then when you do have a lot of like crucial mechanics going on, I mean, look at like Muggsy, you're stacking multiple different healing cooldowns and defensive cooldowns on top of each other to keep people alive. And I think a lot of things that killed people in my guild when the Mugsy mines went off was actually more prio healing than overall AoE healing. We needed to focus extra healing into somebody who wasn't in like a stacked pile for some extra cleave output or something along those lines, and then they got extra stacks of the mine. And I think that's something that you can make up for by just better organized healer play rather than saying we need to get 5% more.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to say
Also-
you could have better organized healer play. I mean, I don't want to go too hard on the tangent. All I'm saying is,
Sure.
my feeling is if you're a mage and you can choose to play fire or the other spec, or if you're an evoker and you can choose aug or dev, and the margins are within a couple percent, at least if you care about your progression, which I understand if people like really care about the damage they do and stuff, or what class they prefer to play or spec, whatever, like that's different. But purely performance wise, I think a cheat death is like, if you look at it across the raid, you add as many cheat deaths as you can through the raid by losing 2 to 3% throughput per player. I think that's worth it 100% of the time. But that's not the actual choices that people make for better or worse. But I don't know.
No, I think you're right that people don't make those decisions, but I personally think it's a lot better. I think, especially when healers have to watch other people's health bars and watch their mechanics and everything, it's a bit more of like extra cognitive load that they have to add into it. There's no one button rotation for healers or anything like that. So that's another way of, if you can make sure that, hey, somebody made a mistake, but you're not consuming a battle res for it on prog rating, I think generally that's better.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't want to take too long because I have some EU people that have to get to bed. Okay. Do you think there is a priest healer of any spec in the race world first?
I kind of think Holy Priest would
You
be
think
the
there's
one.
going to be how many?
One, if any.
I
Yeah.
think there's going to be one holy priest, and then obviously you can just spec swap to dick to disc, so you have that option if you need it. And Mythic Plus, do you think that priest is the meta Mythic Plus healer again?
No, I think Druid's leading the way until they deal with like the rampant growth, symbiotic bloom, root network issues. Yeah.
I have no idea what you just said. Don't explain it, but all good. All right, so you have to. Where would you rank holy priest on the list here?
I would put Holy Priest, I guess, just behind Holy Paladin. Yeah.
Oh, it's at the lowest. Interesting. See, it's
Yeah,
like
it's
the lowest of all healers, but it is potentially. Yeah, it's just weird. You're doing raid and Mythic Plus at the same time. All right, L me.
Yeah.
Disc priest.
All right. This priest, I don't think that you're going to bring it if Prez stays really good for race, but there might also just be some fights where you can actually get away with the double ramp type healers. So I would probably put it above Resto Shaman. I think Oracle, even though they really blasted a lot of their shields, so you only put up 20% to 50% shields on allies. They absolutely destroyed us. It's just a mess. It's just over. You can also still play Voidweaver, and Voidweaver's also really good next season too. Season 3. There's like 3 or 4 dungeons that have a lot of like burst AoE damage that fits the Voidweaver profile really well. So you could play that in high keys. You could also still play Oracle for high keys as well. So that stuff's all good. Disc isn't like awful or anything in raids. I think Prez is just a bit better when it comes to output. And I think the output difference makes up for like barrier and lenience type stuff. But hey, there might also be some fights where you do want to have double ramp healers, and then you can run with the Disc Priest anyway. I think it's a good ramp healer, but not like crazy style.
Okay. I'm actually thinking about doing something different here. I am thinking of doing it's going to be annoying, but I feel like I might actually want to do like 2 different lists, which would put you on the spot here for a second. You might have to change some stuff, but wait, why is one deep purple? Because like it's just there, at least with healers, it's actually just so polarizing, and it wouldn't even take that much longer to do. Dude, why can't I get this same purple? What is fucking happening right now? Bro, what is going on? That's going to drive me insane. All right, maybe not. Just because I'm getting purple gapped right now. All good. We'll just keep it here. Then it'll be able to, like, delineate it, I guess. Okay, so I'm going to have you, like, kind of re-rank them. First one's going to be Raid. Second one's Mythic Plus.
Okay.
Machine gunning. Disc for Mythic Plus.
Do you want to label one of them for when people screenshot it inevitably?
I mean, how the fuck do I do that?
Oh, like change it from like I don't know, one of the bottoms or something like that. Or one of
I
the
guess what
tiers
I could
at the
do is
bottom.
this. I could hide my chat or put it somewhere else in the screen. I could just pull it out and resize it, and have both here at the same time. And then I can put a text thing on my screen. We're kind of doing some crazy shit right now. Super high technology. Oh, it's not even lined up. People are going to love that. Dude, someone who's like good at like using computers and shit is going to be watching this and just going absolutely insane. That's fine. Put this at the top or just put it here. That's fine. Okay. And then I can do a little texting. Wait, what is my texting currently on? Some packy loss given a minute. Yeah, okay. Sorry, I'm using your time here. But
No, you're all good.
it'll all be worth it.
I treasure any time I get to talk about healers.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say you treasure any time you get to talk to me, and then it
Well,
went,
that too,
it went in a
but I was
different
gonna save that
direction.
for the end.
That's fine, man. It's whatever. Okay. Real quick. You have I think I can do it based on what the other ones have said so far. So, Disc Priest, Mythic Plus.
S tier.
Oh wait, I combined the two things. I'll fix it in a second. Okay, S tier. I made them the exact same thing for some reason. I like copied the. God damn it! I'm so stupid. Oh my god, they're the same. I'm so mad. I have to make a new text thing. I tried to just copy it, but it turns out I'm an idiot. 1 second. All right. Oh my god, we fixed it. Technology's going crazy. All right, sorry. Mythic Plus disc. You said crazy style?
Nah, S tier.
S tier. Cool. Holy in Mythic Plus.
B tier.
Cool. Prez in Mythic Plus.
B tier.
And what was the other one you did? Resto Shaman in Mythic Plus.
S tier, like late S tier.
Okay, and then based on what JB said, he said it'd be crazy style Mythic Plus, I think, and then the other one later, so we'll put that there. And then Holy Paladin, I think Ellesmere said A for both, and then I believe Megaset said B for Mythic Plus and S for rating. So I'll go ahead and just remember and do that now. He said A for both, and then I'll have you do raid in a second. And JB said it would be lower. He said it would be an A. Okay, so cool for rating. Here, yeah, you have disc for rating.
I'd say high A. Yeah.
Okay, high A. Holy for rating.
I'd say probably late S.
Okay, late S. Prez for rating.
S for sure.
Okay,
High S.
high S. And Resto Shaman for rating.
I like where it's at right now behind Disc Priest.
Behind Disc Priest in A. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Easy. All right. I'm gonna have you. It took a lot of time. Hopefully, the YouTube, Frank will edit that little pivot there. But so you have a minute and a half to tell me if you're a Blizzard developer for Holy, Disc, Resto Shaman, and Prez, one each, one thing you would change about each one of those. And I gave you no warning for this. Good luck.
Oh god. The Holy Priest, find some way to have some additional stamina, survivability for keys, raid, all that fun stuff. Disc Priest, remove lenience, get rid of a lot of these like garbage modifiers that are going on for extra setup for your healing. Especially get rid of or retune things like Expiation, Twilight Equilibrium, like crazy amount of like dead talents going on.
Bro, you are halfway through your
Preservation,
time. Keep going.
Rework the spec and make sure that they get rid of extra setup for 5-mans especially, so that your empower abilities just do healing without having to press a million different buttons to actually make them do stuff. I think them giving you like time dilation stuff's really good. Resto Shaman, actually try to retune the abilities so that Riptide's hot component actually does something. Buff up like healing waves, whispering waves, actually have some different gameplay that's not just around chain heal. What do I miss? Did I get it?
Yeah, no, that was. I mean, I wasn't really counting, honestly. I just wanted you to go fast. But yeah, no, you're chilling. Yeah, okay, cool. All right, thanks for your time, man.
Anytime, dude.
Yep. All right.
Love you.
Good night. Look. Okay. I may do a pivot here because it is very late for Euros, and I only am speaking to like a few of them, and I'm considering doing them before the tanks. But I want to make sure that like Dratnos and Dorky are like, are you guys around? And maybe could you delay like 40 minutes so I don't own the Euros? If not, can go now. No tanks first. Gotta sleep soon. I mean, bro, there's just gonna be like a video about this soon. It's all good. All right, they're just not responding. I'll ping them. All good. While I'm waiting for that response, I think I'm also gonna go get some water. It's a little hot. You're back. All right, Frank. Wow, Dorky is typing some crazy shit right now. Dratnos might be in a key. Okay. Maybe we just do Azure then. It's gonna be a little bit out of order, but we can certainly like move it around in the tier list. So, okay. Crit Cake can't stay up until DGen hours today, but so sending this here. Perfect. Okay, so we'll do Crit Cake later because he's going to bed, and he gave me a bunch of information that I will iterate to you guys. I'll just read it and probably just put it on the screen, and then he didn't actually rank it. Oh, yes he did. All right, I'm calling Azure Therian. All right, doing some hunters right now. Hello?
Yo.
Hey, are you at least kind of a degen so this isn't super late for you?
Yeah, it's okay.
All right, cool. That makes me feel a little better. All right, what do you think about Hunter last season? Season 2.
Hunter last season was kind of so in raid it was actually okay for the most part. BM and MM were quite strong for different things on the last few bosses. Then MM got some buffs, and like right now, MM Dark Ranger is really, really good in Undermine, especially as the boss fights get shorter and the sort of the huge opener burst becomes more and more important. So yeah, season 2 MM, like Hunter in general is okay, unless you're survival, in which case it just kind of sucked.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, not bad at all. Mythic Plus, I mean, not in the meta, not terrible damage, but it was probably like high B, A tier, which I guess is not a bad place to be.
Yeah.
The way I always frame it is like, when it comes to the Mythic Plus meta for hunters, it's like, it's like the lottery, right? And Mage has, extra free lottery tickets whenever, and so you just can't expect to be there as a hunter. You have to be really lucky.
I mean, you're just getting absolutely raid buff owned in Mythic Plus, like a decent amount of classes, but I mean, just that's certainly what's going on.
Yeah. Absolutely.
How insane you'd have to be to overcome that is like just super unlikely.
Exactly, and that's what I mean with the sort of the lottery ticket analogy, right? Like, you can get there, but you just need to be way more lucky in terms of your numbers tuning than the other classes for the most part. And they do pretty regular tuning these days, so even if you do manage to hit it, they'll probably fucking bet you out of the sky pretty quickly.
Yeah. Okay. So let's start with Marks just in general. What do you think Marks is good at this patch?
Current or next?
The next season 3.
Season 3, it's not really... So it has a very bursty damage profile. It has really good execute damage, and then it has nothing else really going for it. So a fun thing here, so they raised the hard target cap for MM from 6 to 8, right? But it still does less 8 target AoE than BM does, which is effectively an uncapped spec.
Okay.
So that tells you quite a bit about, and that's after the recent AoE nerfs. So that's not so hard for Mythic Plus. But then you might think, oh, it's doing good single target, but no, it's not really doing that either. It seems lower than BM in all kinds of single target, both in terms of raiding full single target builds and the Mythic Plus. So the only thing it's really riding on is essentially there's a few bugs that can be fixed to give it like 2 or 3%, but even that's not going to make or break a difference. And yeah, it really rides or dies on this 90-second high burst window. It's also extremely swingy. Like, it's probably the most RNG spec in the game. Not just right now, but probably for the last many years. It's just so swingy, so that's not fun either. Yeah, it's good at execute damage. That's the main thing.
Okay, so there's a scenario. Okay, that makes sense. Do you think that MM is in the Meta Mythic Plus comp? And if not, which I'm assuming where you're going here, how far away do you think it is?
I mean, after the recent nerfs, it's very far away. Of course, it's kind of been ripping up the meters. But I think I'm not going to be like saying, oh, it wasn't strong or anything, but a lot of it is driven by PTR keys being relatively modest pulls, right? Like, you're not doing these super high pushing pulls where you pull like 20 mobs and try to do the dungeon in just a few pulls. Everything basically falls within its hard target cap. It's also extremely bursty. It's probably the quickest burst spec in the game, especially on AoE, at least one of them. And these things sort of compound to make it look better than, honestly, I think it really was in Mythic Plus, especially once you look at those logs and you check the single target, particularly in the builds being played. So, yeah, what the fuck was the question?
Also, I feel like how quick you can burst is something that is just generally very valuable in raid. Like, look at like Fury Warrior on like Ansurek, for example. But like in Mythic Plus, it just doesn't translate. Things just live way longer in the hardest content.
Yeah, at least once the keys get high, right? But that's what I mean. Like, PTR keys are not super high for the most part, and so things die while MM is still kind of in its good spot, and it looks really, really good for that because it just steals everyone else's damage. People say like, oh, MM is in there doing triple everyone else's AoE, but it's like, no, it's not. It's just that the pack died before you got to do your damage, and the MM Hunter fell off.
Yeah. Okay, and raiding, like how like what kind of fights is MM going to succeed at in raid?
Well, the raid has a reasonable amount of like damage amps and stuff. I don't know exactly how long they are, but like short-term damage amps, MM is good, especially if they happen in execute. I think there's a big damage amp on Dimensius towards the latter part of the fight. I don't know if that falls within.
The boss is at 100% health when that damage amp
100%.
happens.
Okay,
yeah.
That's rough. Do you know if there are any like execute damage amps? Because that's probably where MM
kind
is really
of
happy.
So it totally depends on how they want to tune it. But the Nexus King, the second to last boss damage amp happens. You won't really know how low it is, but it's a 30-second damage amp, and basically however much health is left on the dragon gets put into the boss. Maybe they design it to where you want to kill it, and maybe it's like doesn't even get to 30%. It's like really, really hard to tell, but it's a really long damage amp too. And then also there's one earlier in the raid on like the fourth boss where you will almost certainly get an execute damage amp. So there's one.
Okay, so that's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the Nexus King one, if that one falls into MM's window, that could be really strong. It'll probably be one of the strongest pure execute specs in the game just for that one thing, if it ends up, turning out like you described. But it's sort of riding or dying on that sort of interaction.
Okay.
A combination of execute damage and like a bursty damage ham window. You want to combine those. Then MM is probably pretty solid. But outside of that, single target is not so hot. AoE in single target build is not so hot. And the outright AoE is not great. I mean, it can pad well on like Soulbinder ads and stuff, but you'll just play BM for that because you can do 98% of your BM single target potential while doing like 85% of your AoE, all into single target rotation. So yeah.
Okay. So where would you rank MM in Mythic Plus?
MM in Mythic Plus, I'll probably put in. I'll probably put it Dobby.
Oh,
And the reason for that is, the thing is, even in its hard target cap, it's not even the best hunter spec, right? And if once the pools get even bigger, it's pretty gross. Single target in Mythic Plus, not good. Prior damage, not good.
Okay, one thing I will say about that though is like you're speaking like
Yeah.
highest level content, which totally makes sense. But for a lot of people who maybe the keys they do in the season are like, yo, I do like 10s and 11s and 12s for Vault. I feel like MM, based on what you described, should be a really good low key farmer because of how quickly they
I think
burst.
like for those sort of keys, it's probably like A or S tier. Because it's really good at stealing
Yeah.
everyone else's damage when the damage pie is kind of like, it's more about getting there first than actually doing a lot of damage, so to speak. It's great for that. But I'm speaking from sort of like a high level pushing.
Yeah, that's what this is about.
late
That's the right way to
season-
look at it.
Yeah. So that's why I put it Dobby. That'll probably be a little bit controversial, but that's what I genuinely think for that sort of keys. Because I'm not just thinking about AoE here. It's not just about the overall. It's also about how much single target are you putting on the bosses. And
Not to
prior
mention
target
that,
damage to some
like-
extent.
Like, dude, having Hunter's Mark as your, like, in quotes, raid buff compared to, like, the really, really good ones alone, in my opinion, is enough to put you down, like, 1 or 2 ranks in Mythic Plus for sure. Which is stupid.
So like even if
but, like, that is
yeah,
a
even if
thing.
this was pre-nerf MM, where it was just like on top of the world, I still wouldn't put it in crazy style. I'd still like put it in probably A, maybe
Yeah.
high A.
That stuff
just,
matters.
But they took like 15% of its AoE overnight. So like that's why everyone is kind of like, wait, that's crazy low. But the nerf that hit recently was really, really big for its AoE.
Yep. Okay, cool. And then in raid for MM.
In raid, it's so. I mean, okay, let's say there are hard fights where you get damage aims, ideally in execute. I think it's probably like high B. But if there's none of that, if it's just kind of riding on its outright single target damage, it's probably Dobby. Let's say, I think I'll just put a Dobby again there.
All right. Bad for MM, Jesus.
Yeah.
Okay, what is BM looking like this patch?
BM is looking pretty solid, so much better AoE performance. I just mentioned it does more AoE on 8 targets than MM, which is hard capped at that target count. And unlike previous seasons, it does very good AoE while doing single target, both in terms of like it has this build. It's an AoE build, but that doesn't run the main AoE talents, like no multi-shot, no beast cleave management. Like it just relies on these other talents and hero talent interactions to rely on like a lot of passive cleave. That's the build I was mentioning earlier. It can do 98% of its full single target potential while simultaneously doing 85% of its full AoE potential, all while doing the single target rotation.
Yeah, that's insane. That's like so
That's
valuable.
kind of insane for any sort of end boss style fight where like you have this main like boss DPS matters, but the ads also need to die. Really great.
No, I
for
mean
that
it's
sort of
literally
thing.
every hard raid fight wants that. That is, I mean, if you think
Yeah,
about it,
exactly.
since the Dragonflight talents have been introduced, basically the meta class in raid or the meta classes have always been ones that do their single target rotation with very close to or exactly their AoE talents, and those AoE talents are strong. That has been
Yeah.
defining the game for like 2 years.
Yeah, that's exactly right. The main things counting against it, very, very flat damage profile. It's basically just completely flat. Like it has technically a 1 minute cooldown, but it barely registers on the damage graph. Like you pop it and it doesn't really go up that much. So for the damage hams, it's not really so hot. It also has no form of execute. It used to, and then they took it away. They flattened it out completely. So if a flat profile is bad in the raid, that will knock it a bit. But in terms of just its overall damage profile, I'd say it's pretty solid. They did nerf it quite a few times, and its single target sim is only like 5.5, which is not super hot. But of course, BM has its ease of movement and stuff, which usually means that depending on player skill and sort of the level of content, it can perform usually a little bit better relative to its sims than maybe other specs can.
Okay. Where do you think, how many BM hunters do you think are in the race world first?
Well, I have had the luxury of speaking to Malakas about it, and he thinks that the MM
No, you
damage
fucking
aims
didn't.
and yeah. So well, he well, I don't know how much I'm allowed to say, but he seems
You're not
to
allowed
think,
to say
well, actually,
anything if you actually talk to him.
No,
about that.
actually, no. He said this because I put out a video that said BM was better than MM in most raid situations, and he goes in the Hunter Discord and he's like, "Don't trust this guy. MM is the way." So you can speak to him about that.
Oh, he might be trolling as well.
Yeah.
He
Might be trolling.
He's an agent of chaos.
He is an agent of chaos for sure. It's so reliant on the damage aim and execute question. I think that if we just assume that those things aren't a major deal, then I would definitely put BM as better than MM throughout the raid.
Okay.
Especially as soon as there's any form of AoE involved. Like then the no multi-shot build just goes really hard.
So where would you rank BM for raid?
What the hell did I write down here? So for raid, I'd probably put it at B. And I put it at B because the outright single target is not great. Flat damage profile has some concerns, and there are some practical concerns with its damage that sims are maybe not capturing. Like the new 4-piece bonus is basically you summon this line of beasts that come from your character towards the target. And you literally have to physically aim that. You have to aim your character in the right direction to make your 4-piece bonus, which is easily like 10% of your damage, go in the right direction. And a big part of min-maxing BM is getting as many of those out as possible by like holding your CDs in kind of silly intervals. It's probably not more of a knock on gameplay than numbers, but if the boss moves in your Stampede, which is like during your biggest burst windows insofar as it has them, that really sucks. And it's just not fun to play. Because like, who plays BM so that they can aim their character to shoot beasts in a straight line at the target?
I mean, that is like class fantasy as fuck for like crossbows and guns and shit, right? You gotta aim.
Well, yeah, but like leave the aiming
You
to
gotta lock in, bro.
marksmanship, you know?
Yeah.
Like BM says to the pets, go there and kill that thing, and then they just do it. You're not like aiming them in the right direction. That seems weird to me.
Yeah. Also, one thing I'm noticing from chat too is like I think most people's opinions are based on what they saw in raid testing a couple weeks ago, in which I think BM's been nerfed like 3 times or something like that. And then also
it has been nerfed.
The person you guys are getting your talents from on Wowhead is the one that is telling you this. There's just in general you could use like very, very basic logic to determine he probably knows what he's talking about more than you do. But in general, so you mentioned that about BMB. Also, I think the way you look at raid rankings, like Mythic Plus rankings, I think having a shit raid buff puts you down a couple spots. But like the way I would view raid is like, yeah, you're gonna, Hunter rebuff is good. You're probably gonna bring a Hunter. But I think this is determining like stackability. Like for example, crazy style in a raid thing would be like you are bringing multiple of these for sure, and then like just below that would be I don't know if you want multiple, but you're definitely going to want one of these things. And then A is like maybe one, and B and below that is kind of like different levels of, if raid buffs didn't exist, maybe you wouldn't even bring one of these at all.
That's sort of where I feel like, especially looking at how Warlocks is in simming and stuff, like I think if Hunter's Mark didn't exist at all, I think you'd rather maybe double down on some more Warlocks or something, or a lot of other classes that sim much higher and have burstier profiles and stuff than BM does.
Yeah, I mean,
that's basically why
I think that pretty much, if that would be true, that would pretty much line up with being in B. You would just think like other things are just better. You still maybe will almost certainly bring one anyway, but like that's not really the way you should look at raid, because there's plenty of spots where you can stack things. So. All right, cool.
I also have the dubious privilege of putting everything first, so I'm setting the baseline.
Oh, you are the first DPS. That is really hard to do, because everyone else has so much more information. Like you just saw it even in a small sample size of healers, where like, they were coming in late and they're like, all right, well this other ranking's fucking ridiculous. Okay, so totally get that. BM for Mythic Plus.
So it's the highest AoE of all the Hunter specs. It's uncapped. The AoE is quite good. It's very flexible. Like BM doesn't really have any weakness in terms of its damage profile in Mythic Plus. Like the single target's quite good, prio damage quite good. AoE is quite good, both on sort of medium target and really huge packs. It's very flat, which is not always a great thing in Mythic Plus, but on the very high keys with like mass pulls that just take forever, a really good spec there. It has some practical concerns, once again, with aiming your Stampede. Like, that'll be even more frustrating in Mythic Plus, as you can imagine.
Yeah.
So I'll put it B there as well.
Okay.
Just for those practical concerns, and because I just don't think it's on the level of some of the other DPS that we're seeing.
Yeah. Also, Mythic Plus rankings are so interesting because I've already said this before to someone else, but like, it's just like you're really, how it actually feels is you could be S, for example. I'll just make it up. Say BM is S. But if it isn't meta, if it isn't in the way you get invited makes it feel like at the most it's like B.
Oh, yeah.
And that's just like something that's so strange with just the way that basically just the way Group Finder works, how that feels.
Yeah, that's just like a player psychology thing, right? Like, because there's always an abundance of supply of the meta specs. So why would you, like, not only do you rarely get non-meta specs in your signups, it's like, why would you take them? Because for every one decent hunter that signs up to your group, there'll probably be like 5 mages. So you're just going to pick the mage.
Yeah. Okay.
Even if Mage didn't even perform better damage-wise, you would just pick it because Arcane Intellect is almost certainly better for your group than Hunter's Mark is, right? Hunter's Mark is essentially worthless in Mythic Plus.
All right, the often left out survival hunter outside of a little bit in Dragonflight, or was that Shadowlands?
Yeah.
It's Shadowlands. Right?
End of Shadowlands, season 3 and 4, it was Mythic Plus meta or close to it.
Yeah.
It's kind of just a rinse repeat of season 2. Like, it was Mythic Plus meta. It wasn't meta overall, but it was the best hunter spec for Mythic Plus in season 1. Then they nerfed what made that happen, and since then it's just worthless. They basically split the whole tree down the middle via this choice node, and the choice node is just, do you want to do half decent single target or half decent AoE? You cannot do both, and that just killed it for Mythic Plus, and it's also really bad in the raid.
Okay.
And even when you go down the AoE route, it's the worst AoE of the hunter specs by far. If you do go into the all single target, it is actually the highest simming hunter spec for single target by around 5% with a bursty 1-minute profile. So it's not bad in the raid, but you really do need just single target. Like, if there are ads that matter up, then it's just kind of...
Yeah, but here's the
There's
problem
no
with
answer.
that. Here's why that often, even if that's true, why that ends up being a problem is, number one, survival is certainly the least played of all of the hunter specs. So the person that is in your raid group that's a hunter may not be as proficient as that to make up the 5%. Also, there's a really good chance you've crafted a weapon that isn't a spear, right? So like that alone is like bringing it closer. You have like the whole melee versus range thing, which there's a lot of players that are not good at one of those and maybe good at the other. So like, I think like survival being ahead on single target is like something that would only be really interacted with by like the very, very highest level players. And even then, I think there's weirdness there.
Yeah, I totally agree. Because the thing is, like, no one, like, you're starting out, WoW, like, you get suggested Hunter. No one is suggesting Hunter for survival, right? Like, everyone who starts playing Hunter is pretty much doing it for either BM or MM. It's extremely rare that someone first jumps into survival. And the thing is, once you've started your Hunter career as a BM or MM Hunter, even if survival is a few single-digit % better, like, are you gonna reroll? Not unless you're super, like, the fantasy appeals to you. And if it did, then you probably wouldn't have rolled a ranged Hunter to begin with.
Yeah, I mean, I almost feel like feel like the seasons where survival was broken, there was definitely some hunter mains off-specking there, but like I feel like the majority of them were just like other class fodom rerollers. Like they were not even hunters, right? Like it's just like it's
so much of it.
Yeah. Okay.
And a lot of people stuck with the range specs because they just didn't want to deal with survival. But of course, there's a pressure because if you want to get invited back then, you had to play survival.
Survival Mythic Plus.
Survival Mythic Plus. I had a bit of a debate with the Discord about this, but I think I'm gonna put it at Dobby tier because like lowest AoE of the hunter specs, and then it doesn't like the single target is just okay, but to get that single target, it's like by far like it's very far behind an AoE. Prio is nothing special either. It's pretty tanky and like low CD melee kick, but overall not a good time in Mythic Plus, just like season 2.
Okay, and then what about raid?
Raid, I think it's more like B tier alongside BM. like solid single target damage, but that's all it does. I don't want to get into the melee range debates, but basically I was like thinking, do I put it in A here? But then I think like, is it like, if
Okay.
it's only good at single target and not exceptional in any other way, is that good enough for A tier? And I just felt like no.
Well, I mean, yeah, part of that's subjective, but I would say in Raid, a lot of people going into patches get married to 5-minute single target, no movement sims, and not that movement would really affect survival much. It's just that I think what ends up being really good in Raid all the time is actually pretty similar to Mythic Plus, just with the target cap being less of an issue, which is just you just need to be like, if you do really, really great single target, but you do no AoE and you're 5% ahead, you just simply lose to all of the classes, which there's usually plenty of, that just do both of those things.
Yeah, exactly. And survival just doesn't. And the thing is like, so it's the highest single target among the hunter specs, but like, is that saying much when BM and MM are like 5.5, if that? Like, I don't know about all the specs for all the other classes, but 5.8 isn't spectacularly high as far as I'm aware. And so if it only does that one thing, then I think it belongs in B for Raid.
Okay. Sweet. You can change something about Hunter. You're a Blizzard developer. What do you do?
Think Hunter's Mark, make it give like 3% crit to the group or something. I know a popular suggestion is also to get rid of group buffs, but that has some other problems because then you might just stack the same classes. I don't know the perfect solution there, but I don't think the solution is that a Hunter brings absolutely nothing of value beyond its damage, which is rarely tuned.
Removing raid buffs will definitely... So the whole argument of like, oh, you'd stack things more without raid buffs, or you'd focus more on utility. But like, I think people's decision making shows you that utility is purely secondary to pure throughput, and throughput is generally more balanced in this game, at least than raid buffs are. And there's multiple classes that feel like they can't get into a comp, especially tanks and healers, because of raid buffs. And I feel like if you remove that and you judge them based on their merit, the game would just be at least slightly more balanced. But I also don't think they're ever going to do it, which is unfortunate.
Yeah. So, but that is one thing I would change. BM, the whole Stampede, having to aim it, that gameplay kind of sucks. Also, BM Dark Ranger is basically a dead hero talent. They try to rework it and it still fails. Because like one ability does like 50% of your damage, and the whole BM tree doesn't synergize with it. So the talents you pick don't really matter. You just pick the talents that potentially give you more of that proc, which is really silly. And besides that, it does no damage. So they need to go back to the drawing board with BM Dark Ranger. Marksmanship, I mean, if it's hard target capped, it should be the fucking highest 8 target AoE spec of at least of the 100 specs.
That was the whole idea with target caps in the first place, and they've basically never achieved that.
They just massively over-nerfed it. It's also extremely RNG heavy, especially in Dark Ranger, just like some of the highest variants, and not really in a fun way. It's like one of those casino specs. Not really great. MM loses a lot more AoE to do, single target to do AoE than BM does now. It's just, it only has the bursty profile and execute going for it. Execute is not a thing in Mythic Plus. And it's very contingent on raid design. Survival, it just needs to have its AoE fixed by basically buffing Merciless Blows. They nerfed the crap out of that. It was what made it good in Season 1. They nerfed it from doing 20% of your AoE to like 4%, and now it's almost not even worth playing the AoE-centric talents in Mythic Plus, because they lose you so much single target that it's more efficient in terms of across both AoE and single target to run the single target heavy talents, because that's how undertuned Survival's AoE is.
Yeah, it's dumb. All right, cool.
Yeah. Pleasure. Love you. Bye.
Yeah. Wow, that was fucking fast. I can't even be mad at that. That was fucking insane. All right. Jesus. All right, calling up the boys. I should have hit him with a good night, because he probably is actually going to sleep. Know what I mean? Dude, Dranos better not. Or are you? Oh, you're fucking instantly in here. I was about to talk shit.
Yo.
Hello.
Yo, why don't we just use the Potty C Discord?
Yeah, I was just about to say that, but I felt like it would be easier to call you rather than adding you in there and then waiting for you to join the Discord. That was my thinking, and maybe it was wrong. Who knows?
Yeah, but
Um,
then now I have another tab in my DMs. You know what I mean?
You can be one of those people that leaves them so it pings. Does it still ping other people when you leave old Discord calls? Did he just leave right now?
Yes, he did.
That dude. Where did he
That
get?
was a...
What, dude? What an. Oh, okay, I just have to add him back. Okay, they both left the group. Okay, whatever. In the Potty C Discord then. Where's even our channel? Important meetings only. I'm going in there. Okay, he's in sitting around naked. We have to go there.
Oh, okay.
Yep. All right. Hello. Very good. Hello.
One sec,
Hi.
I gotta take some clothes off.
Yo, I
Yeah.
pressed the X button and it just kicked me out. It's fucking brutal.
Yeah. No shit. Clicking leave kicked you out of the call. What do you mean?
Well, I was trying to get rid of the tab. I wasn't trying to leave.
Okay. All right, boys. We're talking about tanks. I guess we can kind of start with any of them, but I also, for the first time, am like actually doing Raid and Mythic Plus separate, which especially for tanks, I think is like super important because like it's just mainly for Blood DK. But I guess we could start there actually. Have you guys played a lot of or any Blood DK in the PTR?
I don't need to play it to know how dog shit it is.
Jesus. And Dratnos didn't test this time around.
I didn't
but-
test this tier, no.
Okay, but you can probably just generally gauge it based on like experience and knowing what has changed and stuff like that. Like for example, has DK ever been like below an A tier raid tank? Like literally never. Just based on the way it's made
Yep.
and how raid does damage to you and stuff. So okay, let's talk about Mythic Plus Blood DK. We can make this fast.
Well, so they did make an amazing change today. I think it was today, right? I don't know if you guys have seen, but they essentially nerfed dungeon damage by quite a bit. So tank survivability has shot up a lot. So I would say because of that, DK is not going to be doing as bad as we initially expected. However, because the class literally does not have a raid buff, does not provide any particularly useful CC like Sigil of Silence and Chains and fucking, all that OP stuff.
Yeah.
It's quite a dog shit class. Also, the damage is extremely mid. So, I don't know where we would put that.
What do you think,
What are you
Drat?
putting it?
Yeah, so I mean, on the M plus side of things, there was another change that came out a couple days ago that was like an armor buff, and I think that's sleeper a big deal for Blood DK.
Oh, definitely.
Ar-
He also got
Armor-
4.5% effective
Yeah.
HP increase.
Armor scales the spec really nicely though. Like, it's a spec where there's sort of this narrow band where you are balanced, and then below that you're terrible, right? And you're just dying to white swings, and above that you're invincible demon king, right? And I think that balance change probably moved it to the lower end of you can sort of survive, which is, I guess.
Yeah, I don't think survivability will be as big of an issue as it historically has been for DK.
Dude, I was just thinking about you. Like, obviously, they have no raid buff in Mythic Plus, and their AMZ got nerfed from what it was last season. But I wonder what they ever could do. Like in raid, for example, they're like, "Trust us, we're just gonna make it so grip is super sick." And it's like, okay, I guess we're just gonna see how that works out. But like in Mythic Plus, they are like so unable to do that because like to make that work in raid, they have to make things far enough apart, and like other things don't work on them besides grip. Can you imagine if that existed in Mythic Plus? There's like a really sick Mythic Plus pull, but you have to like grip two things, and grip's the only way to solve it, and then it goes from DK being like not having a thing to being actually required. Like there's no way to do halfway in between.
Well, how
that,
do you
right?
make grip the only way? The only way I can see is if you make no other displacement work.
Yeah, exactly. I imagine that is what
But
they're
they've
going to
literally
do
never
in
done that
raid.
before, right? Really?
There's
Like,
there's
something
been
that's
there's
only
been
gripable,
there's
nothing
been
else.
weird things where like certain knockbacks work and other things have worked in the past in raid, yeah. But I also think that's just a way that it's an easy way for them to guarantee that grip actually matters. Just in general, going forward.
Okay.
But they can't really do it in dungeons. But what about Blood DK and raid? Just guessing here.
I turned myself up a little bit, by the way.
W.
I think pretty good. Like, I think in raid, like you said, it's kind of never bad. AMZ change has made DK more valuable. I don't know. Like, you're going to be able to live. There's a lot of magic damage, it looks like. Magic damage is a strong point
Sand lane
for
seems quite high
DK.
too. and they do have a raid buff now in raid.
Yeah, the AMZ situation in raid is great.
Yeah, not to mention that, you know, there's a few fights that we've seen. We haven't seen Dimensius, but like we've seen a few fights that definitely like grips are really, really strong for. And it would just be crazy if they goofed the last boss, not wanting them a tier after Gallywix, and then also right after they said, "Hey, we're definitely going to do this." It's just a question of if it's the path of least resistance to getting a DK in quotes raid buff in the raid, just based on tuning.
So I
Yeah,
don't
the
think
MZ
you will play a DK in raid unless, or a blood DK in raid unless the other DK specs are dog shit.
Why is that? Do you think it's easier
Well,
to
because
just
I
bring
think there are
raid
better
buffs
tanks
from?
right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I also think there are better tanks. But like, so I will say it is one of the better performing tanks. It is doing very solid single target, as well as sand lane in particular, and it's still a DK. So you know, like AMS usually has like some type of good interaction or being able to just like permanently self-sustain.
Yeah. Okay. Where would you guys put DK in Mythic Plus?
B. I
Dobby?
don't know. You think Dobby?
It's
I guess
weird.
it's not
I
that
guess
bad,
here's a
but-
question: do you think DK can do the highest level of timeable keys at any given point? If the best players were to be playing it.
No,
No.
I don't think so.
Okay, but like one key
Yeah, it's
level below,
unlikely.
2 key levels below, like where does the
Yeah, it's probably like 1 key level below.
Yeah, see, that's
one key
where it
level
gets
is fair.
interesting. That's kind of how you have to look at tanks in Mythic Plus, I think, outside of like just being meta, which clearly like you are implying it's not. But if it's not, it's like I feel like you're actually mad is like it is unable to do the hardest content, right? And it doesn't seem like it's quite there, but it's like definitely not the highest level.
But what would you consider the hardest content?
like doing whatever the highest
Very
timeable
highest
key
key.
is? Yeah, definitely.
I think it's unlikely that the class can do the very highest.
So it's probably Dobby,
just
just
doesn't do
based
enough
on
damage.
how the class is made.
Yeah, I'd be okay with putting it there.
Okay, cool. What
It's
about
really not that bad though, but I feel like you just relatively speaking.
Yeah, and maybe another way to look at it,
Mm.
and it's hard to make the tier list this way, but is another way to look at it like how hard it is to get invited as a Blood DK. You could almost make a tier list based on that.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, raid Blood DK Dranos. What do you think?
I'd say A or S.
Yeah, that's like probably
A is fair.
that dependence is like probably just based on what the tuning
Let's
ends up
call it
being.
an S. Like, I think it's gonna be really solid.
Okay.
Like, great choice for raid.
Yeah, because like there are a lot of tank multiclass at a high level, but I think there's a lot of tanks at raid, even at any level of cutting edge, that are just like they're a Blood DK or they're a Brewmaster Monk, and it's like if you are playing a Blood DK in your comp, are you able to sufficiently do all the bosses? They do really high single target, which is like super important in raid for tanks, and then you have like, are you going to be alive? And the answer is yes, and it's usually also a lot of times recently like there's a lot of like movement stuff, and Death's Advance is just crazy for that as a tank, and then like AMS can just make certain things not work pretty consistently, and that just never changes, right? It's always like that.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
it's
they
one of the
finally bring
classes.
a raid buff.
Yeah, the raid buffs, like, I don't think you're going to need a lot of other raid buffs from your other tanks is the thing. Like, you have good, you have a Resto Druid for Mark of the Wild, so you're not going to need a Bear. You probably have a Havoc, so you probably don't need a Vengeance, right? Like, so I think you're not going to have pressure on the traditional raid buffs from your tanks this tier, except for maybe Warrior.
Okay.
Yep.
Speaking of Warrior, let's go right there. What do you guys think about Prot Warrior this patch in general?
Very strong. This is probably the strongest Warrior has been in a very long time.
BFA season 4
So
tier?
I do think. Nah. No, but that one was straight up OP. I mean, so Pro Warrior's in a weird spot where it's like, it's literally the best tank in most scenarios. I want to say like 99% of scenarios, but there are just like those very specific niche cases where Warrior just fucking dies. So like I don't know how you could possibly gauge that, but I'll start with raid by saying it's just gonna be in crazy style. Like I think it is probably the go-to raid tank. It does by far the highest damage. Mountain Thane in particular, they like buff the fuck out of that, and it's extremely tanky. And I assume it's gonna be the de facto, what do you call it, battle shout.
Okay.
So for raid, I think it's V tank. But for M plus, I'm not too sure about, because of those weaknesses. But I mean, like again, so I think because of the change they made today, where M plus is much more survivable for tanks, I would probably just put in crazy style too.
That's interesting. Like
drills.
if it's more survivable for tanks, you could also look at it as like, do you want a tank that has better group stops and stuff, right? Like it just totally depends.
Well, the
on
thing is,
pool.
like Warrior does have insane stops. Like,
Okay.
I think Warrior's super underrated because like between short shockwave and the shout thingy, like the shout thingy is actually really OP. Like it's better than Silent Sigil in many scenarios because
Yeah, it's a
straight up
longer
just, like,
lockout
locks out the
now.
mobs.
Yeah.
Damn. Okay, so you're just gonna say you think crazy style Mythic Plus too?
I think so. I don't know.
What do you think, Dryness?
Yeah, I'd say crazy style for M plus. I think for raid, is maybe the place where you'll see like some combination physical magic slams and stuff, and dots are kind of cringe to live on that spec, especially with the removal of spell block. But
Okay.
I think it's probably still either S or crazy style for raid. Also, you have a very valuable raid buff.
I want to argue
on that spec.
I do want to argue one thing for the Mythic Plus side of it, and this is, I mean, I haven't done this on PTR. I haven't done a single key on PTR. I'm just saying in general. I think raid buffs matter so much, and if like the meta DPS comp, which really in a lot of ways is determining your comp, right? Whatever you still need after the DPS comp is figured out.
Yeah.
It's if it ends up being like some magic shit like it has been. I know there was like a physical comp this season where Battle Shout was good, but like if Battle Shout is legit a dead thing for the comp, you're playing a Moonkin, a Priest, and Mage or something. Like, how bad would having no raid buff at all from the tank feel versus like having Chaos Brand or something else? Even like Devotion Aura from Paladin has more value, for example. Like how does that potentially move it down?
Yeah, 100%. But I mean, so I actually talked about this in one of the videos I made too. I basically said that when you're looking at tanks, the number one most important thing is their survivability. Like it doesn't matter what damage or utility they bring. If they straight up just cannot live a certain key, it's not a good tank. But right now we're in this situation where I think a lot of tanks can live the highest key, and it becomes a matter of what raid buff / utility it brings. And Warrior does bring a pretty powerful raid buff, but yeah, like you said, it kind of depends on what comp you're playing. And I mean, it's looking pretty good right now for a lot of the specs. Like having Demon Hunter is really good at the moment. So it's not like you don't need your entire comp to be revolved around.
I mean, also like throughput is king, and you have to look at overall group throughput. And if Warrior's fucking cranking, that adds to your overall damage at the end of a dungeon, right? So like that in a way can be viewed as like part of the DPS comp for sure. If there's like a huge difference. All right, cool. So Warrior's looking fucking crazy right now. So you would say, I would say this is something I've been asking other people. You guys both think there's a prot Warrior with current tuning in the race world first, and you both think that if you were to make your best guess right now, you think that prot Warrior is the meta Mythic Plus tank.
Maybe putting in
a
as
meta
a mythic.
one. Yeah, like I think BDH might still be just the play.
Yeah, like I'm actually down to just drop it to S for M plus actually, because like you are right. Like it kind of depends on the comps you play. It kind of depends.
I think
on
that's fair. Like even if you think
factors.
they're just as good, but 80% of groups prefer the other one, doesn't that just by default mean it's S and not crazy style, and the other one's crazy style? Kinda. If that's yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think for sure in raid it is like looking like the best tank, but in M plus, it's debatable.
Okay, that's fine. Let's do a weird one. Let's do Guardian Druid. Either one can start. Let's have Dorky start actually, because you're a brave bear.
Okay. Well, they did buff bear a bunch over the past few patches, but I still feel like Guardian is lacking big time. I don't see it being played in raid. I think the only way you will play it in raid is if every other Druid spec is just that bad, and you need the Vermical Wild. So I want to just straight up put it in B or Dobby for raid, whereas for M plus, I mean it's also pretty dog shit in M plus. I'm gonna be honest.
It's like struggle to live bigger.
Put it in B or Dobby.
Does it? What do you think, Dranos?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't think there's I just don't think you need it ever for anything.
I mean, Mark of the Wilds, but I
Yeah.
mean, I was about to say.
Yeah, like I think you have a Resto Druid, so I don't think you need a Mark of the Wild in most high-end
Yeah,
content.
it's kind of like a worst case scenario. You bring a bear, but you're down bad if you have to bring a bear.
Yeah. Okay. So Dobby and both. Bad tier for the Bears. I'll give you guys a chance.
I don't think it's like that bad. I don't know. Like, I think if you're playing one, it'll be fine. I just don't think a lot of multi-classing tanks will choose to play one.
Okay. Let's do Brewmaster, the rework class. Start with Dratty.
Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, also looks not bad. The thing for raid that makes me think Brew won't be super mandatory is both Windwalker and Mistweaver look pretty good, so I don't think you're going to need it for the raid buff. And I think you might be, if you already have like a Prot Warrior and a Blood Decay, for instance, you only need 2 tanks, so that would be the only case I'd make it.
Yeah,
against Brewmaster. It
counterpoint
looks
would be
totally
there was
fine.
like 5 monks in the raid last tier. So like raid buffs are only important up to a point, and if your class is sick,
Right.
you could still bring a bunch of them.
But if you are trying to source raid buffs from the tanking role, right, like, I don't think Monk is one that you're going to be needing.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, especially with tanks, like, it's kind of rare for a tank to be brought for themselves. If that makes any sense. Like, usually they're very considered after looking at all the other roles. Like basically DPS, or I guess not really DPS, but like balance will have to be so good to the point where you want to just bring it for the class itself.
I think that's definitely a lot more true the later you go into raid clears, like the lower down the guild ladder, the weeks and months after it's initially killed. I actually think race to world first, very early stuff. I think tanking, we're usually like making last second tank decisions, and a lot of it comes down to their overall power level. It's even defensively in raid, because like you can, like, theoretically, right, if
Yep.
there's a tank that's just like insanely alive, you can utilize that by having them carry certain fights based on how the fights are made, and you can bring maybe something. In the past, it was usually like a warrior that wasn't the most tanky class, but they could just be executing at the end of the fight, which like ended up being the biggest raid damage increase, just shit like that. But that like just simply doesn't matter when you have 10 more eye level, right?
Yeah. Yeah, so Brewmaster did get massive buffs this patch.
What's
Like,
the
they were already
gameplay?
pretty good last patch.
Is it
and-
fun?
It plays largely the same. I mean, so I would say like Shadowpan is a lot more gambly. Like you kind of just it's super RNG. You kind of depend on your procs. Like if you happen to get the Shadow proc early on into your Weapons of Order window, you do like an insane amount of damage. Like you do legit DPS damage in AoE. So it can be kind of fun and rewarding in that sense, but it's also kind of lame that it's like it can be kind of RNG. Whereas Master of Harmony is just more of your vanilla monk. You kind of just like do the same shit except your Tiger Palm pops off. And the damage intake for monk is like significantly smoother than previous expansions. So that's something really cool about monks.
Yeah.
You know,
That's
something
another
that they've
strong
been
thing for raid, right? Like, you're going to be able to survive extremely well, which that works out nicely if you're pairing with a tank that doesn't want to be tanking. Although the thing is, like, both Warrior and Blood Decay do want to actively be tanking pretty much. It's like, it's a great combo with something like a Prot Paladin that doesn't actually want to be holding the boss all that often.
Yeah, or a prop paladin last tier where they were just sitting in spell
Yeah.
warding or bubble just away from everyone
Yeah.
else for like half of every fight near the end of the raid.
Exactly.
Yeah, but basically, like, Brewmaster right now is extremely smooth damage intake. It does an insane amount of damage. And it also happens to pair extremely well with Resto Druid, which is OP as hell right now in M+.
Okay, so
Yeah.
sounds
That's a
like you guys
classic
are
combo,
really
so-
high on it then, right?
I would say S for M plus and like A or B for raid. Not again, nothing like bad about it for raid. Maybe even it should just be S for raid as well. Because
Yeah, I was about to say.
I think it should be honest in raid too, because
Yeah.
it actually pops off. Like if you want to bring a tank for just it being a really good tank, I think that's Brewmaster. Like I think Brewmaster is an amazing raid tank. But
There's
it's a question
also
of, like,
some other stuff to consider too. So there's a lot of movement stuff for tanks near the end of this raid, and specifically on the last boss, there's like a desausage mechanic in the last phase where maybe you need to do some tank positioning and like get over the beams and stuff, where like something like Transcend versus like what you have available to you as a Guardian Druid could just totally matter too.
Very true. Yeah, Ansarek. The strategy on Ansarek with the Brewmaster versus the Bear is completely different lifestyle.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Brew is sick.
So really solid.
It's
Also,
definitely
rework
a-
class. Chances rework classes are good, just extremely high.
Yep.
Basically, I think Brew is good enough to stand on its own, regardless of raid buff.
Yeah, it's just a case that it's not going to be bringing an important raid buff, I think.
Yeah.
So you may need that from your tanks. And also, we can argue about whether the DK stuff counts, but obviously it's not bringing an extra AMZ like a Blood DK would.
True. Okay, we have 2 left. So, Vengeance Demon Hunter or Paladin, you guys can choose.
Let's do Paladin.
Okay. Dranos, tell me about Paladin.
Yeah, so for raid, I mean, this spec, even though we've talked a lot of good things about other tanks, I think if you're playing a prop Paladin next year, you're going to have a much more difficult life than somebody playing one of these other S and crazy style tanks we've talked about. But it is still a prop Paladin. Like, sometimes you just make your tanks do that so that you can have spell warding on a fight, right? So that you can have a Paladin that's, bubbling and doing some job over in Narnia or whatever. Mm-hmm. So I think there's still a decent chance we'll see it. I kind of want to put it in A, because it is just a lot less living than the other tanks, which is a bad thing.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not that amazing when it comes to just being as a tank. Like, how we were saying how Brewmaster is really good as a tank standalone, but Prop Paladin is definitely not on that same level. But it is, at the end of the day, a Paladin, or specifically a Prop Paladin. Like, Prop Paladin brings so much to raid between spell warding, sack, off healing, and yeah, I mean, the class has historically seen a lot of play in raid because of what they bring.
Well,
yeah,
you guys.
Not to mention, you might not want a Holy Paladin or a Ret Paladin.
Yeah, I was just about to say, you were using that argument for other things. Like, you kind of have to gauge your opinion on Ret and Holy, too.
Yeah, I mean, I think Holy's fine, but there are a lot of great healers. I think you definitely want a Resto Druid. I think if you're stacking some Prez Evokers because that thing is sleeper OP or whatever, then I don't have a lot of spots, so I don't know, maybe S and raid.
I would also be tempted to put in S as well, because I feel like it's a contender for the second tank in raid.
Yeah, it's weird because even if it doesn't stand on its own well, just say that's true. Like the damage intake and damage output doesn't stand up. It is just still the only tank that can just immune every annoying tank mechanic and can be the other tank that is carried by the tankier one or the one that's doing more damage, right? Like that's just the way it is.
And all three of the other tanks that we have here are tanks that want to tank the whole time anyways, so they're pretty happy to. I guess Warrior sometimes wants to be dumping into execute, but for the most part, the other tanks are very happy to just hold the boss the whole time.
Yeah. Okay. What about Mythic Plus?
Yeah.
Yoda
It's actually
S++
really good.
Plus crazy style.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say the biggest weakness with Prop Paladin is their single target's kind of lacking, and I mean, aside from that, yeah, I mean, the class is just great, right? Like, they buffed the class a lot. It does a ton of AoE damage. It survives fine, especially after the changes they've made today. In fact, it has pretty smooth damage intake, and obviously, Paladin utility is once again just some of the best utility in the game by quite a bit. Being able to have a Prop Paladin in your group to just lock down mobs and off heal for your team, help your team, whether it's from lay on hands, sack, spell warding, bop. Also, having the disease and poison dispel too, that's also pretty significant, especially in a dungeon like Arakara.
Yeah.
So I think Prop Paladin is actually pretty insane as well.
I don't want to put it above Warrior, because I kind of feel
I mean,
I don't feel like it's going to be even more common than Warrior or DH in high key. I kind of feel like it should go in A, but because it's good, and it's tanky enough, but I think you're still gonna splat more often than Warriors.
Yeah, it doesn't really provide much to your group's damage too, because
right, you're going to be a low damage comp that needs to pull bigger or something, which you can make work, but
also
I don't know. Also, the way that Divine Toll AoE stops work, it doesn't actually interact all that well with the way pulls currently work, because it only hits 5 things.
also as they've moved in Mythic Plus away from like the old days of you're like putting your stats into this calculator online as to whether you can live all these one shots across the entire dungeon. Since they've moved away from that, that definitely devalues something like a 3% damage reduction over the more offensive raid buffs too.
Yeah, W Blizzard. Yeah, since M+ is in a healthier state, I would also be tempted to put in A, but S is also like kind of fair too. It feels like a really strong tank right now. I just don't think it'll be particularly the best.
Yeah. Okay. So you guys both okay with A?
Yeah, sure.
Cool. All right. Vengeance, the current meta tank, unless you're playing the physical shit.
For raid, I think it sucks.
Yeah, again, it's one of those things sort of like Bear, where it's not, there's nothing wrong with it, right? It's just there are a lot of things that are right about the 4 tanks in Crazy Style and S tier that just aren't true for VDH. Like, I don't think you're bringing an important raid buff. I don't think you're like styling on boss mechanics and soloing things and making things easier for your strategy ever. So I don't know. I'm not sure it should be down in Dobby because I do feel like there's a higher chance that you would value the raid buff. Like if you Havoc looks like it's okay, pretty good in funnel situations, but maybe you could cut one and play a VDH if you wanted, I guess. But I don't think a lot of people are actually going to do that as the thing. So I don't know, Dobby or B.
I would say one thing in raid too is like people overrated Holy Paladin going into the Ansurek tier, and it was mainly just because, well, you just always play one, right? So in raid, kind of in the same way, you've just played a Havoc over a Vengeance. Wait, I think
right.
Is it literally every tier except for
ever since like
Castle Nathria?
Sire to Nathrius, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So like it's just kind of in your mind of like, well, you just bring a Havoc to raid. That's just what you do. They're frequently tuned well enough to where that's the case. Where if you like went 2 tiers in a row playing Vengeance, this list would look different. But it's just that it just hasn't happened, right? So
yeah, I mean the way I see it is that there's just no reason to play that class unless you literally don't have a Havoc. And Havoc would have to be like so dog shit for, which has never happened. Like when was the last time Havoc has been just giga dog shit?
Well, I don't think it has to be dog shit. It just has to be like mid, and I think it might be this tier.
I mean, do you really think you would play a Vengeance over a Havoc if it's mid?
I think another thing to look at too is like whenever you're talking about playing a DPS or a tank for bringing the raid buff, you're looking at the total throughput thing, right? So like I think Vengeance also has generally less single target than other tanks. So
yeah, those beans damage.
So because of that, it falls below Havoc because Havoc is tuned well generally, but it's also not this like crazy game breaking single target damage tank. And if it was, it would be considered much more frequently.
Right, and I guess the fact that some of the tanks do a lot of damage this tier is bad news for Vengeance. All right, I guess I'm fine with Dobby.
Oh, you know what's funny about speaking of tank damage is I was playing with Greg earlier, DPS Shaman Greg. And he was saying apparently Pro Warrior only sims like 13% less than Enhancement Shaman right now, which is kind of sad for Enhanced, but also like goes to show how crazy Warrior is at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean that was true last year as well, and they just didn't get nerfed, so it was crazy.
Yeah, well, they did get nerfed after, but yeah.
Yeah, but like it worked during the first month.
I know Dranos has ranted about this recently, and I'm sure Dorky does like pretty much constantly streaming and otherwise. You guys, if there's anything about tanking you feel like is just off right now, what would you want Blizzard to know about?
Just in general, or for
yeah, no, not for any particular class, just in general. Unless you feel like there's something about any specific class that's just so fucking bad that you want to mention it.
Yeah, I mean, I would say straight up, tanks need to do more damage. Because, I mean, so apparently in Mob Classic, there isn't really much of a tank shortage, is what people have been saying, because tanks fucking own in Mob. And it's like, they have that problem solved in the past. Well, why don't they fucking do something about it now? Because, like, I don't know, tanking right now is kind of weird, because the class has so many barriers to entry, and it turns off a lot of players from wanting to play tank, so you just have this issue of nobody wanting to tank, and everybody's struggling to find groups. So I would say like one of the steps to make tanking more popular is just make the class do more fucking damage. Just make it straight up 75% of a DPS, if not more. For the longest time, tank has been doing like anywhere from 30 to 50% of DPS's damage, and I feel like that's way too low.
Yeah. All right. Dratus, do you have anything? Same. All right.
We got to put it in a tier for M+.
Oh, true.
Oh yeah.
I assumed from earlier you were going to say crazy style because it's just going to end up being the...
I'm not sold on crazy style.
I think maybe it's S along with Prot Warrior.
Yeah, because I mean, crazy style would mean that like it's like for sure like
Correct,
meta tank,
yeah.
right? But like I really don't think it's like for sure of a meta tank. Like I think it's still insanely good. I mean, not a whole lot has changed from last year, aside from other tanks being better. But we've seen tanks do extremely well this season, even with stuff like Brewmaster, Bear Tank, and even Prot Warrior to some extent. So, yeah, I mean, I don't think it's that crazy relative to other tanks.
All right. W tanks.
W.
All right. Thanks for the time, fellas.
Make tanks good.
Later.
Yep. Later. Good night. Okay. Time to do DPS. I am gonna start it off with Warrior because Crit Cake sent me a bunch of information. If you guys are kind of around for this and you think I'm talking to you, for whatever reason, and you feel like you have to go to bed soon, especially if you're European and I have forgotten about you, I think Biceps might be the only person, maybe Word Up. Definitely like DM me and just let me know you're around. That really helps me for this, just to be able to jump through people, and especially let me know if you have to go kind of soon and I can fit you in. But I'm gonna read Crit Cake saying Crit Cake had to go to bed. But he gave me his thoughts, so I'm gonna put that up on screen. For Crit Cake here. And we'll kind of go through it together. Why is it all? I want to look at part of it. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so arms, sims, low, damage profile, nothing special, and can't do AoE without giving up a lot of single target. Terrible to have. Dude, that is the worst thing to read. If your classes can't do AoE without giving up a lot of single target, that is your talent tree. Unfortunately, is man, it's crazy because like I feel like the friction. It might be better if everyone had to do that, but because other people don't, you just never want to be in that position. Seems garbage tier for raid. Colossus, Mythic plus spec, and somewhat keep it an AoE, but single target's insanely bad. Again, terrible. They nerfed the Colossus set at some point because Prot was way too strong, but never compensated arms for the nerf. And on top of that, they fixed a bug that caused Prot to overperform after this, so now Colossus for both arms and Prot just sucks. Cool. Also, I think arms design blows at the moment. It's a mess. I'm actually so mad. So put it at the bottom tier for both lists. Holy shit. Okay. Arms is fucking dog shit, apparently. Okay. Let's look at Fury. So Fury sims at 5.8 as Slayer now, which is above average, but there's a few damage amp phases in the raid, and we don't benefit much from those because our damage profile is super flat. Yep. I like the Thane tier bonus on Fury. It feels really good when it procs. A proc doubles the next Thunder Blast, which is soft capped unlike our other main abilities, which are hard capped to 5. Overall, not much changes for Fury. But it looks better tuned than in Season 2. Top of B tier for Raid and Mythic Plus. Okay, so quick rankings for that, but then he does have a few more examples here for things he would like to look on the problems to look at for the class here, which we can go through really quick. For both specs, this trinket situation sucks. We don't have a good 1.5 minute trinket after they nerf the Halls one, and stacking one from Raid isn't any good either. So it looks like we're going to be using 2 passive trinkets, which is really boring. True. Wishlist and problems. Actually, some classes, it's kind of nice to have that depending on how involved your class is. Fury is not one of them. Wishlist problems make Rally better in 5-man content. 100% has to happen. Almost everything like Rally has been made better in 5-man content. Definitely rework arms. Arms design has been bland and confused since post-Legion. Capstone abilities like Roar and Spear barely matter. You can literally spec utility instead and you lose like 1% DPS. That's obviously not great for a capstone. 5-target hard cap for Fury is getting really old. They can't seem to balance it properly for us. Just soft cap us already. We're always at a major disadvantage when Mythic Plus is about pulling as big as possible. You could say this about every target capped class at 5. Even 8, soft capped at 8. That is just such a huge gain from 5. And their entire philosophy about, well, not everyone needs to be like capped at these numbers because we can just make you a 5-target hard cap, but at 5 targets, you'll be the best class. they haven't even achieved that. But even if that was true, there's an entire game mode that's about something else. So like clearly the game has changed since then. So clearly, get with the times kind of shit. Did you see the chart of how many times classes got Mythic Plus title in all seasons combined? Warriors at the bottom. Please send help. Yep, good point. To summarize, I'm stealing a few fellow Warriors quotes. Playing Warriors like drinking bland blended chicken and only do it because you have to reach your goals. Jesus. And Warrior design is so cooked that even our own theory crafters are making fan-made full reworks. Oh, but that's actually kind of fun though. But yeah, I guess I guess you don't want to be in the position where people are doing that because the alternative is so bad. But doing it in general is actually really cool. Okay. So Jesus Christ, Warriors in a bad spot, kind of. Well, upper B tier is like, I mean, with how this game actually works, being upper B tier is actually like not good enough, right? Because it just means in raid, Warriors will get invited to pugs. Like you're going to get invited to every heroic pug you apply to. Probably you need a warrior buff. Mythic, maybe you get usurped by a prot warrior or something, but I feel like in general raid you end up getting to play them. But I mean, Warriors has been bad at Mythic Plus for a long time, so I feel like if you're a warrior, even though that looks like this, at least if you enjoy Fury, according to him, it looks like it's not going to be too much different than normal. You're just not OP at the moment. Okay. So we have a bunch of people to talk to. I'm getting some messages from people. Word Up is European. He said, but I'm not bothered. I'm nocturnal. Okay, that goes hard. Public said, am around. No rush. Can go whenever. Jita said, can hop on when you're done with EU. So I was actually planning on maybe doing like a biceps pump DK because my DK guy's gone. Plus, I've talked to him about DK before, and it was pretty fun. But I don't know if he's actually around because I just haven't spoken to him whatsoever. I'm just going to message him. You around to talk DK? If not, all good. Except it's not actually all good because I don't know who else I would talk to, but I'm sure I'd be able to figure it out. Hell yeah, Bond on LA. Yeah, Bond is my goat. Only problem is he's a father, so he might not be around right now. Bond is being replaced by Dump because he had family stuff. Oh, he self-replaced himself? Who the fuck is Dump? What a name. Okay, Biceps Pump did not respond, so might have to figure out the DK situation, but that can be something we do over the course of the next couple hours, probably, so all good. But Dump is a top LE. I mean, if Bond recommended him, I'm sure he's smart. But being a top player doesn't necessarily you'd be very good at doing what the stream is asking you to do at all. I guess it would if you did have what it like if you had the sauce to do what I'm asking you to do well and you were knowledgeable and you also happen to be really good. That's probably a plus, but I don't think it is a requirement at all. Talk to Word Up. Actually, someone else. Word Up said he's nocturnal. I think Kess reached out. I think it's Kess. I have streamer mode on, so I can't actually even see. It starts with a K. I'm gonna call someone that starts with a K, and we're gonna figure out who it is after I call them. Ooh, not answering. Maybe someone else? He just said I can go if you want, whenever, just let me know. Oh, he's here. Hello? Hello?
Hello, I'm not Cass, I'm Kalamazi.
Oh, okay, yeah, I was about to get...
Yeah,
cool, at least you're listening. Alright, I guess we're doing fucking Warlock right now. W. Okay. What did you think generally about Warlock, like, Season 2? Were you happy with it? You feel like you were pretty strong, or do you think it could have been better?
Give me 1 second. Hold on. Like 10 seconds. Hold on. Don't hate.
All good. All good. Bro, this guy answered the call and was like, "Be right back." That's crazy.
Okay, so I wasn't sandbagging. I had you on my TV while I was hitting chest, so I had to go mute you because you were yelling at me from the other room.
Okay.
Anyways,
Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, Warlock and S2, like, is this more of a raid or M plus setting?
Just in general, like, how did you feel playing Warlock last patch?
I mean, M plus is like the same as always. Like, our damage was fine. Like, Destro's, like, on the high end, Destro's really good. If you can pull around the Infernal and all that, and high end M plus, TGP settings, Emo's like consistent. It's fine M plus for mid tier pugs. AF is back in Burning Crusade quality life wise still. But it was like, whatever. In the raid, we were pretty solid. Like, good damage profiles on One Arm Bandit, Muggsy. Even like Galley wasn't bad for phase 2. Like, some earlier bosses were fine. We were solid. We were better than what it seemed like in Sims heading into it for sure.
Okay, so you had a good season. Going into the next season, what are things looking like for? I'm going to randomly pick one. Destruction.
All right. M plus first?
Sure.
Sure. I mean, honestly, it's the same thing as last season. Like, if you can pull around Destruction's like mass AV profile in like higher end keys where you're pulling around Infernal, it's good. There aren't many classes that can match. It's like just mass AoE. But I think the problem with Warlock, and I think this is the problem with most classes in the game, except for a couple, is like there's a fundamental disparity between utility. Like between most classes and a couple in the game for M+.
Oh, I thought you were going to say raid buffs, which I guess also kind of applies to Warlocks and Mythic Plus. Like, having Hellstones is nice.
Yeah.
Gates rarely matter. But, like, I feel like for what your raid buffs do for you in raid, which is they're invaluable and insane, in Mythic Plus, they don't really translate at the same level. And I was wondering if, like, maybe you felt like that was something that held your class back as well.
Yeah, 1000%. I mean, you've never needed a gate time a key, never needed Hellstone's time a key. Like, they're helpful, great. Everybody has a battle res now. Like, they're nice, but you never needed them to time a key. Like, Mark is obviously insane. Fort, Intellect for mages, other utility in general, cheat deaths. I mean, a lot of classes only have that.
What utility are you talking about that you feel like you're missing? Like stops?
I mean, stomps are a thing. Like, Demonology has a stun for a kick, but that's, more Destro-based stuff. Just general utility, like Warlock, I think one thing we could push for is, like, AoE curses for a while, something that fits lock thematically or something. We just don't really bring much. Everybody brings a stun for the most part, but, like, there's no, like, party-based buff like Mark or, like, Fort or Old Massive Spell or PI or anything. You're just sort of there. And there are times in the past, even with Destro, where you do insane damage and you're brought just for that. But I mean, it's pretty niche unless you're in like Shadowlands S3, S4 for the most part. So I just think there's a disparity between a lot of like party and raid buff design between a couple classes at the top and most everybody else. I feel like DK's fall into that. Warlocks, Warriors, are just sort of like, they got to be utterly insane. Hunters, insane damage, or they're sort of like, well, no. But as far as ranking it for M+ is concerned, looping back to Destro, I put it like probably high end of A tier. If you play it in like mid tier average pugs, you're gonna do mediocre damage. But if you're pulling around it in a high end setting, I think it's good. Yeah, but you're not gonna be like meta comp everywhere. So I think high end for A tier for M+ for Destro.
Okay. I like that. Let me find Destro here. I didn't actually put them together. Okay, high end A for Mythic Plus. That's pretty good. What about raid? And I guess maybe I would ask you, like, do you think, I guess I've been asking this to other people, do you think Destro is in the like meta Mythic Plus comp next season?
No. I mean, like, Hunter got nerfed. That marksman rank is vile. That's putrid. Having it in Davi, no shot.
Yeah, people have been saying that a lot, but I mean, the Hunterman ranked it, so what can you do?
That's fair. I don't think so. I think you'll see it in a similar setting where if you're in like TGP or MDI based settings, it might be that third flex DPS in certain keys. It is like mass AoE next season. Halls of Atonement's back, Gambit, a lot of big pulls. You could see it, but it's not going to be Mage or maybe DK still kind of metacomp. No, I don't think so.
Okay, you always end up bringing one Warlock to a raid because they're raid buffs. I have a question. Number one, do you think there's more than one Warlock in this raid? And if so, is Destro the spec they're playing?
I think you probably play more than one Warlock on most fights. I mean, I think range is probably just pretty strong this tier comparatively to melee in most spots. Destro got a Chaos Bolt buff. a few days ago, which has pushed its single target pretty high. There is like some weird sims floating around that people are putting in. Like overall, this is where everyone's sims lists that are using degen things, which nobody's really gonna. Most people won't do in this game. It's inflating it by 200k. So if you see it's simming super high, it's not as high, but it's still up there. I think you likely play two. I think you'll see a mix of Demo and Desh for this raid tier probably, and the potential for AF on certain fights as well. But I think you probably see two. I don't think you see past two though, for the most part.
All right, where do you think Destro? Where do you think Destro ranks?
Let's see here. Where's the highest DPS in this list? There's no
barely,
DPS.
Barely any DPS have gone for raid. It's like hunters and
There's
warriors.
like no ball. What's going on? Like rank them where they're supposed to be. Let's go. Okay. I think you put Destro. Destro, you can put it high end of A tier. I think that's where it goes. Both. There you go.
Okay. All right. Let's do Demo. What about Demo for raid?
Demo. Oh wait, Crazy Styles here. I didn't even see that. That's a crazy one up there.
Yeah.
I didn't even see that. Oh jeez.
Yeah.
Okay. Demo for raid, you said?
Yeah.
Or Demo is simming pretty high right now, but there's also a lot of bugs in those sims too. So like there's bugs implemented in the sims because they've been around for patches at this point, from what I understand. So we just sort of roll with it. Same with Destro and stuff. You probably put it like I think you put a higher end of A tier as well. Put it ahead of Destro. Let's put it there. I think that's solid.
Okay.
I mean, it has a good stat cleave profile, and I feel like this raid does have a lot of like single target priority emphasis. But at the same time, like Destro is similar-ish in single target and can bring some havoc cleave too. So I think you'll see both in the raid. And I think you're probably seeing 2 locks in the raid. And I think
that's actually really interesting. I feel like if you were to do this tier list and rank classes instead of specs, having 2 DPS specs that do DPS very differently in A would make the class itself higher than A, right? But if you're ranking each spec individually, I could see it making sense that it would be lower than like the class ranking.
Yeah, I do sort of wonder also like if the option is to bring like 2 warlocks or 2 mages based on where things go. I think you just bring like 2 mages, like 1 lock instead. I'm not saying it's like a 1 lock tier or anything. I think it's a 2 lock tier. But I like as far as our utility, it just does DR a crazy amount. When's the last fight you needed 2 gateways on?
All right, can I throw a counterpoint at you?
Yeah.
So
yeah,
there's like I think after raid buffs, especially if you consider DK one this tier, where you need like 1 DK. Right. We haven't seen Dimensius yet. I think you have 6. It might be 7 spots in the raid that are up to your own control. And if you are taking one of those 7 spots after the one you already have, meaning you're a class, one of the few classes as more than 1 are being brought, do you think it makes sense that goes in the 3rd tier from the top? Just as a counterpoint. I'm not saying you're wrong or anything. I'm not really giving you an opinion. I'm just saying, like, because of the way I've been looking at this tier before, like, the Mythic Plus one is kind of like meta or not for Crazy Style. Crazy Style and Raid is like, you might bring more than 2 of these things. But, like, if you're saying you think you bring 2 Warlocks, but there's no single Warlock spec in S, that doesn't seem right.
I mean, I'm trying to think what classes I probably bring 2 of this tier. It's like possibly 2 DKs, 2 Mages, 2 Warlocks. I thought it would be Hunter, probably just 1 at this point. I mean, that is a thing. It's just, I feel like people are getting caught up in Sims being a bit inflated. Like, there are literally bugs implemented in Demo Sim. The Sim you see for Destro floating around now is 6.3 million, 6.4. It has like a 250k bonus people threw in there. Just like some cheese stuff no one's going to do.
Okay.
Like, so it's still good. I mean, I think if you're gonna like put Demonology up there, you could put it at the lower end of S tier, but I'm curious to see where it lands like in the long run. Like, both its hero talents are good. And if they do end up coming in and like, you know, knocking one of them down, the other one's at like 6 million too, which is solid. You could probably throw Demonology at the bottom of S tier, but I wouldn't put it past that.
Okay.
So
yeah,
you can put it.
I'm not trying to change your ranking. I'm just saying that
I just
purely
think it depends a bit,
based on how the tier list is made. Like, I feel like basically if you feel like you're bringing 2 of any class, there's just no way they wouldn't be in S tier just because of how raid comps work. But I mean, obviously you can do whatever the fuck you want. Okay, before we do that, maybe we'll look at the whole picture of everything. Also, you unfortunately have one of the jobs of like doing this before where everyone else ranks these things, right? So you're like,
Oh, I don't care.
you have to kind of, oh, dude, that's fucking based. But okay, the let's just finish off raid here before doing Mythic Plus. Like, where would you put Affliction?
Oh, Affliction. Affliction def. I think Affliction goes towards the bottom of A tier, but it has some niche value that's pretty good.
Okay.
Like, there's a lot of damage amps this tier. I think Dementius has a 200% damage amp in the fight. Other fights do as well.
Dementius's damage amp has been changed to 100.
Okay, it's still a damage amp though, which is something.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Affliction can arguably do with like its cooldown based damage faster than Destro and Af can, and it can funnel a good bit. I actually don't know if there's like stat cleave in that damage amp on Dementius or not. I'm not asking, so I'm not really sure. But its single target is solid. It's below Demo and Destro, but it's not terrible and has a good wither profile. I think that this raid tier is more suiting for Demo and Destro, but I think Af is not bad, and you might play it on certain fights, depending if you can like sort of replicate that meat grinder kind of prio damage you see a lot in like race world first settings and such.
Just imagine you're a warrior and you're like, dude, our shit's so bad right now. Then you just see another class that just has 3 specs that all do different types of damage and they're all good. That's just fucking sick.
I mean, they all have their issues though. Like Af is sort of clunky. Like I guess more M plus versus rating. Destro is like cement shoes. Like the build that's semi high for Destro is cement shoes. Like they basically have buff Chaos Bolt a bunch, where our only spell we can cast in the move they have essentially nerfed a bunch. Because you don't really want to cast it a whole lot anymore, because Bolt hits much harder. That's a Shard consuming spell as well.
Yeah.
So like it's a weird kind of thing. I think you can throw Demonology. Let's throw Demonology in the bottom of S tier. But
Okay.
I'll make a statement, like for raid that is.
Yeah.
We'll bump that up, but there's make it clear that there are some bugs in that sim that have been implemented at the same time. Like I think it's a bit inflated based on some profiles you want this tier. But yeah, I think Africa's bottom A tier. Destro's probably top A tier.
Yeah, but also like the Sims just have the community in a complete chokehold, and every season people are thrown off by that. It's always gonna be a thing. Okay. Do you think Destro is the best Mythic Plus spec for Warlock?
On the high end, yeah.
Okay. So
like for TGP MDI stuff, yeah. I think so.
Okay, so where would you put Demo and Af in Mythic Plus?
I'd put probably Af on like the lower end of A tier as well for M plus. Like
Okay.
probably the lowest of all the specs when they get put in here, because like
Yeah.
it has really really good upfront burst damage, then it can funnel pretty well. But Af's quality of life is like stuck in Burning Crusade, man. We're having to manually refresh dots between our mass AoE applying effect, and then 5 seconds later it's off cooldown. You can put it up again, but you had to refresh 8 agonies manually. Seed of Corruption's got a 2-yard radius. You got to cast 2 seeds to apply Withered or Corruption to every mob. It's not fun quality of life. Sometimes you have no CDs for the next pack after you melt the world in the previous one, and you go in and you're doing tank damage. Like it needs an overhaul. So a lot of things need some changes. Half our capstones are dead. But the burst when you have CDs is very, very strong. Probably some of the highest in the game now. And the single pocket's not bad either. But between the quality of life and the lack of utility, I'd put it lower end of A tier. So
Okay. W. What about Demo?
I mean, Demo after the changes to Diabolist, the tier set, it's probably also A tier as well. Probably like middle ground. You put it between.
Fuck
put it
yeah.
below Drop
There's
Out
just
or whatever.
just fucking everything's good. Why not?
I mean, it's solid, but like the higher you go, you're gonna play Destro. Demo also has no utility, and its kick is half a minute, and it's not a lockout. It's just a stun. It stuns the mob, so it won't run into you. You don't even want to kick its Demonology. It's like a negative, like it's a detriment to have an axe toss stun kick for Demo. The damage is good, but it's not like Destro high end stuff. It's just consistent damage. But like, you know, like a Marks Hunter will beat it. Frosted Kill will beat it. Mage will beat it. Shadow Priest will beat it. So like, I think they're all there. Like Lock's in a good spot heading into the raid and M plus this tier. Better in the raid than it is heading into M plus. But we'll see where things shake out, feeling wise too. So
Marks will beat it, but it's in Dobby. W.
dude, don't get me started.
Hey man, what if he ends up being right? What if everyone is like, you're wrong, and he's like, I'm right, and then he actually ends up being right? What if though? You know.
I'll roll the hunter next season if that's right.
He is the hunter guy. All right, so
fair.
all right, cool. You can change one thing about Warlock. What is it? Oh, is it their movement, Burning Crusade?
It's just the clash tree. I mean, Morgan Day actually brought it up. There was some like I think they did like a Chinese DPS competition a few weeks ago. I don't know if you saw that anywhere.
I
It was
did.
Like,
I'm aware of what it generally was. I didn't watch it, but I also thought it was a really cool idea.
yeah, it was super sick. Morgan Day commented on it a bit, I think, as well. And somebody brought up the Warlock class tree to him, like while he was watching it. He was like, "Yeah, we're aware it needs some serious help or something like that," and it really does. It needs a massive overhaul. It's easily the worst class tree, one of them, fortunately.
Yeah.
Huge class tree overhaul, and just for Affliction, we need quality life. We need bigger seed pop radius. Vile Taint needs to have 2 charges, shorter cooldown. Maybe no shard cost, and honestly, half our captains are dead. I think AF needs some serious, decently large help. Clash needs help, and best run AF or whatever. I mean, they're fine. Some little things here and there, but yeah, that's why I'd say probably. So, E.
Okay.
Sorry. Destro's tier set for Daedalus is still broken in AoE on PTR. The patch is in 2 days. Doesn't work. Please fix that.
Okay.
It doesn't work.
All right. Cool.
Yeah.
All right. That's all I need. Thank you for your time. Love you. Bye.
Cool.
Owned. Absolutely fucking smoked. Also, about that as well, here is a message thing between Kalamazoo and Zyro from today, a few hours ago. Is Max doing his thing right now? I think so soon. Remember to put Warlock specs in A or B tier, buddy. Pepe guy. We're over-simming. PI is making us look too good. Pepe's classes never measure up. Some fucking gamesmanship happening here. I'll say it. Who knows? They could end up being right. Okay. Bunch of people are around. I can go anywhere. Also, apparently I can talk to Taznak. He was like, I know you don't like having World First related guys on for these. I only don't, in quotes, don't like that because I don't want people talking about things they feel like other people don't know, right? But he is willing to come on. He said, like, I mean, he's one of the best people for this and big involved in the DK community and stuff. So if he wants to come on and talk about DKs, and he does, we'll do that. Fuck it. Sounds good to me. Okay. The, shit. Who do we got here? Who do we got? We have so many. What are you guys feeling? You guys feeling like Havoc? You feeling DK? You feeling Shadow Priest? Feeling Evoker plus Ret combo? Feeling some Shaman stuff? Feeling some Windwalker? I got all this shit right now. I can fucking do any of it. I'd say it's like decently tied between like DK and Windwalker right now, although there's a decent amount of all stuff. A lot of Shadow Priest. All right, Windwalker it is. This will be fast anyway. It's only 1 spec. Oh, he's not answering. Might be someone else. He said sec. All right, fuck. You know, while he's on his way here, I'll be like, okay, 1 second. I'll BRB as well. Be back in like 20 seconds. Hello? Oh, I'm muted. Hello. Sorry, I was muted. I just said hello really loud and you didn't hear it.
Hello.
Whew. All right, dude. Windwalker was crazy last season, except it's target capped to Mythic Plus. What is it looking like going into this one? You had like a really fun tier set, right? And then they made the tier set less fun, and then compensated it with just overall dam.
Yeah, but the compensation buffs ended up being like a 6% nerf. So, but they
Damn.
are the hero talents are closer together, which was the intent of the changes. So that's good.
Okay. Oh, that's
one-
okay about that. So they gave you an 8% buff with those tier set nerfs, and it still ended up being a 6% nerf. How fucking broken was that tier set?
It was very good. Yeah, we'll get into it, but I wanted to open up with, for this PTR, I think we all would have liked more communication because, they changed spinning crane kick for Mistweaver and Windwalker, and then didn't say anything, and we noticed it like a month later. So
What'd they do?
a lot of people hated like the real channel thing for Windwalker, like that when they changed it in War Within.
Yeah.
And in this patch, they changed it back so that it's a fake channel. You can now you can cast any instant cast spell and not cancel it, like roll and interrupt and
Oh,
stuff.
that's good.
And you also still auto attack during it, which is good. And then I asked Meg, and apparently Mistweaver didn't auto attack during theirs before. Now they can do that, but for some reason Brewmaster can't auto attack during it right now. But it would have been nice to have the patch note that mentioned that was gonna change, because I've been like making boss guides, and I went through like the heroic Haraz thing, and like that was like a month ago, and it was already in. So
Wait, that change is fucking sick though. So basically, the change is good. You're just mad they didn't say anything about it.
yeah, we're just mad about that, and like also like they've changed like the Shadow Pen set. Like I got nerfed, but they didn't say anything. Like the tooltip in the PTR was nerfed, right?
Yeah.
But then when you played with it, it was the pre-nerf numbers, so we weren't sure what was happening, and they didn't communicate about that at all. So it was just kind of annoying.
Okay. What do you think about them this patch and raid?
I think before the nerfs to the tier set, they were going to be very good. But the nerfs were a bit worse, and as a result, I'm not super confident with it. So I have some notes here I want to get through because everyone was yelling at me to talk about this stuff. So for Conduit, right now it's kind of cringe because you have to play 2-minute build, so you have to hold the Conduit for 30 seconds every time because of a Ritual Forge trinket.
That
hopefully-
sucks so bad. I hate that.
So hopefully they buff the 130 trinket from the new dungeon, so you actually can just play that instead. That'd be nice. The Conduit playstyle is super sick. There's a new build called Blackout Kick List, which you still cast Blackout Kick, but instead of casting it like 8 to 9 times per minute, you cast it like 2 to 3 times per minute. I think it's really fun. It makes the gameplay feel faster because the tier set was insane because the 4-piece makes Heart give haste, and the 2-piece Slicing Winds Heart stacks with other Heart windows, so you get 2 at the same time. So you get like 20% haste. And also the Fist of Fury channel time stacks, so you have like instant cast Fist of Furious. It's really sick. But the con of this tier set is that you have to play Slicing Winds, and some people really hate that ability. So it's, But going back to your question, for Raid, I think it can play either hero talent. I think it's gonna be pretty okay, but I don't know if it's good enough to see play in like Race Still First and stuff. It's like average. Initially, like it got a 13% buff, so like, and it's already pretty good. So when the patch comes out, before people get their tier sets and stuff, it's gonna look really OP. But I think once things settle, it'll start to fall down a little bit.
Okay.
But then I wanted to talk about Shadowpan. So they just like an hour ago or like 30 minutes ago, they just fixed a couple bugs with Shadowpan on the PTR. They also fixed the 2-piece that wasn't working, so that's sick. But Shadowpan has a lot of design issues, and tuning Shadowpan with the tier set is annoying because right now Shadow Flurries make up like 60% of the Flurry Strike damage on single target and like 90% in AoE, and the Flurry Strike damage on the 2-piece does not affect Shadow Flurries, so that sucks. Also, like I think Dorky mentioned it earlier, but the RNG of not getting Shadow Wisdom in a poll feels awful. Also, the like Wisdom deck and the stored flurries, you can still set that up prior to a boss poll, which is cringe. That should reset on a boss encounter. Overall, I think Shadowpan should have been like reworked a little bit this PTR cycle. It needed some attention, but hopefully it gets some in Midnight, I guess.
All right. W, where would you rank that shit? Raid.
For Raid,
Yeah.
I'd put it like middle of B, I think is fair.
So you'd think you think they're unlikely to be the monk buff, and you think you would definitely not run more than one of them, even if you did.
Yeah. I don't think they're that powerful. I mean, because like the damage amp on the Raz is cringe because there's 2 other targets, so your conduit swing damage that sucks. But I mean, it's kind of hard to tell how good it'll be on like Nexus King and the harder fights. It might be pretty good, but I don't know. It just depends on like what you play. Because Brewmaster looks pretty solid, and like Mistweaver looks crazy in raid. So you don't really provide anything except like Mystic Touch. So if you're already playing like 2 Mistweavers or something, then it loses a lot of value because its damage is like kind of mid.
Okay, what about Mythic Plus? Old target cap?
Yeah, Mythic Plus is not as happy. I haven't tested the new Shadowpan stuff. It's possible the Shadowpan is actually good at Mythic Plus now. For a while, we were just testing Conduit. But yeah, the target cap sucks. It really sucks. When your niche is like low target burst cleave, it just doesn't translate well in Mythic Plus. In Mythic Plus, from my experience, it's probably low B, super low B. If Prot Warrior is super sick, and you need a Fizz comp like Mystic Touch, it's like okay. But if Windwalker still isn't played, then it's Dobby, because I mean its damage in AoE sucks. It's not very good, but the Shadow Flurries are uncapped, so that's one redeeming quality, I guess.
Yeah, and it's funny, like, whenever something's uncapped like that, it's probably an accident. Not that matters, but, like, that's just still annoying.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like they should remove the target cap on spinning crank kick specifically, because it already does, like, an uncomfortable amount of damage on single target. It's like your second or third damage source. But in AoE, like, I'm a boomer, right? I remember when dance procs, you got them, and it was like, if you got a lot of dance procs, you were top damage in that pull.
Yeah, you're beating every
class
class in the
nowadays,
game.
it's expected that you get dance procs, and then you still don't do any damage. It sucks.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you already did your like dissertation about things you should just. I don't need to ask you what you would change about Monk because you already did that. All right, cool. All right, that works. All right,
love you, bud.
Thank you, big. Okay. He didn't even let me get done fucking talking. You know what I mean? How can I compete with that? He didn't say it back. He fucking okay. He was gone. Actually, he was there. I probably could have done that. Okay, we did that real quick. One spec. We could do Taznak. We could do. I still haven't contacted this Shindig guy. You guys just said I should talk to him. So hopefully he's here whenever that is. Apparently Kess says he doesn't want to do Ret. So well, you could just ignore Ret again. That'd be good. Shadow Priest? Yeah, let's do Shadow Priest. That sounds fun. We'll do that. By the way, if you're around and you need to go earlier than other people, just let me know. I don't really have a queue right now. I'm just making it up. Hello?
Hello?
Hello, Priestman.
What's up, man?
Tell me about Priest in the next patch. Shadow.
Next patch or current? What are we doing first?
Let's just go straight. I've been asking people about season 2, and I realized like 20 minutes ago that there's no point because like we were all here for that.
Hell yeah.
So like yeah, I feel like it's just a waste of time. So, yeah, so just like season 3, what's it looking like?
Yeah, so we got a good initial batch of changes when the patch came out, which was cool to see. Unfortunately, we had nothing after that, so like no iteration, nothing off feedback or anything. So I think that's just kind of the shadow roller coaster of disappointment a little bit of like, how we're getting some stuff, but they never finish what they're starting, if that makes sense. So that's sad. We did get some cool stuff, but overall, I think a little disappointed with that. And then I think going into season 3, I guess coming from season 2, both of our hero talents were like pretty viable, I'd say. I think they did a great job. We played both of them in raid. They both had their spots in Mythic Plus, which was cool. So I think we were kind of set up for like, I would love to get that again this season. But the current hero talent tier sets are kind of wild. Like the Void Weaver set is really fun to play with, but it's not as strong as it has been. And the Archon set is super punishing and just makes Shadow not very fun to play with anymore. So that sucks. And again, like this was all given feedback. They just never had time to change it, I guess. And then as with, I think a lot of people are in this spot, right? Like when you get a lot of changes, chances are you also have a lot of bugs that go along with those changes. Yeah. So, we have like a talent like Death Speaker, like straight up isn't working right now. A couple other talents are also problematic, right? So, that hopefully we have time to fix those bugs before things go live. So, but I mean, the one this could be good or bad depending on your perspective. So we have less talent options going into this tier, but it does mean our like single target and AoE talents are almost identical. So
Yeah, I would
you
say
swap like one thing.
unless you're like me or like a few other people I've heard make this argument, where it's like it would be better for the game if people actually had interesting talent choices based on the content, but everyone had them, so you didn't feel bad about having them.
Yeah.
But that's just not reality, and there's a bunch of classes that do have that. So I would say for like 90% of players, having your talent build be the same, albeit boring, just means it's a good thing. You're strong at everything. So I would say good. That's a W.
Yeah,
Probably.
so yeah, we do. I mean, a bit controversial take, but like we basically play Shadow Crash all the time now, which I know in the past they've tried to make that like a single target thing, and well, now we just always play it. So, but yeah, that basically means our talents are the same. So take that for what it is.
Yeah.
I do have to note though, because every time I'm on here, I'm just updating the community. It's been over 1,000 days since Blizzard said that they would look at our cooldowns, and they haven't changed them since.
But how
so
many
that
times
sucks.
have they changed Psychic Link?
About 1 fucking billion. Fuck yeah, Psychic Link.
Did you get a Psychic Link change this patch?
Dude, we got like 3.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
Yeah, I think they buffed it 2 or 3. Yeah, 2 or 3 times. I think this patch cycle. So
That's good.
yeah, it's gonna be unhealthy. I think we're hitting. Yeah. So hell yeah.
Okay. So, raid specifically, I guess maybe the question to ask before ranking it is, do you think there is a Shadow Priest in the World First Raid comp? Do you think they are the priest buff, or do you think that's like being brought other places? And then if they're good, do you think you're going to see multiple of them?
I think it's possible we might see another case because like in Liberation, I wasn't really expecting we would see it much on Muggsy or Galley, but obviously it turned out that Shadow was just really good on the fights up into that, and this tier could very well be the same. Like Lumathar, Soulbinder, Forge Weaver, even Soul Hunters to an extent. Like, Shadow's going to do really well on. The last 2 bosses, again, similar to this tier, I don't see anything that sticks out like, oh, Shadow's going to do really well there. So I think like that, it could be a Liberation case where it's like, well, we've been bringing it for these other bosses if they're hard enough, like it was in Undermine, right? So you could see that again. I mean, I think it's a solid A tier spec for sure. Like it, because of like those 4 fights. Whether or not it's in Race to World First, I think it's going to be a little iffy. But I could leading up to those last couple bosses, I think for sure you'll see them.
Yeah, they did the thing again where like they just made a bunch of like multi-target cleave fights, and anytime that happens, Priest is gonna be really strong.
And Psychic Link is huge now, right? Like they keep buffing it, so that I think that niche of Shadow is heightened more now than it was before. So if we went back and did Undermine again, like we would just be way stronger on Rick Reverb, Styx, One Arm Bandit. Like they basically just made that niche way better again.
Man, that's crazy because they were already sick at all those things.
Yeah, so if that comes into play again, that could be really strong, especially with like the way damage amps work with Psychic Link, like that's always, or damage amps in general with that kind of thing. So yeah, I think like that niche is still really strong. So I think you will see it. It's just obviously we're not totally sure, but yeah, I wouldn't. I guess you'd probably see at least one.
Okay, so where would you rank it then?
I think it'd be high A tier for sure. I think the only reason I wouldn't put it in S is just like with the recent tuning and all the bugs and stuff. If that stuff doesn't get fixed, like we're gonna lose some of that. But if they fix the bugs, we're gonna have an option for like big sustained damage or like an execute niche, which could be really, really good on prog, especially if you pair that with all the Psychic Link stuff. So if they fix that stuff, I'd put it in S. Until then, I think I'd leave it at A. And again, part of that's because for most players, playing Archon this tier is going to feel really punishing. So that's the other kind of awkward part where if that is the best spec to play, and it's like I don't know if I've talked a lot today, but basically our cooldowns as Archon is like a 90-second void form. So we're like going back in time again when like Shadow has like infinite void form, and it's getting to be a little problematic.
Yeah.
and super punishing. So, but for Race Roll first, right? I mean, those guys will figure it out. So,
Okay, cool. Do you think Shadow Priest is in the meta Mythic Plus comp next season?
I think it depends on how high keys get pushed up, right? Because it's similar damage or style we have now. The longer pulls last, like Shadow just keeps going. If things are bursting down too quickly, that won't happen as much. So it just depends on where it like caps out at, if that makes sense. So I would, my gut says no, but I think it's going to be close. Especially for like high push key, I think it'll be like not S, but it'd be A tier for sure. I think you'll see it in those niche comps, but I don't know if it'll quite take over things. Just kind of depends on like, are you getting smacked because you can't live through things at a level where pulls are still lasting like a good amount of time.
Yeah, that's interesting. I think Mythic Plus, the way I look at the Mythic Plus tier is like crazy style means like this is definitely going to be played. And then S is like it very likely it has everything that it needs to succeed. It's just basically down to like, is this the exact raid buff you bring? Like for example, Shadow loses value if Disc is good and stuff like that. If you think like it's like, I think the way you're describing it is probably S. Like lower
So
S than A,
I
think.
agree for like big push keys. The problem is Shadow, like if you're again, I don't know what you want to rank this on. Right?
I
Like,
think I would
for
say
for your
this
average
is
player
always the
doing a
highest
key,
level
it's not
content.
there.
This is always the highest level
Okay.
content. Like for example, like MM. I think MM, based on what people are saying, that people really think it's like low in general, but we are talking about the highest level keys here. If you're doing like a lower level key and they have all that burst and they don't sustain, like Shadow Priest and MM are kind of the opposite of each other, right? Like Shadow just goes forever and MM just kind of like bursts real quick and then that's done. So I think we're looking at, this would just be higher if we were talking about lower keys. I think we're talking the highest level keys. We were talking doing the highest key level possible.
Yeah, so I think low S tier is good then, because I think last time I did this, like I always basically put it one level below what I think it would be, because low keys is still a little rough, because just stuff doesn't live as long, right? But they did fix it up a little bit this tier, and again, like how much they buff Psychic Link is just terrifying, to be honest, for that kind of meta. So yeah.
Yep.
Probably fair.
Okay. Cool. All right. You can change one thing about Priest. What is it?
Dude, fucking silence is still in the spec tree, man. What the fuck is that?
That's so true.
What are we doing?
I forgot about that. That's actually crazy.
It's ass.
All right.
Anyways.
All right.
That's it, man.
Love you. Bye. Good night. I'm fucking back, dude. I need to go sometime within the next hour. All right, we're doing Kess. All right, so Kess is doing Devastation, Augmentation, and he's the only person I have written down for Ret, and that's basically because people yesterday were like, he has a Ret alt. So I don't know if he actually it knows that, so we'll figure that out. I'm calling him. Hello?
Hello. Hi.
Hey, yo, so can you do Red or not?
Like I'm gonna be honest,
Yeah.
if I do red, I'm just gonna piss off a lot of people. Like I don't even know what the tier set does.
Oh, okay. Well, that's not good. Yeah, okay, that might not be the move then.
Fair to that community.
Do you know what's crazy is that you have so many, it's like the most played class. Or most played, it's one of the most played classes. It's the most played spec, and you're going to make all these people mad by talking about it, but yet I can't find a single fucking person to talk about this spec ever. But that's just, I'm just complaining. All good. All right, Evoker. So, Aug's been bad for a while. We'll see how it is this season. Dev like got crazy good after that hotfix last patch.
Yeah.
I would just say going into this season, in general, like what is it looking like for a DPS Evoker guy?
Which one do you want me to start with?
We can start
Actually,
with...
can we start with Dev?
Yeah, let's do Dev.
Because I'm gonna get pretty angry for Aug. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, Dev.
Yeah, I mean, this season it was very good. I think everyone who liked Dev was very happy. It also worked quite well in the current raid tier. Like, in Undermine, there was like use out of both hero talents, which I think is pretty rare. Since hero talents have come out. Like on some fights, you used Mass Disintegrate in early prog, and then Flame Shaper kind of took over, especially on like more single target stuff. But then by the end, it was just all Flame Shaper. But anyways, it was cool this tier that we got to see play out of both. Going into next patch, we'll start with Scale Commander. Scale Commander's lifeline on the PTR kind of started out pretty weird. Do you know what the tier set does at all or no?
No.
Okay, so basically when you deep breath, you summon goons.
Oh,
and
yeah,
you get a goon squad. And like the lifeline of that part of the tier set on the PTR was super jank. Like the AI around the goons was really weird. The design around them in general started out weird. You wanted to like fly into a wall to get max value, like max length out of your deep breath so that it was throwing pyres the entire time. So like in order to do max DPS, you just flew into a wall. And then they changed it so that it only pyred mobs in front of you.
To prevent you from doing that.
Yeah, but then it became even more degenerate in a sense. So then you're talking about like tank positioning.
Oh,
so that
you have to like deep breath in a
into a wall.
Dude.
Or we're calling it pebble maxing. You would find like a pebble or some sort of terrain in the dungeon that you or in the raid that you could just fly into and get stuck, so that you were still like pyring ahead of you. So there was like a bunch of cringe stuff like that, but then they fixed it. And I think like in terms of like functionality and design wise, it's in a pretty good spot now. The only problem is Scale Commander's damage is just dookie. Like it just kind of sucks. It's pretty cool to shoot like 7 laser beams around. The goons work a lot better now. They like follow your target. They're very responsive. One thing that sucks about them, and I don't think anyone has ever been able to say this in the history of WoW, is your tier set can die. Like your tier set can soak mechanics and then just lose part of your tier set. Yeah, so imagine if like a mage's mirror images made up a bunch of their damage. It's just like they die and then
they just died, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess pets have kind of died in WoW's history on random bosses because of some weird interaction, which is a big part of your damage. But yeah, tier sets, no, that's a crazy thing to hear.
Yeah. But yeah, so I don't think Scale Commander will be played much at all, if ever. Its damage is quite far behind Flame Shaper. Now, Flame Shaper dev, start with Raid. I think it's going to be quite strong. Ranking wise, I do not want to put it above any Warlock spec. But I was thinking very high A tier for Flame Shaper dev. It did just get hit with like a 3% single target nerf and a 5% AoE nerf, but its damage was that good, and it still remains quite good. It's one of the highest simming, especially I think if you include PI. It definitely loves PI.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think IA definitely not better than Warlocks. The Warlocks are sandbagging.
Yeah, we kind of have proof the Warlocks are sandbagging. I literally had like a leaked DM. Like that's crazy.
Yeah, there's leaked DMs and then like, yeah, I don't know. But in terms of like Race World first, have people been like guessing what they'll see in the raid? Like how many or?
Yeah. So
I think.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say yeah. So like, do you think there would be one in the race, and if so, how many?
I think for sure one. If Warlock gets gutted, I think potentially 2. I didn't test all the raid bosses, so I don't know if there's like any like niche like raid fights where a time spiral or rescuing your Shadow Priest or whatever, that stuff comes into play. So that could maybe warrant 2, but I think just like damage wise and tuning wise, I think you'll see 1 for sure. If Warlock gets nerfed, maybe 2.
Okay.
Yeah, damage solid. Damage profile for raid also solid, and then obviously Evoker utility pretty untouched. In a lot of raid fights. If Prez Evoker's played, that might also change how many you bring, but
is it does it
we'll
okay, do Evokers actually care how many other Evokers are being brought except for the scenario where you just have a certain amount of Evoker players in your guild or something? Because like I think their 60-minute raid buff is completely fake. I don't even think you need one. And it's the whole thought process of like, oh, well, we have one, would you bring more? I think like you basically just gain you gain the exact same value bringing 2 as you do 1. 0 to 1 same value, 1 to 2 pretty much same value, and then after that there just becomes less good uses for like time spirals and shit and rescues, but like it's pretty close.
Yeah, I think if you're basing off that stuff, like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, it doesn't matter. The only time the number would matter is if the fight required it, like a Razageth or something, right? Where you're getting pushed back and you need X amount of rescues for your
Also,
priest
time spiral kind of, especially when you're not playing scale commander, time spiral feels really nice, right? Because you're actually just like gaining hovers and you actually need those.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, spatial being in the dev tree, like I don't know if that really matters as much nowadays. Like, I don't know, what was the last raid fight where you're like, oh, we can't do this without a spatial? What comes to mind for me is Fyrak, like the Fyrak move in P1.
There's actually quite a few, and even though it's never for actual movement spells, interestingly enough, which is like warlocks and priests always complain about, like, oh, time spiral doesn't make us move faster, which is like totally valid complaint. But also, whenever you're looking at total amount of time spirals required, it's usually like, can warlocks port every single time? If the answer is no, it's like, how many time spirals do you need to make sure that that's true? So like for warlocks, it's about gaining ports, and then on specifically Ansurek, Death's Advance. Well, time spiral is just really good from everyone just to deal with the knockback or the suck in general. But I think specifically Death's Advance, it was needed to make that up every time.
Yeah. I think
oh, you were saying spatial. Sorry, I'm fucking so stupid. You're saying spatial.
I mean, sort of same category.
Same idea, though. Yeah. Okay.
A movement spell helping you beat a mechanic or something.
Fyrak spatial on Disc Priest in P1 was like super insane. A couple other ones. It's not it's not always neat. It has a really long CD.
Yeah, I think we can leave it there for raid. A tier damage, super good. Damage profile is good. And I think, sorry, one more thing to add. You said like it doesn't matter how many devs are in the raid.
Yeah.
It does compete, unfortunately, with one of the best PI targets. So like dev loves PI and it gains a lot from PI. So
you think you'd only bring as many devs?
Gets a PI.
Yeah, you'd only bring as many devs as you have PIs.
I don't want to like strictly say that, but yeah, I think it's is definitely something you would consider.
Okay.
At the top end.
All right, sweet. Mythic plus for dev, real quick.
Yeah, M plus dev, scale commander in the dirt. You won't even look at that. Flame Shaper, extremely good. They just nerfed it, but still very, very strong. Very good utility kit. Damage profile. Now, a lot of people, a lot of content creators, a lot of tier lists have come out recently and said that dev can only do pad. It's just a pad spec. And we'll get into that a bit, but like that is not true. With the correct talents and the correct player, like dev can do extremely good AoE. It's one of the best uncapped AoE specs in the game. It has that going for them. And then with correct talents, you can do insane single target in a dungeon setting as well. The problem with dev is you sort of have to build a comp around it. It kind of has to become the princess. You have to build a comp around it. It struggled this season a lot because like, so when you're doing AoE, you have to choose if you're doing AoE or single target, right? It doesn't have the luxury that a lot of the good M+ specs have of like, oh, I can hit the main mob and do damage to every other mob. And because I'm hitting the main mob, the key is faster, right? Dev is just kind of hitting everything, or you're hitting one thing for the most part.
Yeah.
So like if you pair that with a boomkin and a DK, well, that doesn't really work well, right? But if you have an arcane mage and then you sort of become that like DK heavy AoE slot, then sure. So in terms of ranking it, I'm hesitant to put it at the bottom of S tier because I think we'll put it this way. I think for the civilians, the general population, I think it's high A tier. No, don't put it in S.
I'm not officially putting it anywhere. Yeah, no.
Okay,
so
okay.
so you put in A because you think, yeah, I mean, it's like a old
So-
Breath of Syndragosa Frosty K where like you needed to actually pull around it for it and it just gained crazy value, but if you were doing lower keys or if you weren't playing around it, it loses a lot of value.
Yeah, exactly. And like I think the most important thing with dev is building a comp around it that is you don't want to have another damage profile that covers what dev is already doing, right? But in terms of just like raw DPS, like it's up there. It is one of the most one of the biggest damage doers in M plus on the PTR right now.
Okay.
And one issue is, nobody really plays it, nobody really tests it, so you don't really see it on PTR, so it's not popping up at all. But like, yeah, it's up there for damage. It just sucks because you have to build around it a bit. And then aside from that, it has one of the best utility kits in M plus, right? Because it basically has everything that Og had, and Og's was insane. So that also holds merit in keys, but yeah, I think I would put it there.
All right, cool. We're done with dev. We're leaving it there. We're gonna do Og, but in at most half the time we just spent on dev. So let's slam Og.
Okay.
Og for raid.
Oh man. Okay, half the time.
Yeah.
Okay. For raid, I would put low end of A or high P.
Oh shit, you're going hella
Um,
fast. Okay, fuck it. Let's go.
Yeah. Well, we're just gonna start with the ranking, and then I'll explain.
Sure.
I think in raid, like obviously in the right hands at the highest level, it could be low A. It does sim around like 6 mil DPS as Chrono Warden, which is pretty good. But the problem is you have to work hard for that, right? Og is in a very weird spot. But like last year, it was like 70, almost 80% to 20 ratio of personal damage versus buff damage. They've kind of gone away from that with the new tier sets. Like the Chrono tier set and the Chrono hero tree in general plays into more like the buff aspects, right? So in order to earn that like A tier damage in raid, you have to work hard for that, because we all know how cringe and annoying buffing, like managing your buffs on like 4 people in raid is just, or 2, and then juggling is just like so annoying. You have to work so hard for it. There's positional requirements. There's all of that. So like, why work that hard when you could just play dev? But I think in the right hands, maybe in the right boss fight, could be A, otherwise B. It's not that good, and that is only Chrono Warden. Scale Commander is completely dead, and I mean completely. You want to play like old seasons tier sets. I don't know if you saw this, but like you can just go over to M plus right now and put it in You're Actually Mad. Just drop it all the way to You're Actually Mad.
Okay. It's just terrible.
Yesterday, for the second tier in a row, they just shot Evoker. They just took both their kneecaps off. Gone. Like, I don't know why they did this. It was actually going to be, like, decent, playable, okay. But what they did was they zeroed the pet aura damage boost for Og, and Scale Commander's tier set, which is the hero talent you would have been playing, is entirely based around having pets. There's like a 30% DPS loss for the entire tier set, puts it like 10% behind Chrono Warden, and then it's just like, it's a complete mess. I don't know why they did that. They did nothing to compensate for it. It's like beans. It's so bad.
Okay.
So you have to play Chrono Warden, and then because you're playing Chrono Warden, the way the tier set works, sorry, I'm trying to keep this fast. The way the tier set works is you don't even want to cast Eruption. You want to cast Living Flame in some instances. You are casting your filler spell. Like,
Yeah,
it just doesn't work.
Yeah, it's
They don't
stupid.
interact together. It's broken. It's like, and then because Chrono Warden's like a buff, it revolves around buffing, right? Where it's like they've leaned more towards personal damage. Like, I wish they would just pick one or the other. Do you want Og to be a personal DPS, or do you want it to be a buff spec? Do you want it to be a support role? Because it's no longer a support role. That has just gone completely out the yeah, it's a disaster. I wish they would do something. But in raid, I think in the right hands, it's like playable middle of the pack. In M plus, like, get it. Don't even try.
Yeah, I think another thing a lot of people forget, especially with AUG going into raid, is I think AUG might be the single worst class to look at a 5-minute sim for, or just see how they're generally doing on just like pure single target. Because like where AUG's strength lies is being able to kind of copy what the best class is in your raid at that exact moment. So like on something like Brood Twister. On Brood Twister, you're buffing the DKs when their breath is up, and then you're buffing the warriors outside of that or whatever. Like you can kind of just become whatever's best at that time. If you're doing a boss where there's like an AoE phase and then there's damage amps, and then like you're able, when played right, like you're saying, like there are bosses that just basically the worst an AUG will ever look is when you're all in one raid hitting one target for exactly 5 minutes, right? You're always going to look better on any real raid fight because the strength of AUG is buffing the right people at the right times, and there's just huge peaks and valleys for that. So I think it's also like a weird fight dependent spec too.
And genuinely, one of the biggest problems with that too, and this is where like they have like an identity crisis right now, it seems, is because you're going to be playing Chrono Warden, right? And it's like mainly buff focused. Is one of the big issues is log hooks just don't work properly. So like gauging the spec in an accurate and an appropriate way is still just to this day like impossible, especially for the average player. Like at the top end, sure, you guys could analyze a lot deeper and you could do the math of what's missing in the log hooks, but like it just still doesn't work. Like take Ellie Shaman for example. Earthquake, you gain, like, it attributes 0 back to the Evoker. So
yeah, how
can we gauge until that part of the spec is fixed, right?
Yeah.
Which was nice last season because they shifted, 70-80% of the spec towards personal damage. They kept buffing personal damage. We had personal damage tier sets. It was a little bit easier to, analyze how it was doing, but now it's like somewhere caught in the middle and it's just a mess.
Dude, W. All right. AUG looking okay and bad, and Dev looking okay. If Dev actually ends up making it meta and Mythic Plus, that would be so surprising to me. I don't think that's ever happened.
I don't think it will.
I hope it does.
But yeah, I don't think it will. It also, I think that class struggles more, class. All 3 specs, I think, struggle with perception more than anything else I've ever seen in this game.
Actually, so true. That is
yeah. If I could like leave the WoW community one day and change one thing, it would be to fix that.
Dude, fuck yeah. All right, that's all the time we got. Thank you for your time.
Real quick.
What? Oh no.
If I was a dev, I'd change one thing.
Yeah.
Work our dog shit. Buff. All right, love you. Bye.
Love you. Bye. Okay. Yeah. Bye. All right. DK time. With Taznak. Hello.
Yo, how's it going?
Hello, it's going really well. And congrats on your analyst role. When did that happen? A couple months ago?
Yeah, about a month and a half ago.
Oh, cool. W. Yeah, it's really like seeing the stuff real time in the race is like really, really fun. I imagine you'll be a very good help to them. But today you're here to talk about the most recently, or one of the most recently reworked classes in Death Knight DPS. And I'm interested to see. It's a pretty big roller coaster, right? I think in the promotional materials, they're like, we've reworked Unholy, and then the first patch was just like only frost changes, and like Unholy had barely any. Like, what do these specs look like to you? It doesn't have to be Raid or Mythic Plus necessarily yet. Just like, what do you think about the reworks in general?
Let's start with the one that's kind of a nothing burger. Unholy. The changes to Unholy are, I don't know how else to put it other than it's the same thing, just with like a slightly different coat of paint. Like, nothing's really different there. It doesn't play any different. Doesn't really add any new tools for things for it to do. It's just bland, the same as it ever was, same as it's been since Legion. It's just kind of whatever. When it comes to Frost, though, the Frost changes are actually really, really good in a lot of ways, but also a little bit awkward in others. But in general, Frost got a top-down rework to basically its entire talent tree. changes a lot of things about how it plays, a lot of tools it has. But the thing I don't particularly love about it is they kept the playstyle essentially the same. So, like, if you're familiar with Frost already, you could probably just pick it up and play it in, 11.2 without any issues at all, just because of how similar it is at its core.
Yeah, I actually personally, this totally, maybe I shouldn't even say, but I actually kind of don't like it. I feel like it took there was definitely some like quality of life changes that were really nice, but I don't, and I know I'm in the minority here, but I just don't like what they did to Breath. They made it like pretty brainless, and I miss that part of it. And I like, I was looking, and this is also another stupid thing. You know how like everyone has like their little UI packages now, and like they have their big buttons that matter on the top bar, and then like they have their utility stuff on a smaller bar just below it. Bro, that top bar for Frosty K got fucking nuked. Like the amount of buttons that are on there, like you don't care about tracking D&D anymore. Remorseless Winter's gone. It's just like you're just looking at it, and it's just aesthetically not bigger than the utility row, and that's just, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, Frost basically boils down now to just press shiny button, It's like different coat of paint for ret.
Yeah, I feel like Frost was so much more than that, but I know there's just this part of the community that just absolutely hated a lot of the stuff that made them different for a long time, and maybe Blizzard just caved on that. But also, here's the thing, ret is really basic, but it's also still really well designed and really well made. You can make a basic easy WoW class that also has high levels of mastery and stuff and is fun to do over and over again. So I'm not saying it isn't that, but would you say generally you're positive about it, the Frost one?
Frost, yeah, generally positive. Probably like, if I had to rate it on a scale like 1 to 10, it'd be like a 7. Better than average, but not like incredibly cool.
Yeah, okay. So I know they've gotten a lot of changes recently, but I would just ask this right away. Do you think they are a meta Mythic Plus spec, Frost or Unholy?
Neither of them right now, especially after the nerfs to Deathbringer, especially Frost a couple days ago. I don't think Frost stands a chance anymore. Like, it'll probably be an A-tier spec for Mythic Plus, but that's about as high as I'd put it for now. It could see some play with some comps, but I don't think it's going to be meta. As for Unholy, oh man, how much can I rant?
I trust you to be like pretty interesting while you're doing. You can rant away.
Okay, so Unholy, when it comes to Mythic Plus, is in this really awkward spot because they changed a bunch of stuff on the talent tree to kind of make it do the same thing it was already doing, but they also pulled back the utility. I mean, the same applies for Frost too, but we have worse AMZ. We no longer have Abomination's Limb.
Yeah.
So our Mythic Plus utility kind of got like cut in half.
Yeah.
And all Unholy really ever brought to Mythic Plus was just a ton of AoE damage. But with the changes to the talent tree and the new talents they introduced, it kind of just doesn't compete in that same niche anymore, especially when you account for like the Bursting Swords nerf, or cap, I should say. There's a lot of factors that play into it that makes Unholy just not really that impressive anymore. It's probably like mid B tier at best. Just took a spec and gutted it.
Damn. Okay. I mean, that wasn't a long rant at all, but yeah, no, I agree with that. Although they were like the best DPS spec for an entire season, and I don't think that's been that's pretty hard to come by for DK. So at least that's a W. That happened.
Yeah, it was a good season.
Okay, so going into raid for both of these specs, you can start with either one, but just how do you see their raid viability working? And actually, maybe what you can start with is this might also be a rant. How you feel about their opinion on, you mentioned their Mythic Plus utility got cut in half, but like technically their raid and utility got increased. Although I know within the DK community, there are still people that are like in raid, it's not actually buff because like they don't get absorbed. Like it doesn't actually get absorbed in raid. And I'm looking at that like, bro, when we put down AMZs and like when we're doing the raid, and there's raid AoE happening, that shit actually just gets vaporized instantly. So it's like, for me, it's like in my opinion, like AMZ's way, way better in raid. But I'm interested to hear your take on it, and just like, what do you think about that whole situation? They say they're going to make grips always something that is needed.
Okay, yeah, this is absolutely going to be a rant, like you said. So let's start with AMZ. The AMZ changes in general, they are a buff for Mythic Raid, especially when you're looking at like the cutting edge crowd. If you're going to be pushing the bleeding edge, you're going to be, raiding Mythic, in the first couple of weeks, AMZ will absolutely be a buff for you. But for pretty much everybody else in the entire game, it's a nerf because they'd never hit that absorb cap anyway. So it's basically just doubled cooldown, absorbed less damage in general, and overall the AMZ stuff is going to be a nerf to like 99% of players because only the 1% is doing that mythic rating push. And then there's Abomination Limb, which I'll be real, wasn't that useful in raid, so that's kind of like a whatever change. Last time I think Abomination Limb was actually useful in raid was like Anduin.
Yeah, Anduin was really
been a
sick.
while.
It was always I think it wasn't that it wasn't like needed. Yeah, I'd say Anduin was the last time it was needed. I think what they said was it existed as an option, and it's just you could just death grip a bunch of things by just pressing one button, and it happens so infrequently that it basically just replaced the need for death grip to matter as to why they removed it, which I guess there's like some truth to that, but then you'd have to reduce the amount of grippable targets going forward. But yeah, anyways, keep going.
Yeah, and then you have the grip changes, which reducing the cooldown, that's kind of fine. They said, their goal is to make Death Knight's utility in raid something that, rivals Warlock, where it's not directly a raid buff. They've, in my honest opinion, completely failed at that still. Because grip and AMZ are still not universally...
Yeah, Hellstones are turbo bis on every fight. They're crazy. Gateway, I would say Gateway is pretty close to grip. Right, like there for about as many fights as you like. Gateway is nice. Grip is also nice. Maybe Gateway is a little bit better, but like I'm not even talking about the wipe recovery stuff, which is probably also invaluable. But literally, just Hellstones are useful / required on every single hard Mythic raid boss, and grip just isn't. Right?
Yeah, and that's the major thing. Like we're lacking something that's universally applicable, something that's good on every fight, something that makes DKs want to be there for every single fight, rather than them, gambling on, hey, the final boss here absolutely needs grip, and then everybody just puts on the BFA belt and knocks him back anyway.
Yeah. Okay. I like it. Well, I don't like that, but I like the passion. All right, so we are ranking DK for raid. All those things considered. We can probably just purely think about their throughput.
Yeah, let's start with Frost. After the nerfs the other day, I'd probably put it like high B tier, maybe like right above Fury.
Okay. Wait, I just tried to put them in a different. Wow. I'm not even gonna tell you what I just tried to do.
I'm watching you on stream.
Yeah,
right
that's
now.
crazy. I just did that. Okay.
Yeah, so Frost, high B tier. It's not the best spec, but it does bring some really nice, ability to do both single target and cleave, which this raid has a lot of. And that's like Frost's biggest strength, where it can have builds where it does both. But its damage just isn't there anymore after the nerfs, which, brought it back from, low S to high B, and it's just a bit of a shame.
Yeah. Okay. Unholy.
Bottom of Dobby, like... There's no reason to play the spec and raid right now. It doesn't do anything special. It can't cleave. It has a little bit better single target than average, but that's still not a reason to bring Unholy.
Okay. And we talked about the raid buff thing a little bit, but like just in general, if there's anything you would change about DK, if you could, what would you do?
There's obviously the raid buff thing, but the biggest thing right now would probably be taking a look at just the utility in general, because you have stuff like Death Grip, AMZ, but then there's differences between the specs in terms of the utility. Like Blood has Gorfian's Grasp, Frost has, it's Frostworm's Fury, which will stun enemies, but Unholy gets kind of shafted in that regard, because it can't even use Control Undead in the spec tree without losing its primary pet. It doesn't really have anything in the class tree either. So, like, look at Death Knight utility. That'd be my thing for him.
No, I think that's definitely real and true. Like, compare it to other like melee stops you would have in a dungeon. Even like it's just lacking in like pretty much every area there. All right, cool.
Yep,
love to hear that. Thanks for still taking the call, especially with the meth thing, and obviously good luck to you guys this tier. Hope you have fun doing.
Yep.
Analyst jobs are weird, man. You got to like find a role of exactly what your role is. But I know Method has a million of them. But I know you're smart, so I'm sure you'll find a lot of ways to be impactful.
Yep, I'm sure I will too.
Yep. Love you. Bye. Dude, I hit him with the compliment, so he wasn't gonna be thinking about it. That's the only reason I did that, bro. That was fucking master class right there. Absolutely demolished. Hi, buddy. Hi, Reptar. Hi, buddy. Oh yeah, yeah. Hi. Oh, he might need to go out. 1 second. Holy dent. Do I have headset dent? Wait. Wait, I know this is gonna be bad. Is it? Yeah, it's pretty bad. That's not good at all, is it? Okay. Jesus Christ. It's just an absolute dent. Okay. Let's we have a bunch of other people to call. Actually, let's just like go through who I have in my head. Jedith for Havoc. I have a bunch of. I think I was gonna do Preet for Mage. Have some other mages that have messaged me as well. Word up for Enhance. He said he's Nocturnal Degenerate. Apparently, this Dump guy for Ellie. And then Rogue. Apparently, you guys want to talk to Shindig. Still have had zero communication with that guy. Don't know how I would even reach out to him. Who knows? And then, not Bond. Bond can't be here yet. And then, as usual, I have no one for Rogue, but I can usually find someone. And then I have no one for Pharaoh currently, unless Sai is around. Don't even know if he's currently playing the game. Moonkin, there's just a bunch of Moonkin people I could call. Yeah, okay, we're like kind of on track here to keep going. So, cool. Where do you guys want to go? What do you guys want to do? Oh, and Rhett. I have no one for Rhett, as usual. That's just a problem for the end of the stream. Enhance, Fire Mage. I'm gonna go with Enhance. There's more mages than Enhance, but just barely. Like based on what people are spamming right now. And Enhance is only 1 spec and Mage is 3. I feel like that's a W for the old Enhances. Plus, I think this will be spicy. So let me find him. Yeah, I know you guys want me to talk to the tomato guy. I just don't like know him. So maybe next time. Hello?
Yo,
what's up, dude? How you feeling about Enhanced next season right now? You feeling amazing? Feeling bad?
so normally I'm pretty positive when I come and do these, but I'll be pretty unchained about this one.
Oh,
It's really
Unchained.
bad.
God damn. Okay. It's really bad at like everything?
So like going back to season 2, the reason that I think the spec was really good, especially early on in Liberation of Undermine, it had 2 hero talents that you could swap between, and it got better as you like carried on as they buffed and fixed Stormbringer. Next season, the tier sets are, to put it nicely, one of them is absolutely dog shit, and the other one is good but really degenerate too.
Dude, I don't know why, but you saying I'm going to put this nicely and then you said it's absolute dog shit just absolutely killed me. But okay, all right, so tier sets are bad. Hero talents aren't as, or tier sets are bad, or the one that's good is like annoying or something. And then, in general, just not happy. I would ask you this. Enhance has been the raid buff in the raid for shamans for probably like almost 4 years now, 3.5 years now, since I think it was Jailer tier or maybe Sylvanas tier when they actually added Windrush and then they eventually made it like a full shaman buff. But since then, do you think this is the tier where they are not the shaman buff?
Right now, it doesn't feel like it will be. Like I think right now it is probably the weakest season we've been looking at for about as long as most people who are like recent joiners to the game have played. It's like about 4 years plus since it's been this bad. And I just want to like be clear as well. The actual spec itself isn't bad. Like nothing was lost between season 2 and 3 in design. It's just the numbers are really bad there. So you've got all of these really good niches and abilities that you could use, but it doesn't matter because when you do them, you get beat by people who aren't using special things. They just beat you anyway because the overall number, the tuning just blows.
How make up a number in percent of how far behind you are from being like upper middle of the pack in raid.
For which hero tree? Because it's
whatever the
really
best,
different.
whatever the best one is, whatever the best thing for enhance is right now. Like how far behind are you?
So, Stormbringer wins by far right now. But it has 2 builds. One of them isn't going to get played, I don't think, because it's really random. And that's doing like, I want to say 10 to 15% less
than what you need to be
than
like...
what you'd need to be like competing with Ellie. I'd say like a safe bet would be at least 10, but probably more.
So the reason I'm asking you that is I'm thinking of like the kind of buffs that classes will get this close to a raid. I feel like the tuning they did recently felt not final, but pretty final, and they'll definitely make some right before the raid comes out, and maybe some in this upcoming week. But I don't like 15%. How often does a class get buffed by 15%? Like a week before, or like in the patch week. That
exactly, yeah.
That literally doesn't happen, right? I don't know if that's ever happened. I'm sure it has. Someone will find it, but like it's pretty rare, right? So like if you feel like you're actually that far behind, that's pretty tough. Like I'm thinking the most any class gets realistically is like an 8% thing. So
yeah, I think that what's happened is over the whole of season 2, there was a lot of aura buffs that happened to the people around us over and over again. And enhancement never got one, and it was fine in that season, so I could understand why they didn't. But when you do that like 2, 3, 4 waves in a row, never do it. Go into the PTR, you've got all of that debt from never seeing those buffs. Everyone on the PTR also then gets more. The ones who didn't have them get more as well, but enhancement didn't get touched at all. So it's basically doing season 2 tuning with season 3 gear when everyone else is like a step ahead. They've already moved on to season 3.
Damn, this is weird because this is going to come out and I imagine you're going to rank enhanced pretty low in both of these things. But
I'm going to be honest, like I'm pretty mad, so you can put it right there.
Yeah, that's fine.
Because I'm personally mad.
Yeah, okay, all that's fine. It's just I feel like trying to future-proof this, and you can't do that right now, but like the reality is anything that's actually so bad that you feel that way, the reality that this ends up being true, like looking at this a month after the patch comes out, it's going to probably be, it's just going to get buffed like a little bit at least, right? So like it'll probably be a little higher than that, but right now, yeah, 1 week and less than like 3 days till the patch.
I can give you like in raid, I think it does just sit at the bottom. It's like arms, that the numbers it has just aren't good enough. The best talent that it has for single target at least is not going to get played versus the other one because it's reliable and at least it gives it burst, so it's got something. But its numbers aren't good enough. In Mythic Plus, it can do good AoE when it lines up. It can do really good AoE, but it's really random. It needs you to play around it a lot, and it's pretty easy to mess it up. So I think you could probably put that into Dobby there. But in raid, I'm pretty firmly like it sits at the bottom. But Mythic Plus, you could maybe stretch it up a tier.
Okay, I'll put it in Dobby a little bit. That's fine. All right, cool. Goddamn. Dude, I feel like if that ends up being true, that's it. Also, this is just my own personal opinion. Like, I think Enhance is just, like, one of the most fun specs to play. So I always hate seeing fun specs be not good because doing damage is part of fun.
That's the thing is when you go on the PTR, like if you were playing a single player game, it is really fun to play. There's nothing wrong with the way that it plays, mostly. But when you then see what you're competing against, it means that however much fun you had doesn't matter because the performance does factor into it.
Yeah, it would be nice if WoW was a single player game. Unfortunately, it's just like definitely not. It's like kind of the quintessential not single player game.
Like I'm sick in delves, but like when you've got Stormbringer in raids that's like 15% behind, and then Totemic that's, I don't know, I think it's sat somewhere like 25 to 30% behind the type of numbers that people would do, to the point where, like Dorky mentioned before, it's almost getting outclassed by prot warriors in DPS. That's just, I think, a pretty serious issue. They've basically just bricked a hero talent by not touching it, and having a set bonus that has got 5 bugs, that has gone through 3 bug fixes with new bugs each time. It feels like the whole PTR situation for us has been a bit of a mess.
Yeah. All right. Damn. You can change one thing about enhance that is not how dog shit they are at the moment. What is it?
That's really hard because the actual design is good. I'd like our class tree to be less bad for us, but honestly, they just need to improve the single target for both specs. Each tree has got its own thing to buff. You can just do that.
All right. Cool. All right. That works for me.
Also, like, since you've split the lists between Raid and Mythic Plus, I know that people in the chat mention it a lot. You might want to, like, this is Enhancement Cabal stuff, but you might want to speak to Zorthas, who's been doing a lot of Mythic Plus stuff on BTR.
The tomatoes.
like-
I'm not calling someone else. I don't know the tomato. But I could keep that in mind for next time though. That works.
Yeah,
I don't
we could both
speak.
do it
I don't
next time.
speak to vegetables. Also, I think that might be like just something that's like part of my character.
It's a good job that tomatoes are a fruit then.
Oh, wait, are they? Oh, bro, that's so fucking insane. It is a fruit, isn't it?
Yeah.
Bro, actually, I knew that. My bit is going to be that, like, I knew that, but just to slander tomatoes, I called it wrong on purpose. That's fucking sick. Okay. Yeah, no, we might call it tomato next time. That's cool. All right. See you later, man. Good night.
Yeah,
Love,
see ya.
Love. Who do we got here? Good to cover all mage. All right, we're doing mages, boys. Let's get this out of the way. Fuck mages. Don't tell them I said that. Calling right now. Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going fucking amazing. Did you know tomato? Never mind. So, what do you think about mage in general going into the new season?
Outlook was pretty good, and then we've suffered nerf after nerf. Some specs are kind of immune to it, I guess, because they provide certain benefits that other mage specs don't, or just like specs in general. But overall, we're a little worse off, I think, but still not too bad. Do you want me to talk about one specifically to start off?
Yeah, so we'll start with fire.
Okay, so fire was really good, and now it's really bad. And in fact, I would put fire, since we're like putting these on the tier list, I think for raid, fire is straight up Dobby. The reason why is because, number one, you only have one working hero talent, really. Crossfire was the OP one for a bit. Sun Fury was pretty balanced with it. They came out with some changes, and for some reason they thought like, oh yeah, Frostfire damage should be like 25% less than like the other mage specs. So it's just like, it's not playable right now. Sun Fury is just continuously getting nerfed, and it's funny because every time it gets nerfed, Frostfire also gets nerfed. So they're just like beating a dead horse with it. Right now, the Fire Mage sim is basically playing superhuman. Like, the only person who's going to be able to play that way is I'm Fired Up. And, like, even then, it's doing, like, 5.5 million. And if you start playing it like the average player, it's just going to go down considerably. Also, they completely gutted the AoE. You only Flame Strike at 8 or more targets now. So that's just not really viable for Mythic Plus. I think in general, Fire Mage is kind of full Dob. In fact, I would put it in Dobby for both Raid and Mythic Plus.
That's crazy. Dude, I feel like fire... Oh, I'm fucking muted for some reason. I feel like fire... I always feel like fire's one of those specs that's... If it's ever not good in Raid, it's because it's so good in Mythic Plus. It's just the way that Ignite has always worked. That's the reason they kind of can't be good in Raid. Obviously, last season, that's not how that played out, but...
yeah.
But you're saying
Ignite's
even in Mythic
canceled?
Plus, you think their AoE has just gotten cranked.
Yeah. So Ignite's canceled, Flame Strike's canceled. Yeah, Fire is canceled. I don't know. I think probably in Raid, it's probably fine to put it in B. because there's no way that they just like leave it like this. They always do this thing with fire where it comes out. If it's really bad when it comes out, they always like keep giving it a little buff until it gets pretty good. So I think realistically, if you want to future proof it a bit, B is probably more appropriate for raid. But like for Mythic Plus, unless they change something big, it's just full on Dob right now.
Okay. And then I'm gonna have you do Frost, and I think I'm gonna call Param for Arcane.
Yeah, that sounds like a good plan.
All right.
So
Frost.
for Frost, so Frost is a weird spec, right? Because it's one of those specs where you see the numbers in Sims, and you're always like, oh, they're not gonna do that. Like, let's just go ahead and like subtract 10% or whatever, right? Like, I'm sure everyone has noticed that Frost is just always simming high. Like, if you just looked at Sims and you thought, oh, here's my tier list, I'm just gonna put them in the list the Sim has them. Frost would be S tier basically every patch. You would have played Frost in Liberation of Undermine. Obviously, that didn't happen, right? Frost has a lot of reasons why it looks good, but then doesn't really perform. A lot of that comes down to the damage profile itself. A lot of it comes down to the rotation and the reaction speed and just like the general populace that plays Frost. There's a lot of Frost players. It's like one of the more popular Mage specs, but not a lot of like high-end players. You have to have hands for Frost. But all that being said, there's a new way of playing Frost for Frostfire that's like pretty simple to play. It's just it struggles a bit with mobility. Damage is really good though. It's actually like one of the best 3 specs in the game numerically. And that's not just like single target at 2 target. It's still up there. 3 targets still up there. Very, very strong. So I know this might be controversial, but I think Frost is A tier in raid.
Okay.
It is enough ahead, or it's ahead enough that I think that even if you tax it, if you give it the Frost tax, I still think it comes out like higher end on A. Yeah.
Okay.
The reason why I put it A, just to be clear, not S, is because it doesn't have priority damage, it doesn't have execute, it doesn't have cheat deaths, and generally it struggles with mobility. So these are reasons why, obviously, take the Sims with a grain of salt, but yeah.
Yeah, but even a mage like struggling mobility is still like I think like depending on the fight like decently better than other things. But I think all those things are valid. If you don't have those kind of niches, those matter. But also, if you end up killing like a really hard single target boss and ends up being like top or close to the top, most people would be like that's sick. But I can see the viewpoint. Yeah. Okay, for Fire and Frost, you could do one for each if you want as well. But like if you were Blizzard and you could change something about them, what would that be?
So for Fire, I just think that I mean, obviously they just need to buff it, right? But I think they need to give special attention to Fire. It's just really bad right now. The sim starts with like a 4, you go and play it, it just feels awful. It just feels like nothing really does damage anymore. I don't know why they don't want Ignite to be, or a Living Bomb specifically. I don't know why they don't want Living Bomb to be good. I would like to see them address Living Bomb. Perhaps even look into the talent choices, because you can take 2 talents that just don't work with each other right now. You can have Hyperthermia and Sun King's Blessing. Just like doesn't make sense that those talents aren't on a choice node together. And also the whole uptimeification of the spec, I think has been really detrimental overall. So I think it would be really nice to see them maybe make Fire feel more bursty. Perhaps make Combustion like a proper 2-minute cooldown. For Frost, I just think generally the rotation itself is kind of boring. It's probably due for a rework. I think the way it plays in this coming tier, there's like lots of different ways you can play it. You can play the super mobile bolt spammer. You can play a more normal build that's like way more mobile, but does very flat damage, and it's kind of all right. But all of them kind of just have the same problem, which is that, and I know fun is subjective, but it just doesn't really feel that fun to play. It just feels a little boring. So I would say Frost probably needs to get something to make it more fun. And like Fire and Frost, they don't have anything close to what Arcane has. I mean, Arcane's priority damage is so insane. I mean, if you abuse this, right? Like if you set up a situation where any boss allows you to funnel damage, you can like add other targets. We're talking about at 3 targets gaining like 26% damage on the main target. You can go up to 40% at 8 targets, depending on the situation.
Insane.
This is just a role that like will never be filled by anyone else in Mythic Plus, because if you have big AoE pumpers, like Mage can't pump like other classes can, right? when it comes to AoE specifically. So you let them do that job. It's kind of like what Kess was saying. You let like the dev do the big burst, right? And the AoE kill all the low mobs. And Arcane's job is just to like chip away at that big guy. And they are unrivaled when it comes to that. The only thing that even comes remotely close is Demon Hunter, and they're still off by like 10%. So, and also their baseline single target's lower. So I don't think you're replacing Arcane in keys anytime soon. So yeah, I don't know. They're kind of like finding an identity for Arcane, which is great, but the tuning is often so out of whack that the niches like the 2-target or funnel or having like execute and defensives being good, it just ends up not really mattering too much.
Okay. I also forgot to have you rate Frost and Mythic Plus. Do that real quick.
Oh, in Mythic Plus, I think it's like B tier. I don't think it's very good. Arcane exists, right? So like, what?
Yeah, that
I
matters.
guess maybe you like need a slow. I guess we do have Halls of Atonement, but I feel like there's like other ways to get that. So yeah, it does like decent AoE. It's just not better than anyone else. So I think it's very average.
All right, cool. All right, W. Thanks for the time, my guy.
All right, love you. Bye.
All right. Oh, okay. Calling Porum. Hello?
Hello. How's it going?
Hey, going pretty good. I just need you just for Arcane. Like, are you still like Arcane's your shit?
Yeah, all day.
Love that. Okay, well.
So one thing, I was listening to Preheat, and I agree with
Yeah.
a lot of what he said with Fire and Frost for sure. But the funnel is a little bit worse now. They did nerf Resonance in one of the recent hotfixes. That brought it down to about 30% in 5-target and about 35 in 8-target. And that is with Spellslinger, and specifically, I'm not entirely sure because I've recently heard rumors that people are starting to play Sun Fury in M+, which has a bit better uncapped AoE and a little less funnel. So that'll be interesting to see how that plays out long term.
All right, cool. I want to ask you a question. How many mages do you think are going to be in the Race World first comp? If you had to guess.
If I had to guess, I mean, obviously you always have one, right? But I think it's pretty likely that we see 2 this tier. I think the raid looked very ranged friendly. I do think Warlock might be a little bit stronger at some of the fights from what I've heard and seen. I didn't get a chance to test them myself for the most part though, so I'm a little bit skewed in my perception. It's kind of based off of the videos I've seen and reading the timers and stuff like that. I think Arcane is probably going to fare pretty well as far as mage specs go. And I could definitely see 2. I think it will depend a bit more on how Destro and like Deb and Shadow
definitely
look at the end of the day, right?
Yeah, for sure. Like, it's always going to come down to, like, you have all that you need for raid buffs, and it's like, are you bringing a second mage or, like, a third of this other thing? Or, you know, I guess, like, a third. They're all competing for the same spots. And also, sometimes the answer is not a million of one thing. It's a 2 of multiple things, because they do damage differently. So I can see that
and one of the really nice things about Arcane in specific in that regard, and I think we saw this in like Aberrus especially, and in Vault of the Incarnates, was running 2 Arcanes worked really well because you had PI being able to be alternated from the healers onto the Arcane because of timings worked out better than like with a Shadow Priest or something. You're kind of locked into putting that on a 2-minute class, whereas with the healer PI you can kind of flex around Arcane Mage cooldowns and stuff like that, and maybe PI the DKs on opener and then the Arcanes on the second use at like 2-minute 30 or whatever, right?
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I think that's like, I mean, saying like 2 mages are gonna be brought for the race is like, I mean, I feel like a pretty lukewarm, like that usually happens.
Yeah.
You know.
I think the bigger question is when we'll bring 4, right?
Okay. What do you think? What do you think about Mythic Plus Arcane? Like, how strong you think it is? Do you think it's meta? Do you think it's in the meta comp?
As it stands now, I think it has a path to the meta. I don't know that it's guaranteed to be in there. I think a lot of what Arcane does right now, locks are actually doing pretty similar as far as priority, and locks do bring some really unique utility at times too, right? Like you can do gate skips and stuff like that. That said, I don't think the meta is really keyed into that mages have mass invis, and it's actually pretty awesome because mass barrier is so much stronger and they're a choice node, right? But I could definitely see Arcane with a path to the M plus meta scene for sure. But it's going to depend on the other two DPS and whether they're more priority focused or AoE focused.
I think
right?
it also matters if the other two DPS are casters, because Arcane Intellect exists, right? So
Absolutely, yeah.
That matters. Okay, and like you could play a physical comp too.
Prismatic with mass barrier is insane in M plus as well, right? A group cooldown that strong shouldn't be on a DPS period, in my opinion.
Oh shit! Advocating for, I mean, actually, if defensive removal ever happens, mages, I think you guys know you're like the
we're on the block.
Yeah, you're on the
sure.
You're getting fucking owned. Okay, so where would you put Arcane then? I would say it's not crazy styles. Like you're definitely going to play one of these all the time. It doesn't sound like you think that is what Arcane is.
I would probably put us right between Destro and Demo on A tier. Okay. I think that's probably the right fit. I think, like I said, we're not tuned crazy like we are in the current patch. If you remember the last time we talked, I actually put Arcane in S tier for Raid and Fire in S tier for M+.
Yeah.
I had those backwards. I kind of underestimated how much the ad damage mattered in this current raid, right?
Yeah.
But ultimately they buffed it a bunch and it was like super overpowered after the buffs. And
and they buffed it a lot. And
that's
how
why
the fuck are you ever going to expect that like mages can do what they did on Muggsy, you know?
Yeah.
Just random.
It's just not shit you can anticipate for sure.
It's the literal only spell in the game that cleaves in between the things. It's like, okay, cool. And they're the only class that can
It's
go
actually
in.
funny. It's funny though, because Fire worked out so well this raid that we figured that one out. But if you play Arcane on Muggsy, Arcane Orb and Splinters go through the wall as well. So you can still pad on the goon and shit. It's not quite as effective as Fire's, but it is interesting that like both these mage specs both have this ability to cleave those ads.
Yeah. I mean, Mage as always has a lot of options. That's cool. All right, if you could change something for Arcane, what would it be?
I mean, for Arcane in specific, I think the biggest thing is I would probably focus a bit more on the hero trees and how they interact with our spells. I think the biggest issue is Arcane Explosion doesn't interact with our hero trees at all. And we only have 4 spells, so it's not like, you know what I mean? Like, you removing 25% of the rotation, basically, by not having Arcane Explosion work properly. I do want to add, though, if I could change something for the whole class, I would get rid of Inspired Intellect in the class tree. It really restricts our ability to kind of customize and choose our utility. Instead, you're like hard locked into a specific capstone talent that dictates every other thing you can do in the tree, right? I would replace it with a choice node between Cauterize and Prismatic Barrier, personally. And I think that would really open up the Mage survivability issue, especially for Frost Mage, because they have a kind of the worst out of that deal.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah, and then we didn't talk about the raid rank. I don't want you to forget that.
Oh, yeah, true. Raid ranking in for Arcane.
Yeah, I'd probably, honestly, I'd put it right next to Frost. Probably a little bit better than Frost. Maybe even better than Shadow Priest, actually, now that I think about it. I think Arcane is going to do very well. There's a lot of vulnerabilities in the next raid, and the timings from what I've investigated should line up very well for Surge. I am worried about some of the later bosses, especially Dementius, because there's just so much we don't know, right? And the way some things are worded in the journal, it sounds like it might play out well, and it might play out poorly for Arcane. So we'll just have to see on that fight, though.
Yeah. Okay. All right, dude. Thanks for coming on again. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yep.
Love you. Bye.
Right. Good night. Okay. I'm falling off. Oh, we're barking. Hi, buddy. Don't do that. Yeah, you're so cute, though. Yeah, okay, they're just yelling. I can't think. All right, 1 second. I think they heard me said bye, so they were like, they think it's like time to go. We're gonna be going in like just a little bit. Dogs. Yo, I want to say one thing, mods. By the way, I don't want to spend too much time on this because I think most of you know this is obvious, and I'm not like changing anyone's mind here. But if someone comes on and their voice isn't exactly what you think it's going to be, don't like fucking make fun of them. It's weird. And mods, you don't have to time people out like that or just constantly tell them to stop. You can actually just ban them. I think that's like super fucking weird behavior, right? Doing that at all. So just for the future. Okay. Judith needs to go next. DH time. Hello.
Hello.
Are you excited about Havoc and stuff getting patched?
Am I excited about it?
Yeah, are you excited about getting 0 patch notes for like a couple months or what?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we could start with that. I don't know what to make of that. It's either like, hey, we're perfect, we don't need any adjustments, or maybe they're saving their energy for the supposed third spec that everyone's going crazy over.
You think that's happening?
You just don't. I don't know, man. Like, I think we're kind of extrapolating a lot of supposed evidence that we might be jumping the gun a little bit too much. I think like if we are jumping the gun, I'm gonna feel so bad for the devs if they have no intention of adding something, and if we've just been going nuts over it. Like, they're gonna feel so pressured into doing something. So it is kind of suspicious though that like there is another Demon Hunter in the raid fight that's doing things that Demon Hunter has never done before. So I don't know.
I actually think the more thing that makes me I am a believer in that, and the other reason is just like they did another spec. They added a spec to the game last expansion. It was around like it wasn't the same patch, but it was in like the 0.5 patch, which makes sense. It also wasn't announced at this point last time, and I just feel like they saw the AUG thing happen. And I know in the high-end community people are like, fuck AUG, delete AUG, but like the majority of players, especially, you know, this game's like mostly casual players, were very positive about AUG towards Blizzard. So Blizzard viewed it as a success, and that I bet during they're developing things 2 years out, right? 2-3 years out. I bet at that time they're like, any other classes need a spec? Well, Havoc has 2. If there's any class that's gonna get it, it's DH because they only have 2. So it's like, I feel like at that moment they've probably been working on it. I genuinely don't know anything about it. I have no inside information. There's just too many things for me to think that they're not doing it. I think they're doing it.
So does that mean that you think we're going to get it in like the 0.5 or the 0.7 patch?
Yeah, definitely. They've also had much more of an emphasis on like making sure this expansion, honestly it's been for a few years, but they just like try to like have a ton of stuff happen in like the middle and end of the patch. Most likely they're a subscription based thing. That's how they make their money. So like they want you to be incentivized to keep your subscription. That's why things like the trading post exist and stuff like that. So yeah, I think it is a like feature of that. And not to mention they literally just did this last expansion as a 0.5 or 0.7 thing. So yeah, I think they're doing it.
I mean, I hope so.
Yeah, that'd be good content for you, that's for sure. That'd be fucking insane shit.
Yeah,
Imagine you're like
no
a class
idea.
content creator, and then it's just like they just fucking randomly drop a new spec. That goes crazy.
Yeah, I'll be able to buy a house, a Lambo.
Yes,
it's gonna be crazy.
Okay, how do you feel about Havoc in Raid this season? Is it something where you think it's just gonna be the way you get Chaos Brand like it has been for like 4 years now? Or do you think they're like actually really strong? You could run multiple of them. Do you think they're like on the lower end? How do you view Havoc in the Raid?
So if we're talking Raid, I think it's pretty much exactly what you just described. We're kind of middle of the pack. So far for like pure single target sims, it's looking like Felskard is slightly ahead of Eldraki Reaver, which is kind of cool. I think everyone's been kind of itching to play Felskard a little bit. But again, that's on like pure single target. As soon as you put any adds into the fight, any type of, cleave or whatever, that's when the funnel of Eldraki Reaver just takes over and it's so much better.
Okay.
But I think even at that point, like we're still going to be like middle of the pack, maybe up lower of the top end. Like,
you think
nothing
there's
crazy
any
in Raid.
chance that you would bring 2 Havoc Demon Hunters right now?
No.
Okay, so that would like kind of basically disqualify it from like S at least.
Yeah, no, I was thinking if we're gonna rank it, probably like high B.
Okay. I mean, I think that would make, if you think like basically they wouldn't get broad if they didn't have a raid buff, I think the the highest it could go is B.
Yeah, I would be pretty content with high B. Actually, I'm not content with it. I don't like that. I would love for the spec to be better, but I think that's where it has to go. Yeah.
All right. What about Mythic Plus though? They're always like pretty solid Mythic Plus.
Yeah, Mythic Plus is a different story because we have all that funnel that we're getting through Eldrazi Reaver now, and we're one of the highest funnel classes now. Obviously, not as good as Arcane Mage, but we're up there. And it's going to depend on like group comp, if you have a Vengeance in the group, or if you already have an Arcane Mage in the group. But I think you will see a lot of high-end Mythic Plus groups taking a Havoc for that purpose of funnel, for sure.
Oh shit. Okay. So that's got to be pretty high then.
Yeah, I mean, so in S means not guaranteed, right? S means the potential.
Yeah, crazy style is you're definitely playing this. S is like you are good enough to make it into the comp, and also your raid buff is good, which I think is like pretty. Yeah. Pretty. Yeah, it's weird. When was the last time Havoc was Biss in Mythic Plus? It was like Season 3 Dragonflight. And
Yeah,
even
something
was
like
it?
that.
I think it got like kind of replaced at the very highest keys, but it was definitely like right there.
Yep.
Oh,
So
yeah,
yeah, I mean that's where I would put it. There is like a little bit of a bug with our tier set for AR, where basically the tier bonus gives us a physical damage amp, and we have a talent that duplicates all of our throw glaives. So you press throw glaive once, it shoots at 2 glaives instead of 2. That duplicated glaive isn't being amplified by the 25% from the tier bonus. And that's being applied to the glaives that we're throwing out through our Blade Dance as well. When you press Blade Dance, it shoots out glaives. Those duplicated ones from that are also not getting the 25%. So I think that's kind of like the only thing that AR is sort of dealing with right now. Other than that, it's pretty good.
Okay. What would you change about Havoc if you could?
So I have 2 things. One would be like a now change, and the other one would be like a grand like design thing.
Yeah.
Right now, I would say remove soul fragments from having any effect in our damage rotation. Because right now with AR, you have to gather up 6 soul fragments. The way that we do that pretty consistently is by our sigils, but then also by using Chaos Nova, which is our AoE stun, because that has a chance to shatter soul fragments. So having to utilize your stun, your utility as like a damage thing really kind of sucks, because we're incurring stun DR just randomly, and then you also have meta, which stuns things when you press it, when you land on the ground. So I think that's just kind of clunky and doesn't really make sense at the moment. In general, this is going to be maybe controversial, but I think they should just commit to a side with the mover, no mover thing, and then just let players decide.
I thought they already did. Did I miss something? I thought they like killed the movement shit.
It's there, but it's like you still have to move. You're still pressing vengeful retreat. You're still, if you play inertia, you're still fell rushing. You're still doing all that stuff, but it's not enough to make the camp of the mover people satisfied, because it's still tied to vengeful retreat. So it's every 20 seconds. Those people want to be pressing fell rush every 6 seconds, because I guess they get more control over it or whatever. And then the no mover style, like if you go complete no mover, it's not doing enough damage. So you can do like a low mover thing where you still have to vengeful retreat, and you play Exergy and you just get that buff naturally. But you're still kind of having to press vengeful retreat every 20 seconds. And after you press VR, you have to get back in somehow. So you're either pressing Fellblade or Fell Rush. So what I would like to see is, if we do get this third spec, they can split up the no mover play styles, give one of those styles to the new spec, and then make Havoc just be the way I see it is Havoc could be the mover spec. They're the ones, dashing around like monkeys. And then the Void spec is the one that's like a bit more stationary. maybe they use like a two-hand scythe or something. I think it could fit thematically.
Yeah. Okay. What do you hope the third spec is? Like general playstyle, if you were to describe it in a sentence, what do you like? What do you want it to be? Like, do you want a range
What
DH?
I would want-
Do you
No,
want to like?
No, I think if we got a ranged one, I think it would kill Havoc completely. Especially if the ranged one also gave Chaos Brand. Like, I just think you wouldn't bring Havoc to anything.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think.
Wait, why do you think? Is that like the survival versus BM and MM interaction, or like I feel like Havoc's been such a popular spec for so long that I feel like that wouldn't happen.
I don't know. I feel like ranged are just safer. Like they're just, I don't know. I think a lot of people like playing ranged for that reason. Havoc is right now they're kind of like just, if you don't do the right things and you're not like utilizing your deflecting dance to give you a shield and stuff, like you can get one shot pretty easily. We have a lot of talents in our tree that are like band-aid fixes for our survivability. Like we have a talent that just straight up reduces our physical damage taken by 5%, and we have Scars of Suffering, which is giving us 4% versatility and reduced threat generation. And those are in our spec tree, like as band-aid fixes to these problems we've had forever. So
Wait, what? That's so dumb. In your spec, not class? Like a 5%
in the
physical
spec tree.
damage reduction? Fuck yeah. Woo! That is good.
Yeah. So what this I think this would be super cool is the new like void spec could be akin to like Reaper from Final Fantasy 14. And I know a lot of people are going to hear Final Fantasy and like, you know,
No,
cringe, but
Reaper's cool.
yeah, the class design on that is really, really cool. It's still sort of like mobile because it can like teleport and stuff, but it's, you know, it has a two-handed scythe and it has some really cool like animations and stuff.
I think you're almost
that could be sick.
certainly going to have a port because there's like a port on that fight. The movement seems to be
Right.
like a blink. Yeah, that'd be fucking, that would be, if they executed the class fantasy to be even close to like Reaper from Final Fantasy, it would be extremely sick and people would love that.
Yeah.
Anyways, what's up?
Yeah, one more thing. I just want to talk about the tier bonus for Felsguard.
Okay.
So the Felsguard one is kind of problematic for two reasons. Basically, what it does is when you press Immolation Aura, it gives you a buff to Chaos Strike, a damage buff to it. So when you're in single target and you have Immolation Aura up, you basically never press Blade Dance or Death Sweep. You're just spamming Chaos Strike because they have so many talents that are buffing Chaos Strike specifically, and Blade Dance and Death Sweep are falling behind. So in single target, you just never press it. You're just always pressing Chaos Strike. So I think that's kind of like not enjoyable gameplay.
Yeah.
The other thing is that when you enter demon form by like using I-Beam or Metamorphosis, it spawns a demon soul on the ground that you have to pick up for a damage buff. But like notoriously that's been disliked by the Havoc community. We used to have it with Fodder to the Flame where you would kill the demon and it would drop it. So we got it again for this tier set and it's super finicky. Like you have to sometimes walk right over the demon soul to pick it up. Sometimes you just don't see it because it's green and it blends in with the ground. With AR, you have Fellblade, which is going to just pick up demon souls, soul fragments off the ground when you press Fellblade, but Felsguard doesn't have anything that does that. There's no utility that picks up soul fragments for you. So it's just a little clunky. And I think both of those things kind of make the tier bonus a little bit shitty.
All right. Basically, in conclusion, buff Havoc. Let's fucking go.
Yeah, always.
Your class is fun if it owns. All right. I gotta go. I gotta talk to someone else. All right, W. See you later. GG. Love you. Bye. Good night. All right. Shit. We got Dump. He messaged me and said, "Hello, I'm that Dump guy for LA." Dude, I'm tired right now. Dude, honestly, I'm old as fuck because I've been streaming for 4.5 hours and I'm fucking tired, dude. Like, I am overworked at the moment. Like, this is too hard, man. Like, how did I used to just do this all the time? What is happening right now? All right. Shindig DM'd you? Yeah, I know he did. We're chilling. We're good. Unless he needs to go next. He's typing right now, actually. Maybe he does. He seems like he's responsible. Oh, he stopped typing. Ooh. He said, put me in, coach. I'm ready. All right, fuck it. Let's go. Hello?
Hello.
Hey, yo, before we even talk about Rogue, I'm kind of... You're the dude that did the YouTube video about, like, applying to guilds and shit, right?
I am that dude. I did do that, yeah.
So you went from, like, that to, I mean, clearly being pretty popular. Like, people were like, I need to talk to a Rogue, and they're like, talk to this guy, which means you have a lot of fans. But also, like, obviously people love that video, but you apparently now, or I don't know for how long, are, like pretty involved with Rogue, like, preparing for the patch and stuff. You're doing content for it. You're, like, passionate about it. You're playing it all the time. What has that been like for you?
It's been cool. I think I've like always really enjoyed playing Rogue, and also like guide making and like kind of writing has sort of always been something I've been interested in. Like prior to playing retail, I had this stint where I was doing like boss guides in Classic when I was playing Classic.
Oh, okay.
So that whole guide writing thing like kind of is up my alley. And then back when I was playing Classic, I was playing Rogue. So the moment I got into retail, like picking up Rogue and then learning it, trying to become proficient at it, and also like seeing how I guess there wasn't a whole lot of like Rogue resources on like YouTube or out in the internet sphere outside of like the Rogue discs that you can go to, which by the way, great resources. I figured like why not? I think there's enough interest and people would be willing to watch it, and then yeah, I think it's kind of like taken off and people have been receptive to it, so it's been pretty cool.
Yeah, so you do guides and stuff and have a following. Okay, that's fun. Yeah, also I feel like it helps for you too, because like JPC used to make a ton of Rogue content, and then he just like fell off the face of the earth. So there's just like Rogue void. And all these Rogues.
Yeah.
This is just how I view it from an outside perspective. There's all these Rogues that are like, I need a Rogue father, and then you just like stepped into that position.
That's actually so accurate, man. I would like religiously follow JPC back when he's playing in Dragonflight and miss that guy. Hope he's good.
Oh, yeah, he's chilling. He's just going through a spiritual journey of playing other classes.
yeah.
All right, cool. So I guess we can kind of start with whatever spec you want. But I know especially with the there like some big changes for Rogue happened this week, like buff wise.
Yeah.
We'll kind of start in the raid area though. Like I would just say like actually before you can even go to whatever spec, just how many Rogues do you think you would see in the race right now if you were to guess?
Okay, for sure one, maybe two.
Why would you say maybe two?
I think Sub Rogue is looking quite good. In particular, if you really value, I know Damage Jams exists, and I think Sub Rogue is has some of the highest bursts in the game potentially. So depending on how valuable that could be, like maybe there's a world where you would play multiple of like a very bursty spec to achieve that. But I wouldn't say like. And I think like Sub Rogue is tuned quite well specifically. I mean, we'll get to that a little bit, but I don't know if the raid design necessarily favors that. I feel like there's a lot of kind of spread cleave type encounters, which obviously Sub or melee just can't really do as well in general. So I'm hesitant to like commit to two, but that's kind of where like my thought process is at.
Okay, I've heard a lot of people say that this raid is more range friendly, which I think people say before every tier and are pretty much consistently wrong when that comes to, but like so like yeah, they're doing more like multi-dot niche fights now, but like at what boss are they in the raid? What, like Soul Hunters and Forge Weaver besides some early guys? Like bro, those bosses don't fucking matter, you know?
Yeah,
like,
that is true.
Like they die pretty fast. I think people are I'm not even stating that specifically about this raid. There's been almost no time ever when people say the raid favors ranged and they're actually right. But okay, so also one thing that I find interesting about like the stacking of rogues, which is kind of why I brought this up, and I'm sure you're aware of this and other people are, that like atrophic poison actually stacks. Right?
No. What?
Does not? It does not, like in no way.
Well, if you're saying that now, I'm like second guessing myself.
I know we like kind of looked at it recently, because like you've never actually stacked. It does, yeah. People are mentioning it in chat. Like atrophic poison, just like straight up fucking. I don't know if it's a bug or not, but like it just like if you bring 2 rogues, it's obviously like DR multiplicative. Like it's not like it doesn't additively give you DR, but yeah, I like turbo stacks. So I was something I was thinking about, where if like rogue was ever turbo broken, how that would just break the raid. Like if you ran, I'm making this up. If you ran 10 rogues, like quick napkin math is that something around like a 25% like DR to like most of the boss's abilities. Like that would just completely break the game. Like they would just make mythic bosses not mythic anymore. And even at a much lower number, obviously you're getting a lot more value per rogue, which is like, yeah. So they should probably look at that, because that would just be kind of fucking nuts.
Yeah, I mean, it is. So that would be crazy. It is worth mentioning, Atrophic like doesn't apply to all of the abilities that the boss will do. It's like very weirdly specific, where a lot of abilities that like raid bosses have aren't attributed to the boss directly, and then Atrophic doesn't
the environment.
That. So
yeah. Like the
so
recent raid was like sticks, like the trash burning wasn't from the boss, so that dot wasn't reduced, which is the majority of the damage. Famously, Sludge Fist, the room falling apart was not reduced at all because it was from the environment. I would say most bosses, though, things that are lethal and things doing the majority of damage are almost always like Atrophic Poison, should be looked at as basically just a pure DR. But there are bosses where it like massively doesn't matter. Do you think that you would have brought a rogue before the buff they got this week?
I still think you would have brought one for. Oh, yeah, I think you would have brought one, but it might be a situation where like on specific fights you don't play it, but like I think it would be in towards the later bosses in the tier.
Okay. All right, so now let's narrow its focus. So you're talking about sub. You think you're a big fan of sub. Tell me about sub. How good do you think they'll be in raid, and why?
Sure. Okay, so sub basically plays one hero talent tree right now. Trickster. Deathstalker is kind of like dead in the wind. For some reason, it was already like not super good, and then it got nerfed in the recent tuning, which I don't know, big confusion. But Trickster stocks are up big. Basically, Trickster does like everything like well. It's not really the best at any one thing. Maybe outside of like 15-second burst. I think it's probably up there as one of the highest damaging DPS specs in the game in that specific instance. But yeah, it does everything like good. It has good boss dam, very good burst, great cleave, great AoE. The tier set you're getting is like really strong. It basically gives you a lot more CDR, which sub realizes in the form of like additional shadow dances over the course of an encounter. And so yeah, it's like pretty solid across the board. But like biggest of all, and the reason I think sub is so good is that if it's tuned well, it has such a flexible damage profile where like you can basically assign your damage to all of like the important moments that might occur during a boss fight, right? So you have your cooldowns, you press your cooldowns, you're doing big damage inside of them. Outside of your cooldowns, you hit like an absolute wet noodle.
Yeah, you like do
but you
tank
have
damage.
like but you have like these little 8-second windows where you can then do like actual meaningful damage for a short duration and then it falls off. And so you can just assign those like windows because you have multiple charges of Shadow Dance. Let's say you farm back, you have a charge of Shadow Dance, but there's nothing going on. But you have ad spawning in like 10 seconds. You can just sit on that Shadow Dance, send it 10 seconds later, and you're not effectively like losing anything, right? So being able to like move your damage windows basically wherever you want, I think is big value. And then with a tier set, you just have more opportunities to do that. So I think with sub being tuned well, like that's just very valuable. And yeah, because it's so like solid across the board, I think it can be played on any fight, and it doesn't seem like a bad pick, which I think is indicative of like a strong DPS spec, and is unlike the other rogue specs that we'll get to.
Okay, where would you rank sub for raid if you could?
Yeah, so I was originally, not gonna lie, I was originally thinking S, but look at your tier list, there's no way I can do that anymore. So we're going A, and we're happy with it.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Like the tier list is like, I mean obviously it's like a huge meme anyway, but it once you get to go late and you get to see where other people are, yeah, there's definitely some sandbagging going on. Definitely more than other tiers. But you never really know until it goes live. Like one thing that's true is almost every single tier, people are like, these people are sandbagging, and they end up just being right, and it's because the people in chat are just hard married to sims, which are just not how the game works. And also things can change a little bit, but like I could actually go back. It'd be interesting to see how right the people who come on here are versus like what chat thought at the time, where they're like spamming that's really wrong or that's based or whatever. Because like I would say like sometimes are people sandbagging because they don't want to get shit on by the class Discord people or just the community who plays that spec. Yes, but I also think that just as often chat is like just uninformed or going off of old raid testing or literally not understanding a class got nerfed by like 20% and last week they were sick and now they're just 20% is a huge number and now they're not and they just don't know. So like I don't know. But I mean yeah, right now like one thing I saw like Havoc is like one of the only DPS in S tier and that just doesn't seem right. It just seems like there's probably a few classes that should be there and they're just one tier below because like it's subjective and some people are optimists and pessimists, some people are sandbagging, who knows.
Yeah.
You want to put it in middle of A?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. So
I feel like I don't have
fan.
enough knowledge about the other specs to like specify further, so just toss it.
Yeah, sure. Okay. And then what about Mythic Plus for sub?
Yeah, so I think Mythic Plus, it was previously real down bad. And it was real down bad because sub was formerly plagued with like a lot of really nasty bugs, which basically made it so that a lot of your Shao damage, so like sub is physical and Shao damage profile, just like wouldn't translate through your hero talents. You play Trickster in Mythic Plus as well. Deathstalker just doesn't really exist. And so you would just like lose damage in AoE for like no reason. And so that puts sub in a weird spot because for that to not be the case, let's say like Blizzard went and like turned a dial to like increase subs Mythic Plus damage, they would all of a sudden be like giga broken in raid. They would be like the top damage by far because the talents you play and the way you're pressing your buttons is like very similar across Mythic Plus and raid. So that was always an issue and that was always holding sub rogue back. Recent tuning has addressed that and has actually basically made it so that that's much less of a case now. There are still some bugs that would be awesome if, seeing Blizzard make these changes, they continue to do and address some of these issues with Rogue. But basically sub now has like it's great bursts in both single target and that translates well to AoE, uncapped or within some number of targets. The only issues it has with Mythic Plus right now, there's like two things. One is that its sustained damage between pulls is like pretty bad, especially compared to the other Rogue specs.
Mm-hmm.
So if you do a lot of like chain pulling, press W, sub kind of doesn't like that as well. Now maybe that does end up being a big issue. A big part of playing Mythic Plus now, I think, is like pulling really, really big inside your cooldown. So like sub could definitely do that. And then also, I think compared with some of the other Rogue specs, specifically Assassination, it like doesn't scale as well with more targets. Like sub doesn't really benefit from funnel the same way that Assassination does. But I think sub is like much improved from what it was previously. So I'm actually thinking like I could drop it in the A tier. Like I think it's like pretty solid.
Okay, so you said A tier for sub?
Yeah, Mythic Plus sub. Yeah.
Cool, like that. All right, Assassination for raid.
Sure. So, Assassination was also can talk about its tuning. Was previously real down bad for raid. It had one playable hero talent tree with Deathstalker, which had like, there was a sim going around. Don't know how credible it is, but it was basically like one of the lowest simming single target specs in the game. They got some buffs, so it maybe not be like the absolute lowest spec ever now. I still don't think it's great, but a notable change that they got was they basically completely revived one of your other hero talent trees that you previously didn't even consider, which is Fatebound. And Fatebound has fantastic single target. So now Assassination pretty much has two damage profiles they can play with your two different hero talent trees. When you play Fatebound, you have fantastic single target, so pure single target encounters, Assassination can kind of own. And then what Deathstalker does well is basically whenever you have situations where it's like adds onto boss, okay? I kind of talked about this a little bit for sub. This will also translate when you get to the Mythic Plus conversation for Assassination. But Assassination just does more damage the more ads you have that get pulled onto whatever prior target you're hitting. That's true for Raid, that's true for Mythic Plus. So whenever you have fights that have that kind of design, Deathstalker stocks go to the moon. It's real good. Now, outside of those specific like encounter types, Assassination kind of falls off. Like those are the two things it's really good at. Everything else, it is no longer the best at, or it's comparable with other rogue specs, or it's like worse. So I think there are a select handful of fights in the raid where like those damage profiles are valuable, but unlike sub, it's not every fight in the raid that you could like play assassination and do like exceedingly well. And so, I mean, you also have execute, which is value. So maybe there's some hidden additional desirability there, but I think I would put it below sub. So I'd probably drop it in the B tier.
Okay. And then assassination for Mythic Plus.
Yeah. So, actually, one more thing before that, I wanted to mention this for raid. Just talking about the tier set. So, Fatebound, which is like the new kind of like reinvigorated hero talent tree with the recent tuning that assassination got. It's really cool in theory because it takes assassination from being like a 2-minute cooldown class to a 1 minute 30 class. So you now have like basically two different cooldown profiles that you can play depending on the fight, which at first like introduction this seems super dope. Oh sweet, we can now play different cooldown profiles depending on what's going to happen in the encounter.
Yeah.
But in practice, with the way the hero talent trees are, and specifically with Fatebound being like so bad with any form of AoE, like the moment you have one additional target, Fatebound just falls off a cliff. Like it's only pure single target. So the way the hero talent trees are designed, it's kind of like illusion of choice. Like you're not actually going to swap to a 90-second profile in this fight because you want the 90-second profile. You're going to play whatever hero talent tree is like appropriate for the number of targets you have. So it was cool in practice, but it didn't really seem to translate that well. So that's a little unfortunate. But then, yeah, Mythic Plus. So, Assassination has a super giga amazing damage profile. I'm gonna go and say it. And actually, I'm so confident we can just rip this in the S tier. Dude, just throw it up.
Shit.
Throw it the fuck up.
Dude. Wait, why?
So, okay. Assassination's damage profile is like so good for Mythic Plus. Talked about this a little bit before, but anytime you have a situation where you can pull more adds onto a proud target, you're going to do more damage to the adds and then even more damage to your proud target, which I think as far as Mythic Plus is concerned, that's like the most valuable damage profile you can have.
Yeah.
And there are several different builds you can play right now as well. Like multiple different builds are viable. I think on the PTR, a lot of people have been playing something called a bleed build. You actually drop a lot of like your poison damage nodes and just play like bleed talents. You actually drop Kingsbane, kind of crazy. But yeah, you still have really good overall damage. You have great prio inside your cooldowns. It is worth noting for this specific build, like bleed build in particular, PTR numbers might be inflated. I think this build tends to kind of fall off at higher key levels. A lot of your damage is tied to like your coming out of stealth window, and if mobs live long enough such that those damage benefits expire, your overall will kind of suffer and your meaningful damage will suffer. Now there are some downsides to it. Downside one is that your hero talent in Mythic Plus is like kind of cursed to play around. If you lose it for any reason in combat, you can only apply it with Vanish, which is a 2-minute cooldown. And if you press Vanish to apply it, that also feels bad because Vanish, as I talked about, is like a lot of your damage is from your coming out of stealth window.
Yeah.
So you usually want to use Vanish as like a damage cooldown. But now you can't do that because you have to press it to refresh your hero talent, and so it's like it's just really awkward. And there are mobs in the dungeon pool where like you'll just press your you'll apply your hero talent to this totem thing and then it just disappears. Like it's gone. GG. Out of luck. So that interaction is a little awkward. I wish that there was a way you could like reapply that hero talent and not have it tied to your ambush, which requires you being in stealth. That bit is a little awkward. It also sucks if you ever have to like target swap and kill something quickly. That's like the one kind of weakness of the spec where there's like a totem. You have really bad damage to that totem. You kind of have to lean to your other party members to like kill that thing. And then it can also be a little awkward to play with an assassination rogue in your group. Ideally, you get combat drops, which is like a really weird thing. And I think like today's sort of Mythic Plus environment, like it's like counterintuitive to pull in quickly to just sit there and like kill off one mob. so you then get a re-stealth and like can keep going. Now, you don't always have to do that, right? You can kind of plan Vanish for windows where you will end up chain pulling, but that whole interaction is a little weird.
It's just one of those things where if you're playing in a group and you're in comms and Rogue is really strong, you'll certainly make sure you take small sacrifices to make sure you can do that, but it's just going to be very maddening in pugs.
Yeah, 100%. So anyways, but I think the damage profile is like so good that it goes in S and it's tuned really well. It deserves to be there. The only reason it's not in crazy style is just a consequence of being a rogue and not having any like meaningful group utility, right? No lust, no CR, no meaningful offensive buff.
Yeah, you have a really nice, like, a Trophic is really good in dungeons. It's just like I feel like it's not it's if it was a 3% damage increase instead, it'd be great. It's just throughput is the most important thing. So unfortunate.
Yeah.
So we are talking outlaw now, the shooter guy, shooter sword guy.
Yeah.
What's the vibe like?
Sure. So raid outlaw suffers from what I'll call flat damage syndrome. It has no cooldowns. And I think that what this often translates to is it is worse at damage amps, specific DPS checks that happen like within a fight, especially when compared to other cooldown-based classes that are in their cooldowns. And it also suffers a lot from downtime. So like, I guess maybe I should clarify what I mean by like flat damage profile. So like if you pull up a single target log of like Sprogmonger or something, you look at an outlaw rogue's damage, it's going to look pretty much like a flat line from start to finish. Like their DPS is pretty consistent.
You had to clarify that, bro. That it is obvious what that fucking means.
Well, I mean, I think it's obvious to you and I. I don't know if it's obvious to everyone watching. I feel like
it's a pretty self-explanatory thing. But no, I mean, you're right. Also, I want to break one stigma about that. Is that okay? So with there being a lot of prevalence of damage amps and stuff, I think you are right in that it doesn't feel great to not have like a bunch of damage to throw into that. However, I think flat damage profiles fucking own. And I also think it is the most underrated damage niche of all of them. I think it is something where I can even I remember tiers in the past where we like would have done way better on a fight or on a phase if we had less bursty classes and more it was Shadow Priest at the time I was thinking of that just did damage all the time, no burst, a couple years ago. And it was like, dude, I wish we had more of those. BM Hunters, like, whenever things come up randomly on raid fights, you want to have damage, and oftentimes you'd rather have a class that's just always going to be reliable versus like the sub-rogues of the world, right? Where like, yeah, you have a lot of variability, but if you ever run into a point where they're actually doing no damage and it matters, that is like so bad, and you'd rather just have something in between most times.
Yeah. No, that's fair. I agree. I think that there are situations where having that flat damage profile can be, but I think this raid tier, and my guess is that it's looking like that more often than not won't be the case.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Although kind of no, like if you look at so most damage amps, like some classes are gonna have to make this decision, right? So like you're doing Nexus King, P2 starts, 2-target cleave, right? Everyone loves that. You get going to 2-target cleave, you use your cooldowns, then you go kill the ads and you come back. You really can't use cooldowns on 2-target cleave again because there's about to be a 30-second damage amp on the main guy, and you're probably saving your cooldowns for that. But like a flatline class is going to actually still really benefit from that really long period of 2-target where everyone else is holding their cooldowns, right? So like I think it totally depends on fights. I think it's
sure.
I think even with damage amps, it's better than you think.
Okay. I can actually use that example though to make another point, which is that let's say Nexus King, there's a lot of like platform transitions and what I'll call like forced downtime. Another detriment to like having a flat line damage profile is outlaw and like flat damage classes suffer the most from this forced downtime. And I would say, or like, because you as a cooldown based class, you can basically plan for that and think, okay, I know I can't hit anything for like 5 seconds. Let me make sure that when these 5 seconds occur, I would be in a state where like I would otherwise be doing
you can make it so
you're minimizing
that. You can make it so you're down. Yeah, you put all your damage when you don't have downtime and outside of it. Yeah.
But like outlaw can't do that. It's also super momentum based, so like any downtime really cooks it. Where it's if you have downtime, you have to come back to the boss. It's not like you pick up where you left off. You kind of have to like ramp back up, right? There's a lot of CDR baseline to the spec. So I mean, yeah, it can be sometimes be good, sometimes be bad. I think more often than not, it'll probably end up being less good in the raid. Now also some things to its credit, right? It's incredibly mobile. So whenever there is forced downtime, usually I think Outlaw ends up having the least downtime because you can like grappling hook across the world. And then it's also often the highest simming rogue spec. I think because of these reasons, where like, you know, often being like less suffering from downtime and like not being able to kind of take advantage of damage checks as much, often I think hurts its like raid DPS overall. And so then my guess is that it just ends up being tuned to be like a higher DPSing spec. So if you're in a fight where you can like realize that damage and there's no loss in uptime, and let's say you can lean into your other DPS classes to like solve whatever damage amps there may be or DPS checks there may be, then that damage profile could be really good, like 100%. So yeah, can do very strong sustained AoE cleave damage as well. One of the hero talent trees you can play is good at that. I was leaning B, to put it.
Okay.
I think. Oh wait, actually. Oh, okay. I was originally leaning B. Okay, you know what? We'll go bottom B.
Okay.
Now, there's one more thing I want to say about Outlaw, which is that, and this kind of is more so a product of gearing than it is like the spec's own fault. But so I think sub looks pretty good. Sub is a dagger spec. Let's say you're planning on playing sub for the raid. Well, one of your biggest immediate power gains is like crafting a weapon. You want a big main hand weapon to play. If you then craft that weapon, you're running with it, and you're on a boss that maybe would otherwise be really good for Outlaw.
Yeah.
But you don't have a crafted myth track main hand weapon. Well, you're just not going to play anyways. So it kind of like you can't afford the crest for it. So it just ends up being a situation where even if you did play it, you probably have better gear for those specs. So then you're not going to play it, and it's like, yeah.
Yeah, there's a few classes in this game that have a similar issue, and it's usually not even the weapon. The weapon adds another element to it. A lot of times it's stats. It's like when like one spec just wants like haste mastery, and the other one wants crit verse, and you're just like, I just can't go back and forth. And you like needing 2 sets of gear is insane. But yeah, even just the weapon, like early season, yeah, you're not going to have multiple crafted weapons for the different specs. You kind of need to pick a lane. So okay, I get it. What about Mythic Plus for Outlaw?
I think it's very good, has very good sustained AoE and cleave, but I think has fairly poor single target and prio. I think it can excel in like phys comp. We saw that was the case in the Undermine season, and I think it can also be the case next season. But it kind of requires that the tank sort of pulls around your target cap. You are target cap, so you don't want like super big pulls. You'd rather have kind of more smaller pulls, and also in such a way that you can like just perma maintain uptime. Similar to like the raid thing where downtime kind of cooks you more than other classes. It's also true in Mythic Plus. You just also always want to be hitting something. So I think there's a big like sort of unique pull incentive to Outlaw, which also means that it's like not super desirable outside of those kinds of comps. Right? If the majority of classes are like cooldown based, and kind of the normal way you pull in Mythic Plus is do like big pull in AoE or big cooldown pull with big AoE numbers, and then if you have an Outlaw Rogue, they're not going to do great in that specific situation. And while they'll excel in like kind of the pulls between that, I think that's something that a lot of groups kind of struggle to look past. Being hard target capped and not being able to contribute as much as other cooldown based classes. So I think like pugging can be kind of rough as an Outlaw Rogue unless you're playing like phys comp or have a tank that like knows how to play around your damage. So I would say for that reason, I'm probably leaning towards B tier for Mythic Plus.
Okay, cool. So you spoke a lot about the classes, the specs in general. I want you to pick one singular thing that applies to all 3 rogue specs. Could be class related or just general class that you would fix if you were a Blizzardman.
Okay.
Or change.
If I had to select one thing.
Yeah, only one.
Okay, I would. It's kind of like a general comment, but I would just say continue addressing bugs that plague rogue. In our recent tuning, there were some really good bug fixes. There are unfortunately a lot more bugs that exist, but if there's continued attention that's put into that, I think that would lead to a much improved quality of life for the rogue.
All right, great. Honestly, this was really informative. I know people in chat, I'm like actually tired. Like I'm legit tired right now. So I think some people thought I was like disinterested, but I think it's like very clear that you are like You are fucking. Honestly, I wish you could tell from hearing you talk that you just fucking love the game. You know, you're just like so into the game right now, and that is refreshing to hear. And clearly, you're like super passionate about it. And I think all of the info, these tier lists are fucking a total. The only point is like for someone, and I know some people in chat are like, get to my class, so they're just like, keep it moving, buddy. But really, what value exists in this is if someone's playing a rogue for next class or a mage or a priest or whatever, during the time that those people are on, they come in and listen to that and gain some kind of information or help solidify what they want to play, basically. So I think you did the exact right thing. So thanks. It's refreshing to hear your love for the game, and I appreciated the time. Thank you.
Oh yeah, thanks for having me on. Appreciate that.
Cool. Yep, love you. Good night. Oh, fucking smoked. His mic didn't cue. I think he said it though. All right. So we have a few other classes here. I think we're gonna do Ellie Shaman next, and then we're gonna do Moonkin, and then we're down to the two I never have people for again. So I might have Tettles make them both up. Let's see. Calling dump next.
Hello, hello.
Hey, what's up? First time talking to you. What is your profile picture? Is that a duck?
Nope, that is a big fat bald guy sitting on a beach naked.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, I guess those two things kind of look the same, so it's fine.
A little bit here and there.
Okay, I want to get right to the point, actually. Do you think that this is the first tier in a very long time where you may bring the Shaman buff from Ellie?
I'm hopeful that that's the case. I think just in regards to tuning between the two DPS specs, Ellie's definitely the front runner. I haven't looked too much into Resto, but from what I heard earlier, I do think Ellie's probably the best option if your comp can allow it.
Question, when was the last time, this was before there was even a Shaman raid buff, even Wind Fury, when was the last time Ellie was the best Shaman spec in a raid tier? Do you know? I don't know.
I want to say it was, I mean, it's kind of a fake raid tier, Crucible of the Storms back in BFA.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
People like 6-7 elemental shamans just because of what it did on that fight.
Wait, maybe even right after that, wasn't Ashara, wasn't Ellie, kind of good in that? I mean, we ran an Ellie in that raid, and I don't think we played an Enhance or a Resto Shaman, so I guess it was that one?
Maybe, yeah. That, funny enough, Eternal Palace was my first CE.
Okay.
And my first experience Mythic raiding, but I've been only playing Ellie since the beginning of D-Flight, actually.
D-Flight? I've never heard someone say that before. Okay. That just caught me off guard.
Yeah, all good.
So Ellie, what's the playstyle like this patch? Is it like Ellie can be super mobile, frost shocking, or it can be really high simming single target, but you actually can't move? There's been all kinds of versions of this. What are you currently playing?
So right now, we kind of moved away from Frost Shock as a whole outside of Ice Fury when it procs, because instead of what Ice Fury used to be being just a casted ability that gave you a few empowered Frost Shocks after, it's now just an instant cast that you use to enable a free Elemental Blast by consuming a Fire and Nature ability, which you can just do by actually pressing Elemental Blast or Flame Shock. And Frost Shock kind of just fell off, even with however many buffs it's gotten. It's a good filler global if you don't have Spirit Walker's Grace or enough Maelstrom for something else. But it's kind of just a whatever ability at this point. Mostly right now, you play around Ascendance, whether you're playing 2-minute or 3-minute, and at least that's how it goes in M+ and Raid. You just kind of do your thing. You research when it's best to play, but it's very mobile during cooldowns, especially in the Raid build, because you don't really have to cast too many hard casts. And you have Spirit Walker's Grace for just about every single Ascendance window, and you can fit one in between as well for, just like a Ascendance proc with deeply rooted elements.
Not to mention in Raid, you're going to get some time spirals, right? So you probably gain
time
some
spiral.
movement.
Yeah, I actually, for Galliolix proc this tier, I commandeered our time spiral assignments.
Oh, shit. Damn, that means you got fucking aura in your guild. You're fucking like just an Ellie shot. Like the raid leader's trying to do it for movement, and you're like, nah, bro, I have to cast right now.
It was just it's too much of a DPS gain for Ellie. It's crazy that someone else's ability, like PI aside, like not even thinking about that, Time Spiral is just such an insane gain for Elemental.
Yeah, especially if you're in one of those variants of Ellie where you just can't really move and do damage well. Like it's going to be insane. I guess they kind of line up. Like when you want to Time Spiral for the raid is generally when you're moving over a large area, and that's also when you would want to be casting when moving. So I guess it should probably line up. And also, so that means Ellie's power also, in a way, like indirectly scales with how many Evokers happen to be good at that time.
Exactly. Yeah, like a really good example is Kaiveza in Nerebar Palace, where Time Spiral just allowed you to do so much damage to try to fit in that tight DPS check.
Okay. All right, where do you think Ellie ends up in raid relative to everything else?
So before the recent buffs that Ellie just caught, which I am extremely thankful for, and then also the undocumented 4-piece change for the Farseer tier set,
Mm-hmm.
I would have said I'm fucking mad. That would have been my stance. But after that, I'd put it probably like right up there, like right in the middle of Shadow and Destro in A.
You went from in one buff, went from you're mad as fuck to like being high A. What was the percentage change?
I want to say it was between 20 and 25%.
Oh my god!
And that's
insane.
That's just for Farseer single target. And then in regards to the Stormbringer tier set, they kind of screwed us with not reverting the 4-piece back down to 6 Awakening Storm stacks to proc your Ascendance, and they kept it at 9. But they did kind of compensate that by buffing, the M+ build single target spells, so Elemental Blast, Lightning Bolt, Lava Burst, you name it. And that ended up being like, I want to say it was like a 13 to 17% single target buff, just an M+, which fixes most of our issues.
Okay. Well, I mean, I feel like Ellie has been like a very low key in the way that I believe it's never been BIS in Mythic Plus, except for that one. There was like a patch note randomly sometime in the last 2 years where Ellie was just like the most damage in Mythic Plus by a mile, then they instantly nerfed it.
Yeah, it was the rework at the half patch in Nerebar Palace, when they completely redid Ascendance and shook up the spec tree. You were playing Farseer, which is typically the raid hero tree, but they nuked that into oblivion.
Yeah, and
it's pretty much been like a contender, like season 1 with enhancement being what it was. It was right there. It was just a little bit behind.
Oh, I
still
think
play it. But...
I think Ellie is like in the realm of like, if I were to guess if they're going to be meta within the next 2 years of Mythic Plus, I would guess yes, because you bring a like Sky Fury is an insane cooldown. It's probably pound for pound the best raid buff for like throughput, and in most cases it's like top 3. So you are bringing that, and you also fit in with like the magic meta of like Chaos Brand and Arcane Intellect mattering, which is like kind of rare outside of Resto Shaman being in that position. So like I feel like Ellie, and they're just like a naturally well built, like every season they're at least going to be average in Mythic Plus because they just do that well. Like their talent tree is just good for doing cleave.
Yeah, and they, with the changes they've done the last couple of tiers, going from Nerebar to Undermine, the niche that Ellie filled has shifted just a little bit, but it's primarily just a glass cannon spec right now.
Okay. Where do you think it ends up in Mythic Plus, though?
I'm hesitant to put it in crazy style, but I think it's going to be really good. I definitely think it's going to be a contender for what people will deem as meta. I'd probably put it in between Shadow and Assassination.
Okay.
I think the Stormbringer set is extremely powerful even after the nerfs, but there's quite a bit of RNG to it with, procking stacks in order to get your Ascendance proc while also spending Maelstrom with a % chance per Maelstrom to proc Ascendance. But a lot of that does solve the biggest issues we've had with no damage outside of actual ascendants. So that's really nice. And then all those single target buffs for raid and M plus were just insane.
Okay. All right, dude. Fuck yeah. This is really nice. I've never spoken to you before, but I feel like you're. What is your bit? Do you create content for Ellie, or you are a like class Discord person? You write guides. What is your bit?
So I mean, I usually just stream like prog, 5-10 viewers tops. I'm not like a everyday streamer sort of person. I don't really hang out in the Shaman Discord itself. What I do mostly is I actually hang out in Bond's Discord most of the time and, help out around there, answer questions, just kind of shoot the shit with people, just have a good time.
Nice.
Bond's a good homie. I'm sad he can't be here to, give the goods, but I'm happy to fill in for him.
Yeah, no, I mean you seem like you're great at this, so thanks for taking the time.
Yeah, thanks for having me, man.
Yep. See you later. All right, good night. All right. That guy was sick. All right, calling. So there's been a lot of potential sandbagging so far. So let's call one of the most trustworthy specs here. We're going to be calling Tettles for Moonkin.
What's poppin'?
Hello, what's up? Nothing much, man. I'm feeling great. How are you?
Not too bad.
Okay, well, how are you
These
feeling
are
about
not too
Moonkin,
bad.
though?
Not too good.
Not too good. Well, wait, what happened? I thought Moonkins were like fucking... I saw like a PTR test and Moonkins were like doing crazy damage. What happened?
That was a cinematic experience during raid testing, yeah. So Moonkin launched. Keeper of the Grove was perhaps the most broken thing I've ever seen in the history of this game. Better than Vinther Moonkin somehow. I don't even know how that happened, but somehow better than Vinther Moonkin. And then after raid testing, Blizzard decided that it wasn't healthy for you to be able to bank up 5% of your damage in a damage window. And then also, for some reason, the damage cap on your 4-set was based on your maximum HP. So you had to go bear form during your cooldowns. That was really cringe. Blizzard decided that none of that was allowed to stay. And
that's probably
then
good.
They nerfed the spec by 40%.
That was
the first nerf.
Wait. They nerfed by 40. Okay, cool.
Yeah. And then last night, Blizzard decided that they didn't want Keeper of the Grove to be good at all. And so then they nerfed the spec by another 15%. And now you're no longer allowed to play that tier set or that hero talent.
Okay, yeah, Keeper of the Grove. Get it the fuck out of here.
It's out. So that's gone.
Is your other hero talent playable?
In Mythic Plus, yeah. Not really in Raid.
Do you think that the reason Moonkins haven't been able to be... They've been fine in Raid, but not great, is because of their prominence in Mythic Plus?
I have no idea. I think that somebody said the other day that they thought it was because whenever they changed Starfall back to be like the large AoE stackable one, that Blizzard just like really is worried about them being too overpowered in Raid or something like that. So they try to keep our single target low. That way we're not like super dominant at everything because they're worried about our spread cleave. I don't know if that necessarily has merit. I'm not 100% sure, but our single target has been pretty undertuned most tiers. I actually do think in Undermine it was quite good. After probably about 15% of aura buffs, I think it got to a state where it was fairly solid in Undermine. Because like right now we're coming off the season where I think that class balance is probably the closest it has been for
a long
Plus
time.
And Raid. Yeah, I mean, I
like
think
season 1
Undermine was
Dragonflight is
excellent.
probably the closest.
Yeah, I thought that Undermine was excellent.
Mhm.
Like even though Moonkin started off a little bit slow, like I think I ranked it in like A tier last season, saying that it was probably top 5 or 10 specs in Mythic Plus and bad in Raid. It ended up getting buffed to the point where it was fine in Raid, and it ended up getting buffed so much that it became dominant in Mythic Plus, which, yeah, happens.
Okay.
But yeah, no, I'm pretty sure it's dog shit in Raid. I'm like actually mad about them changing. Basically, they just so they're code locked, so they can't rework the Keeper of the Grove tier set. They were probably supposed to rework it like 5 weeks ago because of gameplay implications. Because it's, again, being able to store your banked damage during your cooldowns and then just fire off these 200 million hit Star Surges is just. I don't even understand, who thought this was going to be healthy? You're taking 7% of mobs' HP off of them every time you shoot them.
Okay.
So
you think they're terrible in Raid, like at the very bottom?
I I'm mad. Yeah, I'm mad. I'm actually mad. I think it's worse than. I think it might be the worst spec in the game in Raid. It sims for like, Cricket, I think it was earlier complaining about ARM simming 5.3 million. Moonkin sims 5.2. Like, we are down bad. And then for some reason, there are Mage specs that are ranked only in A tier that are simming like 6.3. I don't really know what's going on up there, but
just
a
some
full 1.1 million
man.
DPS more than me. I don't really know what's happening up there, but I can't even hear them from all the way down here at the bottom of this fucking list.
Okay, well, but a Mythic Plus though, they're still going to be good. Is that the case?
I mean, I think they're okay in Mythic Plus mostly because they bring Mark the Wild. So Resto Druid, it's interesting. You really don't want to class stack with Mythic Plus anymore because of how good raid buffs are. So I don't think Moonkin individually does good damage. I think that there's other specs. Like I'm looking at my meter right now. There was a Marksmanship Hunter that did 20% more damage than me in a Mythic Plus run earlier. So individually, I think Moonkin's damage is not great. But it brings 2 30-second stops and a solar beam and the best buff in the game. So like maybe you're supposed to throw it in B. I think individually it's pretty dog shit though.
Okay. Well, I mean, it kind of.
But it's gonna get buffed. So like I don't really know where. Like what do you do whenever you know your spec's gonna get buffed like a significant amount?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, well, it's one of the few where I feel like it's pretty far off of maybe where it could be. So you might just have to guess where. I mean, it's hard to tell to guess where something is. You just have to.
I think right now I would put it in Dobby for Mythic Plus.
Interesting. Okay. Well, I mean,
I think it's,
how much of that is the fact that you
shit.
think Mark of the Wild is already being brought?
I would put it in B if Resto Druid wasn't like so good. I think if Resto Druid was less good and we were looking at like a disc preseason, I would probably slam it in B. I actually don't. I think it can do some stuff. Like I think it fits together well with a bunch of classes. I think the utility that it brings is normally unique enough to where it's normally like pretty solid in Mythic Plus. It's just a really well designed spec for Mythic Plus, uncapped AOE. But I think with Resto Druid being so good, I think it's hard to get a spot in a comp right now because now you have to move multiple pieces for you to bring the Moonkin in.
No, that makes sense. All right, fuck it. What would you change if you're a Moonkin? I mean, it's not like completely fixing whatever the fuck is going on with your class right now.
Yeah, I mean the tuning is whatever. They'll fix that, I'm sure. I personally don't like the hero talents for Druid. I know they're not as bad as Rogue. I think that Rogue is like known for having some of the worst hero talents. I don't really like the hero talents for Moonkin. For something that was supposed to be like a marquee feature of the expansion, the hero talents for balance are a little bit lackluster. You got these trees that give you a 25% damage amp. They don't really do anything else besides that. You press Fury of Elune every 22 seconds, and I guess that's cool. You got a bunch of resources from it, but I don't think that either of them, for something that's supposed to be this expansion level feature, I've ever really felt super sweet for balance.
Sorry, I'm getting attacked by a dog. Yeah, okay. I like that. What about your tankiness? Are you still like?
We got a little bit more tanky actually this season. So we got 3% more DR versus AoE effects. I feel like it's actually been okay lately. I don't think it's like the most durable spec in the game or anything. It's more susceptible to rot than it is to one shots. But in Mythic Plus, you can always keep yourself alive. I mean, Bear Form is spammable. You have pretty bad self healing, but you're never really going to get one shot by anything with the ability to be able to swap in a Bear Form at any given moment. So it's like fine. In Raid, I think it's on the up and up in Raid. I feel like in Raid recently it's not been as bad, especially since we don't have things like Echo of Neltharion and Razageth just randomly one-shotting you 20 seconds into the pole.
Yeah, or making you go Bear Form 20 seconds into the pole. Or
yeah,
I think one of our players had like a 30 or 40% uptime on Bear Form in P1 on Razageth, which is fucking sick.
Yeah,
just staying.
I mean
alive.
I didn't really have any of those in Undermine. I don't really expect it to be that bad ever again. They've buffed Moonkin survivability a decent amount. I don't think it's like especially good survivability wise, but I don't think it's as bad as it has been in the past.
Which one of these things on this list do you think is the most made up?
The Marksmanship Hunter and Dobby has got to be the most made up. I think that one is egregious.
So they got their AoE nerf by 15%. Is that thing you're looking at on PTR right now? Is that with that nerf in?
Yeah. That spec, I don't think it doesn't bring anything, right? Like, Hunter's Mark is so fucking dog shit, and their mob control is like, oh, they got Binding Shot and Implosive Trap. How garbage can you be? But like, their damage is still pretty good, and they do it so quickly, and it's. I feel like their overall DPS that you're seeing in dungeons is actually quite good. I think it's so far off the mark for where that spec is.
Yeah. I mean, I find it really unlikely that Hunter would ever be like meta and Mythic Plus purely based on they don't bring a raid buff at all. They're not necessarily.
They gotta delete raid buffs. Man. That shit is so bad.
Yeah, it's not good.
I'm the biggest benefactor of Mark of the Wild being OP as playing a Druid. Man, raid buffs are just so boring. They're so bad.
Yeah, they're extra bad in Mythic Plus. And it's like, I guess you would want to make them all just good enough, just like Hunter's Mark. Hunter's Mark is just good enough to get you a raid spot, and then it's no better than that. And that's what all raid buffs should be if you're going to still have them in the game. But then you just think about how much worse that is than like Sky Fury or Mark of the Wild.
Instead of giving DK a raid buff, what if they gave everybody in the DK's party a cheat death?
Bro, that'd be... I mean, you'd say that's insane. I mean, no, that's definitely insane. That's like...
Is it more or less insane than 3% damage for 20 players?
Oh, I mean, both of them are like... insane. I mean, yeah, 3% damage for 20 players is pretty insane. All right, I gotta move on to the lot. Actually, wait.
All right.
I don't know if I have a Feral or a Ret, so I might just make them up.
Okay.
Do you want to make up one of them, like Feral?
I'm down to make up Feral.
Okay, make that shit up.
So Feral, a long and well-regarded spec that has the biggest victim complex in World of Warcraft. If you think about victim complex in World of Warcraft, think about two specs. Elemental Shaman, they've been reformed. They've been doing better lately. Feral Druid, still atop the mark. Biggest victim complex in World of Warcraft by far. For some reason as well, they always are preying on Moonkin's downfall. I don't really understand what the fuck their problem is. I think they're just jealous. But the biggest victim complex. However, I'm going to say this. They're both of them belong in Dobby for both Raid and Mythic Plus. They don't do a lot of damage. So, big victim complex, but I think it's maybe justified this tier finally. Congratulations, Feral Druids, Dobby.
Oh shit. Okay. Wait, you don't think Ret's better than Dobby in Mythic Plus?
No, I think Ret's. I actually think Ret is good in Mythic Plus. I'd probably put Ret in like B or A.
Put that shit in A. Let's fucking go.
I think Ret's actually good in Mythic Plus. I've played with Liquid Dazer occasionally. He does a lot of damage.
What about Raid?
I don't know. Every single time we see Ret buffs, they keep buffing that spec in patch notes, which makes me think that spec sucks in Raid. They keep buffing it on single target. And Dazer keeps posting this gif of this Looney Tunes character walking back and forth pacing, which makes me think that it's still probably not good enough in Raid. Just trying to infer and read between the lines here on what Dazer's meaning whenever he's saying absolutely nothing. So I'd probably put that shit in probably like Dobby. Yeah, that sounds about right.
In Raid?
Let's get in Mythic Plus.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, fuck it. All right, cool. That
is
saves
Dazer
me a
allowed
lot
to
of
come?
time.
Is Dazer allowed to cast if he's like permabenched?
I guess. Yeah. Well, no. I mean, like you gotta gear in Mythic Plus, or you gotta like he'll make a.
Okay.
He could cover like another. That was fucked up, man.
Is that fucked up? I don't know.
Yeah, we don't. I mean, typically, like, so even if you're benched, you can like still watch another melee of a character you play and give input and still be impactful. More brains are better, kind of thing.
That's true.
That's crazy, dude. Okay.
Well, I was just extending an invite, man. Maybe he wanted it.
Maybe he wants to come cast. We'd have to like pay him at a certain point, though. You know, don't want to do that.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. All right.
All right. I'll see you later, Max.
All right, so I love you. Good night. Love good. Love good. Love good. So I might actually like. I mean, if someone wants to like talk about Ret or Feral, like we're already here, we can do that. I just don't. Reptar. Do you have something to say about Ret or Feral? Reptar, talk to him. Talk to him, Reptar. Rah. Reptar. Oh god, stop. Yeah. Oh my god. He has a lot to say. He's so excited. Okay, real talk though, I might actually... Okay, Before this is posted on YouTube, I might actually meet up with like a feral or Rhett over the next 2 days. We've done that before. Okay. Oh my god, Reptar, dude, come here. I know it's time to go. It's time to go. But I'm fucking exhausted, dude. So I'm gonna dip. So I'll Reptar. Yeah, we will. I'm gonna get the Ret. Yeah, we can get someone to do it. We'll get because I know a lot of you guys play Ret. So, all right. Holy shit, that was a long time, dude. How long was I streaming? 5.5 hours, dude. That is. I did not stream for a while to recover from this, I believe. Either way, that's like 10 streams. Yeah. Okay. I'll see you guys later. Definitely not tomorrow though, because I'm overworked. You know what I mean? Dude. Oh.